Martin Eden Part 1 by Jack London. Chapter 1. The one opened the door with a latchkey and went in, followed by a young fellow who awkwardly removed his cap. He wore rough clothes that smacked of the sea, and he was manifestly out of place in the spacious hall in which he found himself. He did not know what to do with his cap, and was stuffing it into his coat pocket when the other took it from him. The act was done quietly and naturally, and the awkward young fellow appreciated it. "He understands," was his thought. "He'll see me through all right." He walked at the other's heels with a swing to his shoulders, and his legs spread unwittingly, as if the level floors were tilting up and sinking down to the heave and lunge of the sea. The wide room seemed too narrow for his rolling gait, and to himself he was in terror lest his broad shoulders should collide with the doorways or sweep the bric-a-brac from the low mantel. He recoiled from side to side between the various objects and multiplied the hazards that in reality lodged only in his mind, between a grand piano and a center table piled high with books. With space for half a dozen to walk abreast, yet he essayed it with trepidation. His heavy arms hung loosely at his sides. He did not know what to do with those arms and hands, and when, to his excited vision, one arm seemed liable to brush against the books on the table, he lurched away like a frightened horse, barely missing the piano stool. He watched the easy walk of the other in front of him, and for the first time realized that his walk was different from that of other men. He experienced a momentary pang of shame that he should walk so uncouthly. The sweat burst through the skin of his forehead in tiny beads, and he paused and mopped his bronzed face with his handkerchief. "Hold on, Arthur, my boy," he said, attempting to mask his anxiety with facetious utterance. "This is too much all at once for yours truly. Give me a chance to get my nerve. You know I didn't want to come, and I guess your family ain't hankering to see me neither." "That's all right," was the reassuring answer. "You mustn't be frightened at us. We're just homely people. Hello, there's a letter for me." He stepped back to the table, tore open the envelope, and began to read, giving the stranger an opportunity to recover himself. And the stranger understood and appreciated. His was the gift of sympathy, understanding, and beneath his alarmed exterior that sympathetic process went on. He mopped his forehead dry and glanced about him with a controlled face, though in the eyes there was an expression such as wild animals betray when they fear the trap. He was surrounded by the unknown, apprehensive of what might happen, ignorant of what he should do, aware that he walked and bore himself awkwardly, fearful that every attribute and power of him was similarly afflicted. He was keenly sensitive, hopelessly self-conscious, and the amused glance that the other stole privily at him over the top of the letter burned into him like a dagger thrust. He saw the glance, but he gave no sign, for among the things he had learned was discipline. Also, that dagger thrust went to his pride. He cursed himself for having come, and at the same time resolved that, happen what would, having come, he would carry it through. The lines of his face hardened, and into his eyes came a fighting light. He looked about more unconcernedly, sharply observant, every detail of the pretty interior registering itself on his brain. His eyes were wide apart. Nothing in their field of vision escaped, and as they drank in the beauty before them, the fighting light died out, and a warm glow took its place. He was responsive to beauty, and here was cause to respond. An oil painting caught and held him. A heavy surf thundered and burst over an outjutting rock. Lowering storm clouds covered the sky, and outside the line of surf, a piloted schooner, close-hauled, heeled over till every detail of her deck was visible, was surging along against a stormy sunset sky. There was beauty, and it drew him irresistibly. He forgot his awkward walk and came closer to the painting, very close. The beauty faded out of the canvas. His face expressed his bepuzzlement. He stared at what seemed a careless daub of paint, then stepped away. Immediately all the beauty flashed back into the canvas. A trick picture, was his thought, as he dismissed it, though in the midst of the multitudinous impressions he was receiving, he found time to feel a prod of indignation that so much beauty should be sacrificed to make a trick. He did not know painting. He had been brought up on chromos and lithographs that were always definite and sharp, near or far. He had seen oil paintings, it was true, in the show windows of shops, but the glass of the windows had prevented his eager eyes from approaching too near. He glanced around at his friend reading the letter and saw the books on the table. Into his eyes leaped a wistfulness and a yearning as promptly as the yearning leaps into the eyes of a starving man at sight of food. An impulsive stride, with one lurch to right and left of the shoulders, brought him to the table where he began affectionately handling the books. He glanced at the titles and the authors' names, read fragments of text, caressing the volumes with his eyes and hands, and, once, recognized a book he had read. For the rest, they were strange books in strange authors. He chanced upon a volume of Swinburne and began reading steadily, forgetful of where he was, his face glowing. Twice he closed the book on his forefinger to look at the name of the author. Swinburne. He would remember that name. That fellow had eyes, and he had certainly seen color and flashing light. But who was Swinburne? Was he dead 100 years or so, like most of the poets? Or was he alive still and writing? He turned to the title page. Yes, he had written other books. Well, he would go to the free library the first thing in the morning and try to get hold of some of Swinburne's stuff. He went back to the text and lost himself. He did not notice that a young woman had entered the room. The first he knew was when he heard Arthur's voice saying, "Ruth, this is Mr. Eden." The book was closed on his forefinger, and before he turned he was thrilling to the first new impression, which was not of the girl, but of her brother's words. Under that muscled body of his, he was a mass of quivering sensibilities. At the slightest impact of the outside world upon his consciousness, his thoughts, sympathies, and emotions leapt and played like lambent flame. He was extraordinarily receptive and responsive, while his imagination, pitched high, was ever at work establishing relations of likeness and difference. Mr. Toyntham, Eden, was what he had thrilled to he who had been called Eden, or Martin Eden, or just Martin, all his life. And Mr. It was certainly going some, was his internal comment. His mind seemed to turn on the instant into a vast camera obscura, and he saw arrayed around his consciousness endless pictures from his life, of stokeholes and forecastles, camps and beaches, jails and boozing kens, fever hospitals and slum streets, wherein the thread of association was the fashion in which he had been addressed in those various situations. And then he turned and saw the girl. The phantasmagoria of his brain vanished at sight of her. She was a pale, ethereal creature with wide, spiritual blue eyes and a wealth of golden hair. He did not know how she was dressed, except that the dress was as wonderful as she. He likened her to a pale gold flower upon a slender stem. No, she was a spirit, a divinity, a goddess. Such sublimated beauty was not of the earth. Or perhaps the books were right, and there were many such as she in the upper walks of life. She might well be sung by that chap, Swinburne. Perhaps he had had somebody like her in mind when he painted that girl, a Iseult, in the book there on the table. All this plethora of sight and feeling and thought occurred on the instant. There was no pause of the realities wherein he moved. He saw her hand coming out to his, and she looked him straight in the eyes as she shook hands, frankly, like a man. The women he had known did not shake hands that way. For that matter, most of them did not shake hands at all. A flood of associations, visions of various ways he had made the acquaintance of women, rushed into his mind and threatened to swamp it, but he shook them aside and looked at her. Never had he seen such a woman. The women he had known. Immediately beside her, on either hand, ranged the women he had known. For an eternal second he stood in the midst of a portrait gallery, wherein she occupied the central place, while about her were limned many women, all to be weighed and measured by a fleeting glance, herself the unit of weight and measure. He saw the weak and sickly faces of the girls of the factories, and the simpering, boisterous girls from the south of Market. There were women of the cattle camps and swarthy cigarette-smoking women of old Mexico. These, in turn, were crowded out by Japanese women, doll-like, stepping mincingly on wooden clogs; by Eurasians, delicate-featured, stamped with degeneracy; by full-bodied South Sea Island women, flower-crowned and brown-skinned. All these were blotted out by a grotesque and terrible nightmare brood-frowsy, shuffling creatures from the pavements of Whitechapel, gin-bloated hags of the stews, and all the vast hells following of harpies, vile-mouthed and filthy, that under the guise of monstrous female form prey upon sailors, the scrapings of the ports, the scum and slime of the human pit. "Won't you sit down, Mr. Eden?" the girl was saying. "I have been looking forward to meeting you ever since Arthur told us. It was brave of you." He waved his hand deprecatingly and muttered that it was nothing at all, what he had done, and that any fellow would have done it. She noticed that the hand he waved was covered with fresh abrasions, in the process of healing, and a glance at the other loose-hanging hand showed it to be in the same condition. Also, with quick, critical eye, she noted a scar on his cheek, another that peeped out from under the hair of the forehead, and a third that ran down and disappeared under the starched collar. She repressed a smile at sight of the red line that marked the chafe of the collar against the bronzed neck. He was evidently unused to stiff collars. Likewise, her feminine eye took in the clothes he wore, the cheap and unaesthetic cut, the wrinkling of the coat across the shoulders, and the series of wrinkles in the sleeves that advertised bulging biceps muscles. While he waved his hand and muttered that he had done nothing at all, he was obeying her behest by trying to get into a chair. He found time to admire the ease with which she sat down, then lurched toward a chair facing her, overwhelmed with consciousness of the awkward figure he was cutting. This was a new experience for him. All his life, up to then, he had been unaware of being either graceful or awkward. Such thoughts of self had never entered his mind. He sat down gingerly on the edge of the chair, greatly worried by his hands. They were in the way wherever he put them. Arthur was leaving the room, and Martin Eden followed his exit with longing eyes. He felt lost, alone there in the room with that pale spirit of a woman. There was no barkeeper upon whom to call for drinks, no small boy to send around the corner for a can of beer, and by means of that social fluid start the amenities of friendship flowing. "You have such a scar on your neck, Mr. Eden," the girl was saying. "How did it happen?" "I'm sure it must have been some adventure." "A Mexican with a knife, miss," he answered, moistening his parched lips and clearing his throat. "It was just a fight. After I got the knife away, he tried to bite off my nose." Baldly as he had stated it, in his eyes was a rich vision of that hot, starry night at Salina Cruz. The white strip of beach, the lights of the sugar steamers in the harbor, the voices of the drunken sailors in the distance, the jostling stevedores, the flaming passion in the Mexican's face, the glint of the beast's eyes in the starlight, the sting of the steel in his neck, and the rush of blood, the crowd and the cries, The two bodies, his and the mestal continue were so briefly come. Of a guitar. Such was the picture, and he thrilled to the memory of it, wondering if the man could paint it who had painted the pilot schooner on the wall. The white beach, the stars, and the lights of the sugar steamers would look great, he thought, and midway on the sand, the dark group of figures that surrounded the fighters. The knife occupied a place in the picture, he decided, and would show well, with a sort of gleam, in the light of the stars. But of all this, no hint had crept into his speech. He tried to bite off my nose, he concluded. Oh, the girl said in a faint, far voice, and he noticed the shock in her sensitive face. He felt a shock himself, and a blush of embarrassment shone faintly on his sunburned cheeks, though to him it burned as hotly as when his cheeks had been exposed to the open furnace door in the fire-room. Such sordid things as stabbing affrays were evidently not fit subjects for conversation with a lady. People in the books, in her walk of life, did not talk about such things. Perhaps they did not know about them either. There was a brief pause in the conversation they were trying to get started. Then she asked tentatively about the scar on his cheek. Even as she asked, he realized that she was making an effort to talk his talk, and he resolved to get away from it and talk hers. It was just an accident, he said, putting his hand to his cheek. One night in a calm with a heavy sea running, the main boom lift carried away, and next the tackle. The lift was wire, and it was threshing around like a snake. The whole watch was trying to grab it, and I rushed in and got swatted. Oh, she said, this time with an accent of comprehension, though secretly his speech had been so much Greek to her, and she was wondering what a lift was and what swat it meant. This man Swinburne, he began, attempting to put his plan into execution and pronouncing the E long. Who? Swinburne, he repeated, with the same mispronunciation. The poet. Swinburne, she corrected. Yes, that's the chap, he stammered, his cheeks hot again. How long since he died? Why, I haven't heard that he was dead. She looked at him curiously. Where did you make his acquaintance? I never clapped eyes on him, was the reply, but I read some of his poetry out of that book there on the table, just before you come in. How do you like his poetry? And thereat she began to talk quickly and easily upon the subject he had suggested. He felt better, and settled back slightly from the edge of the chair, holding tightly to its arms with his hands, as if it might get away from him and buck him to the floor. He had succeeded in making her talk, and while she rattled on, he strove to follow her, marveling at all the knowledge that was stowed away in that pretty head of hers, and drinking in the pale beauty of her face. Follow her he did, though bothered by unfamiliar words that fell glibly from her lips, and by critical phrases and thought processes that were foreign to his mind, but that nevertheless stimulated his mind and set it tingling. Here was intellectual life, he thought, and here was beauty, warm and wonderful as he had never dreamed it could be. He forgot himself and stared at her with hungry eyes. Here was something to live for, to win to fight for, aye, and die for. The books were true. There were such women in the world. She was one of them. She lent wings to his imagination, and great luminous canvases spread themselves before him, whereon loomed vague, gigantic figures of love and romance, and of heroic deeds for woman's sake, for a pale woman, a flower of gold. And through the swaying palpitant vision, as through a fairy mirage, he stared at the real woman, sitting there and talking of literature and art. He listened as well, but he stared unconscious of the fixity of his gaze, or of the fact that all that was essentially masculine in his nature was shining in his eyes. But she, who knew little of the world of men, being a woman, was keenly aware of his burning eyes. She had never had men look at her in such fashion, and it embarrassed her. She stumbled and halted in her utterance. The thread of argument slipped from her. He frightened her, and at the same time it was strangely pleasant to be so looked upon. Her training warned her of peril and of wrong, subtle, mysterious, luring, while her instincts rang clarion voice through her being, impelling her to hurdle caste and place and gain to this traveler from another world, to this. Uncouth young fellow with lacerated hands and a line of raw red caused by the unaccustomed linen at his throat, who all too evidently was soiled and tainted by ungracious existence. She was clean and her cleanness revolted. But she was woman, and she was just beginning to learn the paradox of woman. As I was saying, what was I saying? She broke off abruptly and laughed merrily at her predicament. You was saying that this man Swinburne failed being a great poet because an ant at was as far as you got, miss, he prompted, while to himself he seemed suddenly hungry, and delicious little thrills crawled up and down his spine at the sound of her laughter. Like silver, he thought to himself, like tinkling silver bells. And on the instant, and for an instant, he was transported to a far land where under pink cherry blossoms he smoked a cigarette and listened to the bells of the peaked pagoda calling straw sandal devotees to worship. Yes, thank you, she said. Swinburne fails, when all is said, because he is, well, indelicate. There are many of his poems that should never be read. Every line of the really great poets is filled with beautiful truth and calls to all that is high and noble in the human. Not a line of the great poets can be spared without impoverishing the world by that much. I thought it was great, he said hesitatingly, the little I read. I had no idea he was such a scoundrel. I guess that crops out in his other books. There are many lines that could be spared from the book you were reading, she said, her voice primly firm and dogmatic. I must miss 'em, he announced. What I read was the real goods. It was all lighted up and shining, and it shone right into me and lighted me up inside like the sun or a searchlight. That's the way it landed on me, but I guess I ain't up much on poetry, miss. He broke off lamely. He was confused, painfully conscious of his inarticulateness. He had felt the bigness and glow of life in what he had read, but his speech was inadequate. He could not express what he felt, and to himself he likened himself to a sailor, in a strange ship, on a dark night, groping about in the unfamiliar running rigging. Well, he decided, it was up to him to get acquainted in this new world. He had never seen anything that he couldn't get the hang of when he wanted to, and it was about time for him to want to learn to talk the things that were inside of him so that she could understand. She was bulking large on his horizon. Now, Longfellow, she was saying. Yes, I've read M, he broke in impulsively, spurred on to exhibit and make the most of his little store of book knowledge, desirous of showing her that he was not wholly a stupid clod. The Psalm of Life, Excelsior, and I guess that's all. She nodded her head and smiled, and he felt somehow that her smile was tolerant, pitifully tolerant. He was a fool to attempt to make a pretense that way. That Longfellow chap most likely had written countless books of poetry. Excuse me, miss, for butting in that way. I guess the real fact is that I don't know nothing much about such things. It ain't in my class, but I'm going to make it in my class. It sounded like a threat. His voice was determined, his eyes were flashing, the lines of his face had grown harsh, and to her it seemed that the angle of his jaw had changed. Its pitch had become unpleasantly aggressive. At the same time, a wave of intense virility seemed to surge out from him and impinge upon her. "I think you could make it in your class," she finished with a laugh. "You are very strong." Her gaze rested for a moment on the muscular neck, heavy-corded, almost bull-like, bronzed by the sun, spilling over with rugged health and strength. And though he sat there, blushing and humble, again she felt drawn to him. She was surprised by a wanton thought that rushed into her mind. It seemed to her that if she could lay her 2 hands upon that neck, that all its strength and vigor would flow out to her. She was shocked by this thought. It seemed to reveal to her an undreamed depravity in her nature. Besides, strength to her was a gross and brutish thing. Her ideal of masculine beauty had always been slender gracefulness, yet the thought still persisted. It bewildered her that she should desire to place her hands on that sunburned neck. In truth, she was far from robust, and the need of her body and mind was for strength. But she did not know it. She knew only that no man had ever affected her before, as this one had, who shocked her from moment to moment with his awful grammar. "Yes, I ain't no invalid," he said. "When it comes down to hard pen, I can digest scrap iron, but just now I've got dyspepsia. Most of what you was saying I can't digest. Never trained that way, you see. I like books and poetry, and what time I've had I've read 'em, but I've never thought about 'em the way you have. That's why I can't talk about 'em. I'm like a navigator adrift on a strange sea without chart or compass. Now I want to get my bearings. Maybe you can put me right. How did you learn all this you've been talking?" "By going to school, I fancy, and by studying," she answered. "I went to school when I was a kid," he began to object. "Yes, but I mean high school and lectures and the university. You've gone to the university?" he demanded in frank amazement. He felt that she had become remoter from him by at least 1,000,000 miles. "I'm going there now. I'm taking special courses in English." He did not know what English meant, but he made a mental note of that item of ignorance and passed on. "How long would I have to study before I could go to the university?" he asked. She beamed encouragement upon his desire for knowledge and said, "That depends upon how much studying you have already done." "You have never attended high school?" "Of course not." "But did you finish grammar school?" "I had 2 years to run when I left," he answered, "but I was always honorably promoted at school." The next moment, angry with himself for the boast, he had gripped the arms of the chair so savagely that every finger end was stinging. At the same moment he became aware that a woman was entering the room. He saw the girl leave her chair and trip swiftly across the floor to the newcomer. They kissed each other, and, with arms around each other's waists, they advanced toward him. That must be her mother, he thought. She was a tall, blonde woman, slender and stately and beautiful. Her gown was what he might expect in such a house. His eyes delighted in the graceful lines of it. She and her dress together reminded him of women on the stage. Then he remembered seeing similar grand ladies in gowns entering the London theaters while he stood and watched, and the policeman shoved him back into the drizzle beyond the awning. Next, his mind leaped to the Grand Hotel at Yokohama, where, too, from the sidewalk, he had seen grand ladies. Then the city and the harbor of Yokohama, in 1,000 pictures, began flashing before his eyes. But he swiftly dismissed the kaleidoscope of memory, oppressed by the urgent need of the present. He knew that he must stand up to be introduced, and he struggled painfully to his feet, where he stood with trousers bagging at the knees, his arms loose hanging and ludicrous, his face set. hard for the impending ordeal. Chapter 2. The process of getting into the dining room was a nightmare to him. Between halts and stumbles, jerks and lurches, locomotion had at times seemed impossible, but at last he had made it and was seated alongside of her. The array of knives and forks frightened him. They bristled with unknown perils, and he gazed at them, fascinated, till their dazzle became a background across which moved a succession of forecastle pictures wherein he and his mate sat eating salt beef with sheath knives and fingers, or scooping thick pea soup out of pannikins by means of battered iron spoons. The stench of bad beef was in his nostrils, while in his ears, to the accompaniment of creaking timbers and groaning bulkheads, echoed the loud-mouthed noises of the eaters. He watched them eating, and decided that they ate like pigs. Well, he would be careful here. He would make no noise. He would keep his mind upon it all the time. He glanced around the table. Opposite him was Arthur, and Arthur's brother, Norman. They were her brothers, he reminded himself, and his heart warmed toward them. How they loved each other, the members of this family. There flashed into his mind the picture of her mother, of the kiss of greeting, and of the pair of them walking toward him with arms entwined. Not in his world were such displays of affection between parents and children made. It was a revelation of the heights of existence that were attained in the world above. It was the finest thing yet that he had seen in this small glimpse of that world. He was moved deeply by appreciation of it, and his heart was melting with sympathetic tenderness. He had starved for love all his life. His nature craved love. It was an organic demand of his being, yet he had gone without and hardened himself in the process. He had not known that he needed love, nor did he know it now. He merely saw it in operation and thrilled to it, and thought it fine and high and splendid. He was glad that Mr. Morse was not there. It was difficult enough getting acquainted with her, and her mother, and her brother, Norman. Arthur, he already knew somewhat. The father would have been too much for him, he felt sure. It seemed to him that he had never worked so hard in his life. The severest toil was child's play compared with this. Tiny nodules of moisture stood out on his forehead, and his shirt was wet with sweat from the exertion of doing so many unaccustomed things at once. He had to eat as he had never eaten before, to handle strange tools, to glance surreptitiously about, and learn how to accomplish each new thing, to receive the flood of impressions that was pouring in upon him, and being mentally annotated and classified, to be conscious of a yearning for her that perturbed him in the form of a dull, aching restlessness, to feel the prod of desire to win to the walk in life, whereon she trod, and to have his mind ever and again string and have painting it panzer with panier. Also, when his secret glance went across to Norman opposite him, or to anyone else, to ascertain just what knife or fork was to be used in any particular occasion, that person's features were seized upon by his mind, which automatically strove to appraise them, and to divine what they were all in relation to her. Then he had to talk, to hear what was said to him, and what was said back and forth, and to answer when it was necessary, with a tongue prone to looseness of speech that required a constant curb, and to add confusion to confusion. There was the servant, an unceasing menace that appeared noiselessly at his shoulder, a dire sphinx that propounded puzzles and conundrums demanding instantaneous solution. He was oppressed throughout the meal by the thought of finger bowls. Irrelevantly, insistently, scores of times, he wondered when they would come on and what they looked like. He had heard of such things, and now, sooner or later, somewhere in the next few minutes, he would see them, sit at table with exalted beings who used him, aye, and he would use them himself. And most important of all, far down and yet always at the surface of his thought, was the problem of how he should comport himself toward these persons. What should his attitude be? He wrestled continually and anxiously with the problem. There were cowardly suggestions that he should make believe, assume a part, and there were still more cowardly suggestions that warned him he would fail in such course, that his nature was not fitted to live up to it, and that he would make a fool of himself. It was during the first part of the dinner, struggling to decide upon his attitude, that he was very quiet. He did not know that his quietness was giving the lie to Arthur's words of the day before, when that brother of hers had announced that he was going to bring a wild man home to dinner, and for them not to be alarmed, because they would find him an interesting wild man. Martin Eden could not have found it in him, just then, to believe that her brother could be guilty of such treachery, especially when he had been the means of getting this particular brother out of an unpleasant row. So he sat at table, perturbed by his own unfitness, and at the same time charmed by all that went on about him. For the first time he realized that eating was something more than a utilitarian function. He was unaware of what he ate. It was merely food. He was feasting his love of beauty at this table where eating was an aesthetic function. It was an intellectual function, too. His mind was stirred. He heard words spoken that were meaningless to him, and other words that he had seen only in books, and that no man or woman he had known was of large enough mental caliber to pronounce. When he heard such words dropping carelessly from the lips of the members of this marvelous family, her family, he thrilled with delight. The romance and beauty and high vigor of the books were coming true. He was in that rare and blissful state wherein a man sees his dreams stalk out from the crannies of fantasy and become fact. Never had he been at such an altitude of living, and he kept himself in the background, listening, observing, and pleasuring, replying in reticent monosyllables, saying, "Yes, miss," and "No, miss," to her, and "Yes, ma'am," and "No, ma'am," to her mother. He curbed the impulse arising out of the sea, training to say "Yes, sir," and "No, sir," to her brothers. He felt that it would be inappropriate and a confession of inferiority on his part, which would never do if he was to win to her. Also, it was a dictate of his pride. "By God," he cried to himself once, "I'm just as good as them, and if they do know lots that I don't, I could learn a cue myself, all the same." And the next moment, when she or her mother addressed him as Mr. Eden, his aggressive pride was forgotten, and he was glowing and warm with delight. He was a civilized man, that was what he was, shoulder to shoulder at dinner, with people he had read about in books. He was in the books himself, adventuring through the printed pages of bound volumes. But while he belied Arthur's description, and appeared a gentle lamb rather than a wild man, he was racking his brains for a course of action. He was no gentle lamb, and the part of second fiddle would never do for the high-pitched dominance of his nature. He talked only when he had to, and then his speech was like his walk to the table, filled with jerks and halts as he groped in his polyglot vocabulary for words, debating over words he knew were fit but which he feared he could not pronounce, rejecting other words he knew would not be understood or would be raw and harsh. But all the time he was oppressed by the consciousness that this carefulness of diction was making a booby of him, preventing him from expressing what he had in him. Also, his love of freedom chafed against the restriction in much the same way his neck chafed against the starched fetter of a collar. Besides, he was confident that he could not keep it up. He was by nature powerful of thought and sensibility, and the creative spirit was restive and urgent. He was swiftly mastered by the concept or sensation in him that struggled in birth throes to receive expression and form, and then he forgot himself, and where he was, and the old words, the tools of speech he knew, slipped out. Once he declined something from the servant who interrupted and pestered at his shoulder, and he said shortly and emphatically, "Pow!" On the instant those at the table were keyed up and expectant, the servant was smugly pleased, and he was wallowing in mortification. But he recovered himself quickly. "It's the Kanaka for finish," he explained, "and it just come out naturally. It's spelt P-A-U." He caught her curious and speculative eyes fixed on his hands, and, being in explanatory mood, he said, "I just come down the coast on one of the Pacific mail steamers. She was behind time, and around the Puget Sound ports we work like niggers, storing cargo mixed freight, if you know what that means. That's how the skin got knocked off." "Oh, it wasn't that," she hastened to explain in turn. "Your hands seemed too small for your body." His cheeks were hot. He took it as an exposure of another of his deficiencies. "Yes," he said depreciatingly, "they ain't big enough to stand the strain. I can hit like a mule with my arms and shoulders. They are too strong, and when I smash a man on the jaw, the hands get smashed, too." He was not happy at what he had said. He was filled with disgust at himself. He had loosed the guard upon his tongue and talked about things that were not nice. "It was brave of you to help Arthur the way you did, and you a stranger," she said tactfully, aware of his discomfiture though not of the reason for it. He, in turn, realized what she had done, and in the consequent warm surge of gratefulness that overwhelmed him, forgot his loose-worded tongue. "It wasn't nothing at all," he said. "Any guy'd do it for another. That bunch of hoodlums was looking for trouble, and Arthur wasn't bothering 'em none. They butted in on more, and then I butted in on them and poked a few. That's where some of the skin off my hands went, along with some of the teeth of the gang. I wouldn't a missed it for anything. When I seen," he paused, open-mouthed, on the verge of the pit of his own depravity and utter worthlessness, to breathe the same air she did. And while Arthur took up the tale, for the 20th time, of his adventure with the drunken hoodlums on the ferryboat, and of how Martin Eden had rushed in and rescued him, that individual, with frowning brows, meditated upon the fool he had made of himself, and wrestled more determinedly with the problem of how he should conduct himself toward these people. He certainly had not succeeded so far. He wasn't of their tribe, and he couldn't talk their lingo, was the way he put it to himself. He couldn't fake being their kind. The masquerade would fail, and besides, masquerade was foreign to his nature. There was no room in him for sham or artifice. Whatever happened, he must be real. He couldn't talk their talk just yet, though in time he would. Upon that he was resolved. But in the meantime, talk he must, and it must be his own talk, toned down, of course, so as to be comprehensible to them, and so as not to shock them too much. And furthermore, he wouldn't claim, not even by tacit acceptance, to be familiar with anything that was unfamiliar. In pursuance of this decision, when the two brothers, talking university shop, had used trig several times, Martin Eden demanded, "What is trig?" "Trigonometry," Norman said, "a higher form of math." "And what is math?" was the next question, which somehow brought the laugh on Norman. "Mathematics, arithmetic," was the answer. Martin Eden nodded. He had caught a glimpse of the apparently illimitable vistas of knowledge. What he saw took on tangibility. His abnormal power of vision made abstractions take on concrete form. In the alchemy of his brain, trigonometry and mathematics and the whole field of knowledge which they betokened were transmuted into so much landscape. The vistas he saw were vistas of green foliage and forest glades, all softly luminous or shot through with flashing lights. In the distance, detail was veiled and blurred by a purple haze, but behind this purple haze, he knew, was the glamour of the unknown, the lure of romance. It was like wine to him. Here was adventure, something to do with head in hand, a world to conquer, and straightway from the back of his consciousness rushed the thought, conquering, to win to her, that lily-pale spirit sitting beside him. The glimmering vision was rent asunder and dissipated by Arthur, who all evening had been trying to draw his wild man out. Martin Eden remembered his decision. For the first time he became himself, consciously and deliberately at first, but soon lost in the joy of creating, in making life as he knew it appear before his listeners' eyes. He had been a member of the crew of the smuggling schooner Halcyon when she was captured by a revenue cutter. He saw with wide eyes, and he could tell what he saw. He brought the pulsing sea before them and the men and the ships upon the sea. He communicated his power of vision till they saw with his eyes what he had seen. He selected from the vast mass of detail with an artist's touch, drawing pictures of life that glowed and burned with light and color, injecting movement so that his listeners surged along with him on the flood of rough eloquence, enthusiasm, and power. At times he shot them with the vividness of the narrative and his terms of speech, but beauty always followed fast upon the heels of violence, and tragedy was relieved. By humor, by interpretations of the strange twists and quirks of sailors' minds, and while he talked, the girl looked at him with startled eyes. His fire warmed her. She wondered if she had been cold all her days. She wanted to lean toward this burning, blazing man that was like a volcano spouting forth strength, robustness, and health. She felt that she must lean toward him and resisted by an effort. Then, too, there was the counter-impulse to shrink away from him. She was repelled by those lacerated hands, grimmed by toil, so that the very dirt of life was ingrained in the flesh itself, by that red chafe of the collar and those bulging muscles. His roughness frightened her. Each roughness of speech was an insult to her ear, each rough phase of his life an insult to her soul. And ever and again would come the draw of him, till she thought he must be evil to have such power over her. All that was most firmly established in her mind was rocking. His romance and adventure were battering at the conventions. Before his facile perils and ready laugh, life was no longer an affair of serious effort and restraint, but a toy, to be played with and turned topsy-turvy, carelessly to be lived and pleasured in, and carelessly to be flung aside. Therefore, play was the cry that rang through her. Lean toward him if so you will, and place your two hands upon his neck. She wanted to cry out at the recklessness of the thought, and in vain she appraised her own cleanness and culture, and balanced all that she was against what he was not. She glanced about her and saw the others gazing at him with rapt attention, and she would have despaired had not she seen horror in her mother's eyes. Fascinated horror, it was true, but none the less horror. This man from outer darkness was evil. Her mother saw it, and her mother was right. She would trust her mother's judgment in this as she had always trusted it in all things. The fire of him was no longer warm, and the fear of him was no longer poignant. Later, at the piano, she played for him and at him aggressively, with the vague intent of emphasizing the impassableness of the gulf that separated them. Her Music was a club that she swung brutally upon his head, and though it stunned him and crushed him down, it incited him. He gazed upon her in awe. In his mind, as in her own, the gulf widened, but faster than it widened towered his ambition to win across it. But he was too complicated a plexus of sensibilities to sit staring at a gulf a whole evening, especially when there was music. He was remarkably susceptible to music. It was like strong drink, firing him to audacities of feeling. A drug that laid hold of his imagination and went cloud soaring through the sky. It banished sordid fact, flooded his mind with beauty, loosed romance into its heels, added wings. He did not understand the music she played. It was different from the dance hall piano banging and blatant brass bands he had heard. But he had caught hints of such music from the books, and he accepted her playing largely on faith, patiently waiting at first for the lilting measures of pronounced and simple rhythm, puzzled because those measures were not long continued. Just as he caught the swing of them and started, his imagination attuned in flight, always they vanished away in a chaotic scramble of sounds that was meaningless to him and that dropped his imagination, an inert weight, back to earth. Once it entered his mind that there was a deliberate rebuff in all this. He caught her spirit of antagonism and strove to divine the message that her hands pronounced upon the keys. Then he dismissed the thought as unworthy and impossible and yielded himself more freely to the music. The old delightful condition began to be induced. His feet were no longer clay, and his flesh became spirit. Before his eyes and behind his eyes shone a great glory. And then the scene before him vanished, and he was away, rocking over the world that was to him a very dear world. The known and the unknown were commingled in the dream pageant that thronged his vision. He entered strange ports of sun-washed lands and trod marketplaces among barbaric peoples that no man had ever seen. The scent of the Spice Islands was in his nostrils as he had known it on warm, breathless nights at sea, or he beat up against the southeast trades through long tropic days, sinking palm-tufted coral islets in the turquoise sea behind and lifting palm-tufted coral islets in the turquoise sea ahead. Swift as thought the pictures came and went. One instant he was astride a bronco and flying through the fairy-colored painted desert country. The next instant he was gazing down through shimmering heat into the whited sepulchre of Death Valley, or pulling an oar on a freezing ocean where great ice islands towered and glistened in the sun. He lay on a coral beach where the coconuts grew down to the mellow-sounding surf. The hulk of an ancient wreck burned with blue fires, in the light of which danced the hula dancers to the barbaric love calls of the singers, who chanted to tinkling ukuleles and rumbling tom-toms. It was a sensuous, tropic night. In the background, a volcano crater was silhouetted against the stars. Overhead drifted a pale crescent moon, and the Southern Cross burned low in the sky. He was a harp. All life that he had known, and that was his consciousness, was the strings, and the flood of music was a wind that poured against those strings and set them vibrating with memories and dreams. He did not merely feel. Sensation invested itself in form and color and radiance, and what his imagination dared, it objectified in some sublimated and magic way. Past, present, and future mingled, and he went on oscillating across the broad, warm world through high adventure and noble deeds, to her AA, and with her, winning her, his arm about her, and carrying her on in flight to the empery of his mind. And she, glancing at him across her shoulder, saw something of all this in his face. It was a transfigured face, with great shining eyes that gazed beyond the veil of sound and saw behind it the leap and pulse of life, and the gigantic phantoms of the spirit. She was startled. The raw, stumbling lout was gone. The ill-fitting clothes, battered hands, and sunburned face remained, but these seemed the prison bars through which she saw a great soul looking forth, inarticulate and dumb because of those feeble lips that would not give it speech. Only for a flashing moment did she see this. Then she saw the lout returned, and she laughed at the whim of her fancy. But the impression of that fleeting glimpse lingered, and when the time came for him to beat a stumbling retreat and go, she lent him the volume of Swinburne and another of Browning. She was studying Browning in one of her English courses. He seemed such a boy as he stood blushing and stammering his thanks, that a wave of pity, maternal in its prompting, welled up in her. She did not remember the lout, nor the imprisoned soul, nor the man who had stared at her in all masculineness and delighted and frightened her. She saw before her only a boy, who was shaking her hand with a hand so calloused that it felt like a nutmeg grater and rasped her skin, and who was saying jerkily, "The greatest time of my life. You see, I ain't used to things." He looked about him helplessly. "To people in houses like this, it's all new to me, and I like it." "I hope you'll call again," she said as he was saying good night to her brothers. He pulled on his cap, lurched desperately through the doorway, and was gone. "Well, what do you think of him?" Arthur demanded. "He is most interesting. A whiff of ozone," she answered. "How old is he?" 20, almost 21. I asked him this afternoon. I didn't think he was that young. And I am 3 years older, was the thought in her mind as she kissed her brothers good night. Chapter 3. As Martin Eden went down the steps, his hand dropped into his coat pocket. It came out with a brown rice paper and a pinch of Mexican tobacco, which were deftly rolled together into a cigarette. He drew the first whiff of smoke deep into his lungs and expelled it in a long and lingering exhalation. "By God," he said aloud, in a voice of awe and wonder. "By God," he repeated, and yet again he murmured, "By God." Then his hand went to his collar, which he ripped out of the shirt and stuffed into his pocket. A cold drizzle was falling, but he bared his head to it and unbuttoned his vest, swinging along in splendid unconcern. He was only dimly aware that it was raining. He was in an ecstasy, dreaming dreams and reconstructing the scenes just past. He had met the woman at last, the woman that he had thought little about, not being given to thinking about women, but whom he had expected, in a remote way, he would sometime meet. He had sat next to her at table. He had felt her hand in his. He had looked into her eyes and caught a vision of a beautiful spirit, but no more beautiful than the eyes through which it shone, nor than the flesh that gave it expression and form. He did not think of her flesh as flesh, which was new to him, for of the women he had known that was the only way he thought. Her flesh was somehow different. He did not conceive of her body as a body, subject to the ills and frailties of bodies. Her body was more than the garb of her spirit. It was an emanation of her spirit, a pure and gracious crystallization of her divine essence. This feeling of the divine startled him. It shocked him from his dreams to sober thought. No word, no clue, no hint of the divine had ever reached him before. He had never believed in the divine. He had always been irreligious, scoffing good-naturedly at the sky pilots and their immortality of the soul. There was no life beyond, he had contended. It was here and now, then darkness everlasting. But what he had seen in her eyes was soul immortal, soul that could never die. No man he had known, nor any woman, had given him the message of immortality. But she had whispered it to him. the first moment she looked at him. Her face shimmered before his eyes as he walked along, pale and serious, sweet and sensitive, smiling with pity and tenderness as only a spirit could smile, and pure as he had never dreamed purity could be. Her purity smote him like a blow. It startled him. He had known good and bad, but purity as an attribute of existence had never entered his mind. And now, in her, he conceived purity to be the superlative of goodness and of cleanness, the sum of which constituted eternal life, and promptly urged his ambition to grasp at eternal life. He was not fit to carry water for her, he knew that. It was a miracle of luck and a fantastic stroke that had enabled him to see her and be with her and talk with her that night. It was accidental. There was no merit in it. He did not deserve such fortune. His mood was essentially religious. He was humble and meek, filled with self-disparagement and abasement. In such frame of mind, sinners come to the penitent form. He was convicted of sin. But as the meek and lowly at the penitent form catch splendid glimpses of their future lordly existence, so did he catch similar glimpses of the state he would gain to by possessing her. But this possession of her was dim and nebulous, and totally different from possession as he had known it. Ambition soared on mad wings, and he saw himself climbing the heights with her, sharing thoughts with her, pleasuring in beautiful and noble things with her. It was a sole possession he dreamed, refined beyond any grossness, a free comradeship of spirit that he could not put into definite thought. He did not think it. For that matter, he did not think at all. Sensation usurped reason, and he was quivering and palpitant with emotions he had never known, drifting deliciously on a sea of sensibility where feeling itself was exalted and spiritualized, and carried beyond the summits of life. He staggered along like a drunken man, murmuring fervently aloud, "By God! By God!" A policeman on a street corner eyed him suspiciously, then noted his sailor roll. "Where did you get it?" the policeman demanded. Martin Eden came back to earth. His was a fluid organism, swiftly adjustable, capable of flowing into and filling all sorts of nooks and crannies. With the policeman's hail, he was immediately his ordinary self, grasping the situation clearly. "It's a beaut, ain't it?" he laughed back. "I didn't know I was talking out loud." "You'll be singing next," was the policeman's diagnosis. "No, I won't. Gimme a match and I'll catch the next car home." He lighted his cigarette, said good night, and went on. "Now wouldn't that rattle you?" he ejaculated under his breath. "That copper thought I was drunk." He smiled to himself and meditated. "I guess I was," he added, "but I didn't think a woman's face did it." He caught a Telegraph Avenue car that was going to Berkeley. It was crowded with youths and young men who were singing songs and ever and again barking out college yells. He studied them curiously. They were university boys. They went to the same university that she did, were in her class socially, could know her, could see her every day if they wanted to. He wondered that they did not want to, that they had been out having a good time instead of being with her that evening, talking with her, sitting around her in a worshipful and adoring circle. His thoughts wandered on. He noticed one with narrow, slitted eyes and a loose-lipped mouth. That fellow was vicious, he decided. On shipboard, he would be a sneak, a whiner, a tattler. He, Martin Eden, was a better man than that fellow. The thought cheered him. It seemed to draw him nearer to her. He began comparing himself with the students. He grew conscious of the muscled mechanism of his body and felt confident that he was physically their master. But their heads were filled with knowledge that enabled them to talk her talk. The thought depressed him. But what was a brain for? He demanded passionately. What they had done he could do. They had been studying about life from the books while he had been busy living life. His brain was just as full of knowledge as theirs, though it was a different kind of knowledge. How many of them could tie a lanyard knot, or take a wheel or a lookout? His life spread out before him in a series of pictures of danger and daring, hardship and toil. He remembered his failures and scrapes in the process of learning. He was that much to the good anyway. Later on, they would have to begin living life and going through the mill as he had gone. Very well. While they were busy with that, he could be learning the other side of life from the books. As the car crossed the zone of scattered dwellings that separated Oakland from Berkeley, he kept a lookout for a familiar two-story building along the front of which ran the proud sign, Higginbotham's Crash Store. Martin Eden got off at this corner. He stared up for a moment at the sign. It carried a message to him beyond its mere wording. A personality of smallness and egotism and petty underhandedness seemed to emanate from the letters themselves. Bernard Higginbotham had married his sister, and he knew him well. He let himself in with a latchkey and climbed the stairs to the second floor. Here lived his brother-in-law. The grocery was below. There was a smell of stale vegetables in the air. As he groped his way across the hall, he stumbled over a toy cart left there by one of his numerous nephews and nieces and brought up against a door with a resounding bang. The pincher, was his thought, too miserly to burn 2 cents worth of gas and save his boarders' necks. He fumbled for the knob and entered a lighted room where sat his sister and Bernard Higginbotham. She was patching a pair of his trousers while his lean body was distributed over 2 chairs, his feet dangling in dilapidated carpet. Slippers over the edge of the second chair, he glanced across the top of the paper he was reading, showing a pair of dark, insincere, sharp, staring eyes. Martin Eden never looked at him without experiencing a sense of repulsion. What his sister had seen in the man was beyond him. The other affected him as so much vermin and always aroused in him an impulse to crush him under his foot. "Some day I'll beat the face off of him," was the way he often consoled himself for enduring the man's existence. The eyes, weasel-like and cruel, were looking at him complainingly. "Well," Martin demanded, "out with it." "I had that door painted only last week," Mr. Higginbotham half whined, half bullied. "And you know what union wages are. You should be more careful." Martin had intended to reply, but he was struck by the hopelessness of it. He gazed across the monstrous sordidness of soul to a chromo on the wall. It surprised him. He had always liked it, but it seemed that now he was seeing it for the first time. It was cheap, that was what it was, like everything else in this house. His mind went back to the house he had just left, and he saw, first, the paintings, and next, her, looking at him with melting sweetness as she shook his hand at leaving. He forgot where he was and Bernard Higginbotham's existence till that gentleman demanded, "Seen a ghost?" Martin came back and looked at the beady eyes, sneering, truculent, cowardly, and there leaped into his vision, as on a screen, the same eyes when their owner was making a sale in the store below, subservient eyes, smug and oily and flattering. "Yes," Martin answered. "I seen a ghost. Good night. Good night, Gertrude." He started to leave the room, tripping over a loose seam in the slatternly carpet. "Don't bang the door," Mr. Higginbotham cautioned him. He felt the blood crawl in his veins, but controlled himself and closed the door softly behind him. Mr. Higginbotham looked at his wife exultantly. "He's been drinking," he proclaimed in a hoarse whisper. "I told you he would." She nodded her head resignedly. His eyes was pretty shiny, she confessed, and he didn't have no collar, though he went away with one, but mebbe he didn't have more'n a couple of glasses. He couldn't stand up straight, asserted her husband. I watched him. He couldn't walk across the floor without stumbling. You heard merself almost. Fall down in the hall. I think it was over Alice's cart, she said. He couldn't see it in the dark. Mr. Higginbotham's voice and wrath began to rise. All day he effaced himself in the store, reserving for the evening, with his family, the privilege of being himself. I tell you that precious brother of yours was drunk. His voice was cold, sharp, and final, his lips stamping the enunciation of each word like the die of a machine. His wife sighed and remained silent. She was a large, stout woman, always dressed slatternly and always tired from the burdens of her flesh, her work, and her husband. He's got it in him, I tell you, from his father, Mr. Higginbotham went on accusingly, and he'll croak in the gutter the same way. You know that. She nodded, sighed, and went on stitching. They were agreed that Martin had come home drunk. They did not have it in their souls to know Beauty, or they would have known that those shining eyes and that glowing face betokened youth's first vision of love. Setting a fine example to the children, Mr. Higginbotham snorted suddenly, in the silence for which his wife was responsible and which he resented. Sometimes he almost wished she would oppose him more. If he does it again, he's got to get out. Understand, I won't put up with his shenanigan debauchees and children with his boozing. Mr. Higginbotham liked the word, which was a new one in his vocabulary, recently gleaned from a newspaper column. That's what it is, debauchin' there ain't no other name for it. Still his wife sighed, shook her head sorrowfully, and stitched on. Mr. Higginbotham resumed the newspaper. Has he paid last week's board? He shot across the top of the newspaper. She nodded, then added, he still has some money. When is he going to sea again? When his payday's spent, I guess, she answered. He was over to San Francisco yesterday, looking for a ship. But he's got money yet, and he's particular about the kind of ship he signs for. It's not for a deck swab like him to put on airs, Mr. Higginbotham snorted. Particular? Him! He said something about a schooner that's getting ready to go off to some outlandish place to look for buried treasure, that he'd sail on her if his money held out. If he only wanted to steady down, I'd give him a job driving the wagon, her husband said, but with no trace of benevolence in his voice. Tom's quit. His wife looked alarm and interrogation. Quit tonight, is going to work for Carruthers. They paid more'n I could afford. I told you you'd lose 'em, she cried out. He was worth more'n you was giving him. Now look here, old woman, Higginbotham bullied. For the 1,000th time I've told you to keep your nose out of the business. I won't tell you again. I don't care, she sniffled. Tom was a good boy. Her husband glared at her. This was unqualified defiance. If that brother of yours was worth his salt, he could take the wagon, he snorted. He pays his board. Just the same, was the retort. Annie's my brother, and so long as he don't owe you money, you've got no right to be jumping on him all the time. I'd got some feelings if I have been married to you for 7 years. Did you tell him you'd charge him for gas if he goes on reading in bed? He demanded. Mrs. Higginbotham made no reply. Her revolt faded away, her spirit wilting down into her tired flesh. Her husband was triumphant. He had her. His eyes snapped vindictively, while his ears joyed in the sniffle she emitted. He extracted great happiness from squelching her, and she squelched easily these days, though it had been different in the first years of their married life, before the brood of children and his incessant nagging had sapped her energy. "Well, you tell him tomorrow, that's all," he said. "And I just want to tell you, before I forget it, that you'd better send for Marion tomorrow to take care of the children. With Tom quit, I'll have to be out on the wagon, and you can make up your mind to it to be down below waitin' on the counter." "But tomorrow's wash day," she objected weakly. "Get up early then, and do it first. I won't start out till 10 o'clock." He crinkled the paper viciously and resumed his reading. Chapter 4. Martin Eden, with blood still crawling from contact with his brother-in-law, felt his way along the unlighted back hall and entered his room, a tiny cubbyhole with space for a bed, a washstand, and one chair. Mr. Higginbotham was too thrifty to keep a servant when his wife could do the work. Besides, the servants' room enabled them to take in 2 boarders instead of 1. Martin placed the Swinburne and Browning on the chair, took off his coat, and sat down on the bed. A screeching of asthmatic springs greeted the weight of his body, but he did not notice them. He started to take off his shoes, but fell to staring at the white plaster wall opposite him, broken by long streaks of dirty brown where rain had leaked through the roof. On this befold background visions began to flow and burn. He forgot his shoes and stared long, till his lips began to move and he murmured, "Ruth, Ruth." He had not thought a simple sound could be so beautiful. It delighted his ear, and he grew intoxicated with the repetition of it. Ruth. It was a talisman, a magic word to conjure with. Each time he murmured it, her face shimmered before him, suffusing the foul wall with a golden radiance. This radiance did not stop at the wall. It extended on into infinity, and through its golden depths his soul went questing after hers. The best that was in him was out in splendid flood. The very thought of her ennobled and purified him, made him better, and made him want to be better. This was new to him. He had never known women who had made him better. They had always had the counter effect of making him beastly. He did not know that many of them had done their best, bad as it was. Never having been conscious of himself, he did not know that he had that in his being that drew love from women and which had been the cause of their reaching out for his youth. Though they had often bothered him, he had never bothered about them, and he would never have dreamed that there were women who had been better because of him. Always in sublime carelessness had he lived, till now, and now it seemed to him that they had always reached out and dragged at him with vile hands. This was not just to them, nor to himself, but he, who for the first time was becoming conscious of himself, was in no condition to judge, and he burned with shame as he stared at the vision of his infamy. He got up abruptly and tried to see himself in the dirty-looking glass over the washstand. He passed a towel over it and looked again, long and carefully. It was the first time he had ever really seen himself. His eyes were made for seeing, but up to that moment they had been filled with the ever-changing panorama of the world at which he had been too busy gazing ever to gaze at himself. He saw the head and face of a young fellow of 20, but being unused to such appraisement, he did not know how to value it. Above a square-domed forehead, he saw a mop of brown hair, nut brown, with a wave to it and hints of curls that were a delight to any woman, making hands tingle to stroke it and fingers tingle to pass caresses through it. But he passed it by as without merit in her eyes, and, dwelt long and thoughtfully on the high square forehead, striving to penetrate it and learn the quality of its content. What kind of a brain lay behind there? Was his insistent interrogation. What was it capable of? How far would it take him? Would it take him to her? He wondered if there was soul in those steel-gray eyes that were often quite blue of color and that were strong with the briny airs of the sun-washed deep. He wondered also how his eyes looked to her. He tried to imagine himself, she, gazing into those eyes of his, but failed in the jugglery. He could successfully put himself inside other men's minds, but they had to be men whose ways of life he knew. He did not know her way of life. She was wonder and mystery, and how could he guess one thought of hers? Well, they were honest eyes, he concluded, and in them was neither smallness nor meanness. The brown sunburn of his face surprised him. He had not dreamed he was so black. He rolled up his shirt sleeve and compared the white underside of the arm with his face. Yes, he was a white. Man, after all. But the arms were sunburned too. He twisted his arm, rolled the biceps over with his other hand, and gazed underneath where he was least touched by the sun. It was very white. He laughed at his bronze face in the glass at the thought that it was once as white as the underside of his arm. Nor did he dream that in the world there were few pale spirits of women who could boast fairer or smoother skins than he, fairer than where he had escaped the ravages of the sun. His might have been a cherub's mouth had not the full, sensuous lips a trick, under stress, of drawing firmly across the teeth. At times, so tightly did they draw, the mouth became stern and harsh, even ascetic. They were the lips of a fighter and of a lover. They could taste the sweetness of life with a relish, and they could put the sweetness aside and command life. The chin and jaw, strong and just hinting of square aggressiveness, helped the lips to command life. Strength balanced sensuousness and had upon it a tonic effect, compelling him to love. Beauty that was healthy and making him vibrate to sensations that were wholesome. And between the lips were teeth that had never known nor needed the dentist's care. They were white and strong and regular, he decided as he looked at them. But as he looked, he began to be troubled. Somewhere, stored away in the recesses of his mind and vaguely remembered, was the impression that there were people who washed their teeth every day. They were the people from up above people in her class. She must wash her teeth every day, too. What would she think if she learned that he had never washed his teeth in all the days of his life? He resolved to get a toothbrush and form the habit. He would begin at once tomorrow. It was not by mere achievement that he could hope to win to her. He must make a personal reform in all things, even to tooth-washing and neck-gear, though a starched collar affected him as a renunciation of freedom. He held up his hand, rubbing the ball of the thumb over the calloused palm and gazing at the dirt that was ingrained in the flesh itself and which no brush could. Scrub away. How different was her palm! He thrilled deliciously at the remembrance. Like a rose petal, he thought, cool and soft as a snowflake. He had never thought that a mere woman's hand could be so sweetly soft. He caught himself imagining the wonder of a caress from such a hand, and flushed guiltily. It was too gross a thought for her. In ways it seemed to impugn her high spirituality. She was a pale, slender spirit, exalted far beyond the flesh, but nevertheless the softness of her palm persisted in his thoughts. He was used to the harsh callousness of factory girls and working women. Well, he knew why their hands were rough, but this hand of hers, it was soft because she had never used it to work with. The gulf yawned between her and him at the awesome thought of a person who did not have to work for a living. He suddenly saw the aristocracy of the people who did not labor. It towered before him on the wall, a figure in brass, arrogant and powerful. He had worked himself. His first memories seemed connected with work, and all his family had worked. There was Gertrude. When her hands were not hard from the endless housework, they were swollen and red like boiled beef. What of the washing? And there was his sister Marian. She had worked in the cannery the preceding summer, and her slim, pretty hands were all scarred with the tomato knives. Besides, the tips of 2 of her fingers had been left in the cutting machine at the paper box factory the preceding winter. He remembered the hard palms of his mother as she lay in her coffin, and his father had worked to the last fading gasp. The horned growth on his hands must have been half an inch thick when he died. But her hands were soft, and her mother's hands, and her brother's. This last came to him as a surprise. It was tremendously indicative of the highness of their caste, of the enormous distance that stretched between her and him. He sat back on the bed with a bitter laugh and finished taking off his shoes. He was a fool. He had been made drunken by a woman's face and by a woman's soft white hands. And then suddenly, before his eyes, on the foul plaster wall, appeared a vision. He stood in front of a gloomy tenement house. It was nighttime in the East End of London, and before him stood Margie, a little factory girl of 15. He had seen her home after the bean feast. She lived in that gloomy tenement, a place not fit for swine. His hand was going out to hers as he said good night. She had put her lips up to be kissed, but he wasn't going to kiss her. Somehow he was afraid of her. And then her hand closed on his and pressed feverishly. He felt her calluses grind and grate on his, and a great wave of pity welled over him. He saw her yearning, hungry eyes and her ill-fed female form which had been rushed from childhood into a frightened and ferocious maturity. Then he put his arms about her in large tolerance and stooped and kissed her on the lips. Her glad little cry rang in his ears, and he felt her clinging to him like a cat. Poor little starveling, he continued to stare at the vision of what had happened in the long ago. His flesh was crawling as it had crawled that night when she clung to him, and his heart was warm with pity. It was a gray scene. Greasy gray, and the rain drizzled greasily on the pavement stones. And in a radiant glory shone on the wall, and up through the other vision, displacing it, glimmered her pale face under its crown of golden hair, remote and inaccessible as a star. He took the Browning and the Swinburne from the chair and kissed them. Just the same, she told me to call again, he thought. He took another look at himself in the glass and said aloud with great solemnity, "Martin Eden, the first thing tomorrow you go to the Free Library and read up on etiquette. Understand?" He turned off the gas and the springs shrieked under his body. "But you've got to quit cussin', Martin, old boy. You got to quit cussin'," he said aloud. Then he dozed off to sleep and to dream dreams that for madness and audacity rivaled those of poppy eaters. Chapter 5. He awoke next morning from rosy scenes of dream to a steamy atmosphere that smelled of soapsuds and dirty clothes, and that was vibrant with the jar and jangle of tormented life. As he came out of his room, he heard the slosh of water, a sharp exclamation, and a resounding smack as his sister visited her irritation upon one of her numerous progeny. The squall of the child went through him like a knife. He was aware that the whole thing, the very air he breathed, was repulsive and mean. How different, he thought, from the atmosphere of beauty and repose of the house wherein Ruth dwelt. There it was, all spiritual. Here it was all material and meanly material. "Come here, Alfred," he called to the crying child, at the same time thrusting his hand into his trousers pocket, where he carried his money loose in the same large way that he lived life in general. He put a quarter in the youngster's hand and held him in his arms a moment, soothing his sobs. "Now run along and get some candy, and don't forget to give some to your brothers and sisters. Be sure and get the kind that lasts longest. His sister lifted a flushed face from the washtub and looked at him. "A nickel tie, a mid enough," she said. "It's just like you, no idea of the value of money. The child'll eat himself sick." "That's all right, sis," he answered jovially. "My money'll take care of itself. If you weren't so busy, I'd kiss you good morning." He wanted to be affectionate to this sister who was good and who, in her way, he knew, loved him. But somehow, she grew less herself as the years went by, and more baffling. It was the hard work, the many children, and the nagging of her husband, he decided, that had changed her. It came to him in a flash of fancy that her nature seemed taking on the attributes of stale vegetables, smelly soapsuds, and of the greasy dimes, nickels, and quarters she took in over. The counter of the store. "Go along and get your breakfast," she said roughly, though secretly pleased. Of all her wandering brood of brothers, he had always been her favorite. "I declare I will kiss you," she said with a sudden stir at her heart. With thumb and forefinger she swept the dripping suds, first from one arm and then from the other. He put his arms round her massive waist and kissed her wet, steamy lips. The tears welled into her eyes, not so much from strength of feeling as from the weakness of chronic overwork. She shoved him away from her, but not before he caught a glimpse of her moist eyes. "You'll find breakfast in the oven," she said hurriedly. "Jim ought to be up now. I had to get up early for the washing. Now get along with you and get out of the house early. It won't be nice today. What of Tom quittin' and nobody but Bernard to drive the wagon?" Martin went into the kitchen with a sinking heart, the image of her red face and slatternly form eating its way like acid into his brain. She might love him if she only had some time, he concluded, but she was worked to death. Bernard Hickenbotham was a brute to work her so hard. But he could not help but feel, on the other hand, that there had not been anything beautiful in that kiss. It was true. It was an unusual kiss. For years she had kissed him only when he returned from voyages or departed on voyages. But this kiss had tasted of soapsuds, and the lips he had noticed were flabby. There had been no quick, vigorous lip pressure such as should accompany any kiss. Hers was the kiss of a tired woman who had been tired so long that she had forgotten how to kiss. He remembered her as a girl before her marriage, when she would dance with the best all night, after a hard day's work at the laundry, and think nothing of leaving the dance to go to another day's hard work. And then he thought of Ruth, and the cool sweetness that must reside in her lips as it resided in all about her. Her kiss would be like her handshake or the way she looked at one, firm and frank. In imagination he dared to think of her lips on his. And so vividly did he imagine that he went dizzy at the thought and seemed to rift through clouds of rose petals, filling his brain with their perfume. In the kitchen he found Jim, the other boarder, eating mush very languidly, with a sick, far-away look in his eyes. Jim was a plumber's apprentice whose weak chin and hedonistic temperament, coupled with a certain nervous stupidity, promised to take him nowhere in the race for bread and butter. "Why don't you eat?" he demanded, as Martin dipped dolefully into the cold, half-cooked oatmeal mush. "Was you drunk again last night?" Martin shook his head. He was oppressed by the utter squalidness of it all. Ruth Morris seemed farther removed than ever. "I was," Jim went on with a boastful, nervous giggle. "I was loaded right to the neck. Oh, she was a daisy. Billy brought me home." Martin nodded that he heard. It was a habit of nature with him to pay heed to whoever talked to him, and poured a cup of lukewarm coffee. "Going to the Lotus Club dance tonight?" Jim demanded. "They're going to have beer, and if that Temescal bunch comes, there'll be a rough house. I don't care, though. I'm taking my lady friend just the same. Cripes, but I've got a taste in my mouth." He made a wry face and attempted to wash the taste away with coffee. "Die no, Julia." Martin shook his head. "She's my lady friend," Jim explained, "and she's a peach. I'd introduce you to her, only you'd win her. I don't see what the girls see in you, honest I don't, but the way you win them away from the fellers is sickenin'." "I never got any away from you," Martin answered uninterestedly. "The breakfast had to be got through somehow." "Yes, you did too," the other asserted warmly. "There was Maggie. Never had anything to do with her. Never danced with her, except that one night." "Yes, and that's just what did it," Jim cried out. "You just danced with her and looked at her, and it was all off. Of course you didn't mean nothing by it, but it settled me for keeps. Wouldn't look at me again. Always asking about you. She'd have made fast dates enough with you if you'd wanted to." "But I didn't want to. Wasn't necessary. I was left at the pole." Jim looked at him admiringly. "How'd I do it anyway, Mart?" "By not caring about 'em," was the answer. "You mean making believe you don't care about them?" Jim queried eagerly. Martin considered for a moment, then answered, "Perhaps that will do, but with me I guess it's different. I never have cared much. If you can put it on, it's all right most likely." "You should a been up at Riley's barn last night," Jim announced inconsequently. "A lot of the fellers put on the gloves. There was a peach from West Oakland. They called the Rat. Slick as silk. No one could touch We was all wishing you was there." "Where was you anyway?" "Down in Oakland," Martin replied. "To the show?" Martin shoved his plate away and got up. "Coming to the dance tonight?" the other called after him. "No, I think not," he answered. He went downstairs and out into the street, breathing great breaths of air. He had been suffocating in that atmosphere, while the apprentice's chatter had driven him frantic. There had been times when it was all he could do to refrain from reaching over and mopping Jim's face in the mush plate. The more he had chattered, the more remote had Ruth seemed to him. How could he, herding with such cattle, ever become worthy of her? He was appalled at the problem confronting him, weighted down by the incubus of his working-class station. Everything reached out to hold him down: his sister's house and family, Jim the apprentice, everybody he knew, every tie of life. Existence did not taste good in his mouth. Up to then, he had accepted existence, as he had lived it with all about him, as a good thing. He had never questioned it, except when he read books. But then, they were only books, fairy stories of a fairer and impossible world. But now he had seen that world, possible and real, with the flower of a woman called Ruth in the midmost center of it. And thenceforth he must know bitter tastes, and longing sharp as pain, and hopelessness that tantalized, because it fed on hope. He had debated between the Berkeley Free Library and the Oakland Free Library, and decided upon the latter because Ruth lived in Oakland. Who could tell? A library was the most likely place for her, and he might see her there. He did not know the way of libraries, and he wandered through endless rows of fiction, till the delicate-featured French-looking girl who seemed in charge told him that the reference department was upstairs. He did not know enough to ask the man at the desk, and began his adventures in the philosophy alcove. He had heard of book philosophy, but had not imagined there had been so much written about it. The high bulging shelves of heavy tomes humbled him, and at the same time stimulated him. Here was work for the vigor of his brain. He found books on trigonometry in the mathematics section, and ran the pages and stared at the meaningless formulas and figures. He could read English, but he saw there an alien speech. Norman and Arthur knew that speech. He had heard them talking it, and they were her brothers. he left the alcove in despair. From every side, the book seemed to press upon him and crush him. He had never dreamed that the fund of human knowledge bulked so big. He was frightened. How could his brain ever master it all? Later, he remembered that there were other men, many men, who had mastered it. And he breathed a great oath, passionately, under his breath, swearing that his brain could do what? Theirs had done, and so he wandered on, alternating between depression and elation as he stared at the shelves packed with wisdom. In one miscellaneous section, he came upon a Nori's epitome. He turned the pages reverently. In a way, it spoke a kindred speech. Both he and it were of the sea. Then he found a Bowditch and books by Lecky and Marshall. There it was. He would teach himself navigation. He would quit drinking, work up, and become a captain. Ruth seemed very near to him in that moment. As a captain, he could marry her if she would have him. And if she wouldn't, well, he would live a good life among men because of her, and he would quit drinking anyway. Then he remembered the underwriters and the owners, the two masters a captain must serve, either of which could and would break him, and whose interests were diametrically opposed. He cast his eyes about the room and closed the lids down on a vision of 10,000 books. No more of the sea for him. There was power in all that wealth of books, and if he would do great things, he must do them on the land. Besides, captains were not allowed to take their wives to sea with them. Noon came, and afternoon. He forgot to eat, and sought on for the books on etiquette, for, in addition to career, his mind was vexed by a simple and very concrete problem. When you meet a young lady and she asks you to call, how soon can you call? How soon can you call? Was the way he worded it to himself. But when he found the right shelf, he sought vainly for the answer. He was appalled at the vast edifice of etiquette and lost himself in the mazes of visiting card conduct between persons in polite society. He abandoned his search. He had not found what he wanted, though he had found that it would take all of a man's time to be polite, and that he would have to live a preliminary life in which to learn how to be polite. "Did you find what you wanted?" the man at the desk asked him as he was leaving. "Yes, sir," he answered. "You have a fine library here." The man nodded. "We should be glad to see you here often. Are you a sailor?" "Yes, sir," he answered. "And I'll come again." Now, how did he know that, he asked himself as he went down the stairs. And for the first block along the street he walked very stiff and straight and awkwardly until he forgot himself in his thoughts, whereupon his rolling gait gracefully returned to him. Chapter 6. A terrible restlessness that was akin to hunger afflicted Martin Eden. He was famished for a sight of the girl whose slender hands had gripped his life with a giant's grasp. He could not steel himself to call upon her. He was afraid that he might call too soon, and so be guilty of an awful breach of that awful thing called etiquette. He spent long hours in the Oakland and Berkeley libraries and made out application blanks for membership for himself, his sisters Gertrude and Marion, and Jim. The latter's consent being obtained at the expense of several glasses of beer. With 4 cards permitting him to draw books, he burned the gas late in the servants' room, and was charged 50 cents a week for it by Mr. Higginbotham. The many books he read but served to whet his unrest. Every page of every book was a peephole into the realm of knowledge. His hunger fed upon what he read and increased. Also, he did not know where to begin, and continually suffered from lack of preparation, the commonest references that he could see plainly. every reader was expected to know, he did not know, and the same was true of the poetry he read, which maddened him with delight. He read more of Swinburne than was contained in the volume Ruth had lent him, and Dolores she understood thoroughly. But surely Ruth did not understand it, he concluded. How could she, living the refined life she did? Then he chanced upon Kipling's poems, and was swept away by the lilt and swing and glamour with which familiar things had been invested. He was amazed at the man's sympathy with life, and at his incisive psychology. Psychology was a new word in Martin's vocabulary. He had bought a dictionary, which deed had decreased his supply of money and brought nearer the day on which he must sail in search of more. Also, it incensed Mr. Higginbotham, who would have preferred the money taking the form of board. He dared not go near Ruth's neighborhood in the daytime, but night found him lurking like a thief around the Morse home, stealing glimpses at the windows and loving the very walls that sheltered her. Several times he barely escaped being caught by her brothers, and once he trailed Mr. Morse downtown and studied his face in the lighted streets, longing all the while for some quick danger of death to threaten so that he might spring in and save her father. On another night, his vigil was rewarded by a glimpse of Ruth through a second-story window. He saw only her head and shoulders, and her arms raised as she fixed her hair before a mirror. It was only for a moment, but it was a long moment to him, during which his blood turned to wine and sang through his veins. Then she pulled down the shade. But it was her room, he had learned that, and thereafter he strayed there often, hiding under a dark tree on the opposite side of the street and smoking countless cigarettes. One afternoon he saw her mother coming out of the bank and received another proof of the enormous distance that separated Ruth from him. She was of the class that dealt with banks. He had never been inside a bank in his life, and he had an idea that such institutions were frequented only by the very rich and the very powerful. In one way, he had undergone a moral revolution. Her cleanness and purity had reacted upon him, and he felt in his being a crying need to be clean. He must be that if he were ever to be worthy of breathing the same air with her. He washed his teeth and scrubbed his hands with a kitchen scrub brush till he saw a nail brush in a drugstore window and divined its use. While purchasing it, the clerk glanced at his nails, suggested a nail file, and so he became possessed of an additional toilet tool. He ran across a book in the library on the care of the body and promptly developed a penchant for a cold water bath every morning, much to the amazement of Jim and to the bewilderment of Mr. Higginbotham, who was not in sympathy with such high-fangled notions and who seriously debated whether or not he should charge Martin extra for the water. Another stride was in the direction of creased trousers. Now that Martin was aroused in such matters, he swiftly noted the difference between the baggy knees of the trousers worn by the working class and the straight line from knee to foot of those worn by the men above the working class. Also, he learned the reason why and invaded his sister's kitchen in search of irons and ironing board. He had misadventures at first, hopelessly burning one pair and buying another, which expenditure again brought nearer the day on which he must put to sea. But the reform went deeper than mere outward appearance. He still smoked, but he drank no more. Up to that time, drinking had seemed to him the proper thing for men to do, and he had prided himself on his strong head, which enabled him to drink most men under the table. Whenever he encountered a chance shipmate, and there were many in San Francisco, he treated them and was treated in turn as of old, but he ordered for himself root beer or ginger ale and good-naturedly endured their chaffing. And as they waxed maudlin, he studied them, watching the beast rise and master them, and thanking God that he was no longer as they. They had their limitations to forget, and when they were drunk, their Dim, stupid spirits were even as gods, and each ruled in his heaven of intoxicated desire. With Martin the need for strong drink had vanished. He was drunken in new and more profound ways with Ruth, who had fired him with love and with a glimpse of higher and eternal life. With books that had set a myriad maggots of desire gnawing in his brain, and with the sense of personal cleanliness he was achieving that gave him even more superb health than what he had enjoyed and that made his whole body sing with physical well-being. One night he went to the theater on the blind chance that he might see her there, and from the second balcony he did see her. He saw her come down the aisle with Arthur and a strange young man with a football mop of hair and eyeglasses, the sight of whom spurred him to instant apprehension and jealousy. He saw her take her seat in the orchestra circle, and little else than her did he see that night, a pair of slender white shoulders and a mass of pale gold hair, dim with distance. But there were others who saw, and now and again glancing at. Those about him, he noted two young girls who looked back from the row in front, a dozen seats along, and who smiled at him with bold eyes. He had always been easygoing. It was not in his nature to give rebuff. In the old days he would have smiled back and gone further and encouraged smiling, but now it was different. He did smile back, then looked away, and looked no more deliberately. But several times, forgetting the existence of the two girls, his eyes caught their smiles. He could not rethumb himself in a day, nor could he violate the intrinsic kindliness of his nature. So, at such moments, he smiled at the girls in warm human friendliness. It was nothing new to him. He knew they were reaching out their woman's hands to him. But it was different now. Far down there in the orchestra circle was the one woman in all the world, so different, so terrifically different from these two girls of his class, that he could feel for them only pity and sorrow. He had it in his heart to wish that they could possess, in some small measure, her goodness and glory, and not for the world could he hurt them because of their outreaching. He was not flattered by it. He even felt a slight shame at his lowliness that permitted it. He knew, did he belong in Ruth's class, that there would be no overtures from these girls, and with each glance of theirs he felt the fingers of his own class clutching at him to hold him down. He left his seat before the curtain went down on the last act, intent on seeing her as she passed out. There were always numbers of men who stood on the sidewalk outside, and he could pull his cap down over his eyes and screen himself behind someone's shoulder so that she should not see him. He emerged from the theater with the first of the crowd, but scarcely had he taken his position on the edge of the sidewalk when the two girls appeared. They were looking for him, he knew, and for the moment he could have cursed that in him which drew women. Their casual edging across the sidewalk to the curb as they drew near apprised him of discovery. They slowed down and were in the thick of the crowd as they came up with him. One of them brushed against him, and apparently for the first time noticed him. She was a slender, dark girl with black, defiant eyes, but they smiled at him, and he smiled back. "Hello," he said. It was automatic. He had said it so often before under similar circumstances at first meetings. Besides, he could do no less. There was that large tolerance and sympathy in his nature that would permit him to do no less. The black-eyed girl smiled gratification and greeting and showed signs of stopping, while her companion, arm linked in arm, giggled and likewise showed signs of halting. He thought quickly. It would never do for her to come out and see him talking there with them. Quite naturally, as a matter of course, he swung in alongside the dark-eyed one and walked with her. There was no awkwardness on his part, no numb tongue. He was at home here, and he held his own royally in the badinage, bristling with slang and sharpness that was always the preliminary too. getting acquainted in these swift-moving affairs. At the corner where the main stream of people flowed onward, he started to edge out into the cross street. But the girl with the black eyes caught his arm, following him and dragging her companion after her as she cried, "Hold on, Bill, what's your rush? You're not going to shake us so sudden as all that." He halted with a laugh and turned, facing them. Across their shoulders, he could see the moving throng passing under the street lamps. Where he stood it was not so light, and unseen, he would be able to see her as she passed by. She would certainly pass by, for that way led home. "What's her name?" he asked of the giggling girl, nodding at the dark-eyed one. "You ask her," was the convulsed response. "Well, what is it?" he demanded, turning squarely on the girl in question. "You ain't told me yours yet," she retorted. "You never asked it," he smiled. "Besides, you guessed the first rattle. It's Bill, all right, all right." "Ah, go 'long with you." She looked him in the eyes, her own sharply passionate and inviting. "What is it, honest?" Again she looked. All the centuries of woman since sex began were eloquent in her eyes. And he measured her in a careless way, and knew, bold now, that she would begin to retreat, coyly and delicately, as he pursued, ever ready to reverse the gain should he turn faint-hearted. And, too, he was human, and could feel the draw of her, while his ego could not but appreciate the flattery of her kindness. Oh, he knew it all, and knew them well, from A to Z, good as. Goodness might be measured in their particular class, hard working for meager wages and scorning the sale of self for easier ways, nervously desirous for some small pinch of happiness in the desert of existence, and facing a future that was a gamble between the ugliness of unending toil and the black pit of more terrible wretchedness, the way whereto being briefer though better paid. "Bill," he answered, nodding his head. "Sure, Pete, Bill and no other." "No jushin'," she queried. "It ain't Bill at all," the other broke in. "How do you know?" he demanded. "You never laid eyes on me before." "No need to know you're lyin'," was the retort. "Straight, Bill, what is it?" the first girl asked. "Bill'll do," he confessed. She reached out to his arm and shook him playfully. "I knew you was lyin', but you look good to me just the same." He captured the hand that invited and felt on the palm familiar markings and distortions. "When'd you chuck the cannery?" he asked. "How'd you know?" And, "My, ain't she a mind reader?" the girls chorused. And while he exchanged the stupidities of stupid minds with them, before his inner sight towered the bookshelves of the library, filled with the wisdom of the ages. He smiled bitterly at the incongruity of it, and was assailed by doubts. But between inner vision and outward pleasantry, he found time to watch the theater crowd streaming by. And then he saw her, under the lights, between her brother. And the strange young man with glasses, and his heart seemed to stand still. He had waited long for this moment. He had time to note the light, fluffy something that hid her queenly head, the tasteful lines of her wrapped figure, the gracefulness of her carriage and of the hand that caught up her skirts. And then she was gone, and he was left staring at the two girls of the cannery, at their tawdry attempts at prettiness of dress, their tragic efforts to be clean and trim, the cheap coif, the cheap ribbons, and the cheap rings on the fingers. He felt a tug at his arm and heard a voice saying, "Wake up, Bill. What's the matter with you?" "What was you sayin'?" he asked. "Oh, nothin'," the dark girl answered with a toss of her head. "I was only remarkin'." "What?" "What?" "Well, I was whisperin' it'd be a good idea if you could dig up a gentleman friend for her," indicating her companion, "and then we could go off and have ice cream soda somewhere, or coffee, or anything." He was afflicted by a sudden spiritual nausea. The transition from Ruth to this had been too abrupt. Ranged side by side with the bold, defiant eyes of the girl before him, he saw Ruth's clear, luminous eyes, like a saint's, gazing at him out of unplumbed depths of purity. And somehow, he felt within him a stir of power. He was better than this. Life meant more to him than it meant to these two girls whose thoughts did not go beyond ice cream and a gentleman friend. He remembered that he had led always a secret life in his thoughts. These thoughts he had tried to share, but never had he found a woman capable of understanding nor a man. He had tried at times, but it only puzzled his listeners. And as his thoughts had been beyond them, so, he argued now, he must be beyond them. He felt power move in him and clenched his fists. If life meant more to him, then it was for him to demand more from life. But he could not demand it from such companionship as this. Those bold black eyes had nothing to offer. He knew the thoughts behind them of ice cream and of something else. But those saints' eyes alongside, they offered all he knew and more than he could guess. They offered books and painting, beauty and repose, and all the fine elegance of higher existence. Behind those black eyes he knew every thought process. It was like clockwork. He could watch every wheel go around. Their bid was low pleasure, narrow as the grave, that palled, and the grave was at the end of it. But the bid of the saint's eyes was mystery and wonder unthinkable and eternal life. He had caught glimpses of the soul in them, and glimpses of his own soul too. "There's only one thing wrong with the program," he said aloud. "I've got a date already." The girl's eyes blazed her disappointment. "To sit up with a sick friend, I suppose?" she sneered. "No, a real honest date," he faltered, "with a girl." "You're not stringing me?" she asked earnestly. He looked her in the eyes and answered, "It's straight, all right. But why can't we meet some other time? You ain't told me your name yet, and where'd I live?" "Lizzie," she replied, softening toward him, her hand pressing his arm while her body leaned against his. "Lizzie Connolly. And I live at 5th and Market." He talked on a few minutes before saying good night. He did not go home immediately, and under the tree where he kept his vigils, he looked up at a window and murmured, "That date was with you, Ruth. I kept it for you." Chapter 7. A week of heavy reading had passed since the evening he first met Ruth Morse, and still he dared not call. Time and again he nerved himself up to call, but under the doubts that assailed him his determination died away. He did not know the proper time to call, nor was there anyone to tell him, and he was afraid of committing himself to an irretrievable blunder. Having shaken himself free from his old companions and old ways of life, and having no new companions, nothing remained for him but to read, and the long hours he devoted to it would have ruined a dozen pairs of ordinary eyes. But his eyes were strong, and they were backed by a body superbly strong. Furthermore, his mind was fallow. It had lain fallow all his life so far as the abstract thought of the books was concerned, and it was ripe for the sowing. It had never been jaded by study, and it bit hold of the knowledge in the books with sharp teeth that would not let go. It seemed to him, by the end of the week, that he had lived centuries so far behind with the old life and outlook, but he was baffled by lack of preparation. He attempted to read books that required years of preliminary specialization. One day he would read a book of antiquated philosophy, and the next day one that was ultra-modern, so that his head would be whirling with the conflict and contradiction of ideas. It was the same with the economists. On the one shelf at the library he found Karl Marx, Ricardo, Adam Smith, and Mill, and the abstruse formulas of the one gave no clue that the ideas of another were obsolete. He was bewildered, and yet he wanted to know. He had become interested, in a day, in economics, industry, and politics. Passing through the City Hall Park, he had noticed a group of men, in the center of which were half a dozen, with flushed faces and raised voices, earnestly carrying on a discussion. He joined the listeners and heard a new, alien tongue in the mouths of the philosophers of the people. One was a tramp, another was a labor agitator, a third was a law school student, and the remainder was composed of wordy workingmen. For the first time he heard of socialism, anarchism, and single tax, and learned that there were warring social philosophies. He heard hundreds of technical words that were new to him, belonging to fields of thought that his meager reading had never touched upon. Because of this, he could not follow the arguments closely, and he could only guess at and surmise the ideas wrapped up in such strange expressions. Then there was a black-eyed restaurant waiter who was a theosophist, a union baker who was an agnostic, an old man who baffled all of them with the strange philosophy that what is right, and another old man who discoursed interminably about the cosmos and the father atom and the mother atom. Martin Eden's head was in a state of addlement when he went away after several hours, and he hurried to the library to look up the definitions of a dozen unusual words. And when he left the library, he carried under his arm 4 volumes, Madame Blavatsky's Secret Doctrine, Progress and Poverty, The Quintessence of Socialism, and Warfare of Religion and Science. Unfortunately, he began on the Secret Doctrine. Every line bristled with many syllabled words he did not understand. He sat up in bed, and the dictionary was in front of him more often than the book. He looked up so many new words that when they recurred, he had forgotten their meaning and had to look them up again. He devised the plan of writing the definitions in a notebook and filled page after page with them. And still, he could not understand. He read until 3 in the morning and his brain was in a turmoil, but not one essential thought in the text had he grasped. He looked up, and it seemed that the room was lifting, heeling, and plunging like a ship upon the sea. Then he hurled the Secret Doctrine and many curses across the room, turned off the gas, and composed himself to sleep. Nor did he have much better luck with the other 3 books. It was not that his brain was weak or incapable. It could think these thoughts were it not for lack of training in thinking and lack of the thought tools with which to think. He guessed this, and for a while entertained the idea of reading nothing but the dictionary until he had mastered every word in it. Poetry, however, was his solace, and he read much of it, finding his greatest joy in the simpler poets who were more understandable. He loved beauty, and there he found beauty. Poetry, like music, stirred him profoundly, and, though he did not know it, he was preparing his mind for the heavier work that was to come. The pages of his mind were blank, and without effort, much he read and liked, stanza by stanza, was impressed upon those pages, so that he was soon able to extract great joy from chanting aloud, or under his breath, the music and the beauty of the printed words he had read. Then he stumbled upon Gailey's Classic Myths and Bulfinch's Age of Fable, side by side on a library shelf. It was illumination, a great light in the darkness of his ignorance, and he read poetry more avidly than ever. The man at the desk in the library had seen Martin there so often that he had become quite cordial, always greeting him with a smile and a nod when he entered. It was because of this that Martin did a daring thing, drawing out some books at the desk, and while the man was stamping the cards, Martin blurted out, "Say, there's something I'd like to ask you." The man smiled and paid attention. When you meet a young lady and she asks you to call, how soon can you call? Martin felt his shirt press and cling to his shoulders. What of the sweat of the effort? Why, I'd say any time, the man answered. Yes, but this is different, Martin objected. You see it's this way, maybe she won't be there. She goes to the university. Then call again. What I said ain't what I meant, Martin confessed falteringly, while he made up his mind to throw himself wholly upon the other's mercy. I'm just a rough sort of a fellow, and I ain't never seen anything of society. This girl is all that I ain't, and I ain't anything that she is. We don't think I'm playing the fool, do you? He demanded abruptly. No, at all, I assure you, the other protested. Your request is not exactly in the scope of the reference department, but I shall be only too pleased to assist you. Martin looked at him admiringly. If I could tear it off that way, I'd be all right, he said. I beg pardon, I mean if I could talk easy that way, and polite, and all the rest. Oh, said the other with comprehension. What is the best time to call? The afternoon? Not too close to mealtime? Or the evening? Or Sunday? I'll tell you, the librarian said with a brightening face. You call her up on the telephone and find out. I'll do it, he said, picking up his books and starting away. He turned back and asked, when you're speaking to a young lady, say, for instance, Miss Lizzie Smith, do you say Miss Lizzie or Miss Smith? Say Miss Smith, the librarian stated authoritatively. Say Miss Smith always until you come to know her better. So it was that Martin Eden solved the problem. Come down any time. I'll be at home all afternoon, was Ruth's reply over the telephone to his stammered request as to when he could return the borrowed books. She met him at the door herself, and her woman's eyes took in immediately the creased trousers and the certain slight but indefinable change in him for the better. Also, she was struck by his face. It was almost violent, this health of his, and it seemed to rush out of him and at her in waves of force. She felt the urge again of the desire to lean toward him for warmth, and marveled again at the effect his presence produced upon her. And he, in turn, knew again the swimming sensation of bliss when he felt the contact of her hand in greeting. The difference between them lay in that she was cool and self-possessed, while his face flushed to the roots of the hair. He stumbled with his old awkwardness after her, and his shoulders swung and lurched perilously. Once they were seated in the living room, he began to get on easily, more easily by far than he had expected. She made it easy for him, and the gracious spirit with which she did it made him love her more madly than ever. They talked first of the borrowed books, of the Swinburne he was devoted to, and of the Browning he did not understand, and she led the conversation on from subject to subject while she pondered the problem of how she could be of help to him. She had thought of this often since their first meeting. She wanted to help him. He made a call upon her pity and tenderness that no one had ever made before, and the pity was not so much derogatory of him as maternal in her. Her pity could not be of the common sort when the man who drew it was so much man as to shock her with maidenly fears and set her mind and pulse thrilling with strange thoughts and feelings. The old fascination of his neck was there, and there was sweetness in the thought of laying her hands upon it. It seemed still a wanton impulse, but she had grown more used to it. She did not dream that in such guise new-born love would epitomize itself, nor did she dream that the feeling he excited in her was love. She thought she was merely interested in him as an unusual type possessing various potential excellencies, and she even felt philanthropic about it. She did not know she desired him, but with him it was different. He knew that he loved her, and he desired her as he had never before desired anything in his life. He had loved poetry for beauty's sake, but since he met her the gates to the vast field of love poetry had been opened wide. She had given him understanding even more than Bullfinch and Gailey. There was a line that a week before he would not have favored with a second thought, God's own mad lover dying on a kiss, but now it was ever insistent in his mind. He marveled at the wonder of it and the truth, and as he gazed upon her he knew that he could die gladly upon a kiss. He felt himself God's own mad lover, and no accolade of knighthood could have given him greater pride, and at last he knew the meaning of life and why he had been born. As he gazed at her and listened, his thoughts grew daring. He reviewed all the wild delight of the pressure of her hand in his at the door, and longed for it again. His gaze wandered often toward her lips, and he yearned for them hungrily. But there was nothing gross or earthly about this yearning. It gave him exquisite delight to watch every movement and play of those lips as they enunciated the words she spoke. Yet they were not ordinary lips, such as all men and women had. Their substance was not mere human clay. They were lips of pure spirit, and his desire for them seemed absolutely different from the desire that had led him to other women's lips. He could kiss her lips, rest his own physical lips upon them, but it would be with the lofty and awful fervor with which one would kiss the robe of God. He was not conscious of this transvaluation of values that had taken place in him, and was unaware that the light that shone in his eyes when he looked at her was quite the same light that shines in all men's eyes when the desire of love is upon them. He did not dream how ardent and masculine his gaze was, nor that the warm flame of it was affecting the alchemy of her spirit. Her penetrative virginity exalted and disguised his own emotions, elevating his thoughts to a star-cool chastity, and he would have been startled to learn that there was that shining out of his eyes like warm waves that flowed through her and kindled a kindred warmth. She was subtly perturbed by it, and more than once, though she knew not why, it disrupted her train of thought with its delicious intrusion and compelled her to grope for the remainder of ideas partly uttered. Speech was always easy with her, and these interruptions would have puzzled her had she not decided that it was because he was a remarkable type. She was very sensitive to impressions, and it was not strange, after all, that this aura of a traveler from another world should so affect her. The problem in the background of her consciousness was how to help him, and she turned the conversation in that direction. But it was Martin who came to the point first. "I wonder if I can get some advice from you," he began, and received an acquiescence of willingness that made his heart bound. "You remember the other time I was here, I said I couldn't talk about books and things because I didn't know how. Well, I've been doing a lot of thinking ever since. I've been to the library a whole lot, but most of the books I've tackled have been over my head. Mebbe I'd better begin at the beginning. I ain't never had no advantages. I've worked pretty hard ever since I was a kid, and since I've been to the library, looking with new eyes at books, and looking at new books too. I've just about concluded that I ain't been reading the right kind. You know, the books you find in cattle camps and fossils ain't the same you've got in this house, for instance. Well, that's the sort of reading matter I've been accustomed to. And I ain't just making a brag of it. I've been different from the people I've herded with. Not that I'm any better than the sailors and cowpunchers I traveled with. I was cowpunching for a short time, you know. But I always liked books, read everything I could lay hands on, and, well, I guess I think differently from most of 'em. Now, to come to what I'm driven at. I was never inside a house like this. When I come a week ago and saw all this, and you, and your mother, and brothers, and everything well. I liked it. I'd heard about such things and read about such things in some of the books, and when I looked around at your house, why, the books come true. But the thing I'm after is I liked it, I wanted it, I want it now. I want to breathe air like you get in this house. Air that is filled with books and pictures and beautiful things. Where people talk in low voices and are clean, and their thoughts are clean. The air I always breathed was mixed up with grub and house rent and scrappin' and booze, and that's all they talked about too. Why, when you was cross in the room to kiss your mother, I thought it was the most beautiful thing I ever seen. I've seen a whole lot of life, and somehow I've seen a whole lot more of it than most of them that was with me. I like to see, and I want to see more, and I want to see it different. But I ain't got to the point yet. Here it is. I want to make my way to the kind of life you have in this house. There's more in life than booze and hard work and knocking about. Now, how am I going to get it? Where do I take hold and begin? I'm willing to work my passage, you know, and I can make most men sick when it comes to hard work. Once I get started, I'll work night and day. Maybe you think it's funny, me asking you about all this. I know you're the last person in the world I ought to ask, but I don't know anybody else I could ask unless it's Arthur. Maybe I ought to ask him. If I was... His voice died away. His firmly planned intention had come to a halt on the verge of the horrible probability that he should have asked Arthur and that he had made a fool of himself. Ruth did not speak immediately. She was too absorbed in striving to reconcile the stumbling, uncouth speech and its simplicity of thought with what she saw in his face. She had never looked in eyes that expressed greater power. Here was a man who could do anything, was the message she read there, and it accorded ill with the weakness of his spoken thought. And for that matter, so complex and quick was her own mind that she did not have a just appreciation of simplicity. And yet she had caught an impression of power in the very groping of this mind. It had seemed to her like a giant writhing and straining at the bonds that held him down. Her face was all sympathy when she did speak. What you need, you realize yourself, and it is education. You should go back and finish grammar school, and then go through to high school and university. But that takes money, he interrupted. Oh, she cried. I had not thought of that. But then you have relatives, somebody who could assist you? He shook his head. My father and mother are dead. I've 2 sisters, one married, and the other'll get married soon, I suppose. Then I've a string of brothers. I'm the youngest, but they never helped nobody. They've just knocked around over the world, looking out for number 1. The oldest died in India. 2 are in South Africa now, and another's on a whaling voyage, and one's travelin' with a circus. He does trapeze work, and I guess I'm just like them. I've taken care of myself since I was 11. That's when my mother died. I've got to study by myself, I guess, and what I want to know is where to begin. I should say the first thing of all would be to get a grammar. Your grammar is, she had intended saying awful, but she amended it to is not particularly. Good. He flushed and sweated. I know I must talk a lot of slang and words you don't understand, but then they're the only words I know how to speak. I've got other words in my mind, picked 'em up from books, but I can't pronounce 'em, so I don't use 'em. It isn't what you say, so much as how you say it. You don't mind my being frank, do you? I don't want to hurt you. No, no, he cried, while he secretly blessed her for her kindness. Fire away, I've got to know, and I'd sooner know from you than anybody else. Well then, you say, you was, it should be, you were. You say, I seen for I saw. You use the double negative. What's the double negative, he demanded, then added humbly, you see, I don't even understand your explanations. I'm afraid I didn't explain that, she smiled. A double negative is let me see, well, you say, never helped nobody. Never is a negative. Nobody is a negative. It is a rule that two negatives make a positive. Never helped. Nobody means that? Not helping nobody. They must have helped somebody. That's pretty clear, he said. I never thought of it before. But it don't mean they must have helped somebody, does it? Seems to me that never helped nobody just naturally fails to say whether or not they helped somebody. I never thought of it before, and I'll never say it again. She was pleased and surprised with the quickness and surety of his mind. As soon as he had got the clue, he not only understood, but corrected her error. You'll find it all in the grammar, she went on. There is something else I noticed in your speech. You say don't when you shouldn't. Don't is a contraction and stands for two words. Do you know them? He thought a moment, then answered, do not. She nodded her head and said, and you use don't when you mean does not. He was puzzled over this and did not get it so quickly. Give me an illustration, he asked. Well, she puckered her brows and pursed up her mouth as she thought, while he looked on and decided that her expression was most adorable. It don't do to be hasty, changed don't to do not, and it reads, it do not do to be hasty, which is perfectly absurd. He turned it over in his mind and considered. Doesn't it jar on your ear? She suggested. Can't say that it does, he replied judicially. Why didn't you say, can't say that it do? She queried. That sounds wrong, he said slowly. As for the other, I can't make up my mind. I guess my ear ain't had the trainin' yours has. There is no such word as ain't, she said, prettily emphatic. Martin flushed again. And you say been for been, she continued. Come for came. And the way you chop your endings is something dreadful. How do you mean? He leaned forward, feeling that he ought to get down on his knees before so marvelous a mind. How do I chop? You don't complete the endings. And spells and. You pronounce it an. And spells n. Ind spells ing. Sometimes you pronounce it ing. And sometimes you leave off the G. And then you slur by dropping initial letters and diphthongs. Them spells them. You pronounce it O. Well, it is not necessary to go over all of them. What you need is the grammar. I'll get one and show you how to begin. As she arose, there shot to his mind something that he had read in the etiquette books, and he stood up awkwardly, worrying as to whether he was doing the right thing and fearing that she might take it as a sign that he was about to go. By the way, Mr. Eden, she called back as she was leaving the room, what is booze? You used it several times, you know. Oh, booze, he laughed. It's slang. It means whiskey. And beer. Anything that will make you drunk. And another thing, she laughed back. Don't use you when you are impersonal. You is very personal, and your use of it just now was not precisely what you meant. I don't just see that. Why, you said just now, to me, whiskey and beer, anything that will make you drunk, make me drunk, don't you see? Well, it would, wouldn't it? Yes, of course, she smiled. But it would be nicer not to bring me into it. Substitute one for you and see how much better it sounds. When she returned with the grammar, she drew a chair near his. He wondered if he should have helped her with the chair and sat down beside him. She turned the pages of the grammar, and their heads were inclined toward each other. He could hardly follow her outlining of the work he must do, so amazed was he by her delightful propinquity. But when she began to lay down the importance of conjugation, he forgot all about her. He had never heard of conjugation and was fascinated by the glimpse he was catching into the tie ribs of language. He leaned closer to the page, and her hair touched his cheek. He had fainted but once in his life, and he thought he was going to faint again. He could scarcely breathe, and his heart was pounding the blood up into his throat and suffocating him. Never had she seemed so accessible as now. For the moment, the great gulf that separated them was bridged. But there was no diminution in the loftiness of his feeling for her. She had not descended to him. It was he who had been caught up into the clouds and carried to her. His reverence for her in that moment was of the same order as religious awe and fervor. It seemed to him that he had intruded upon the Holy of Holies, and slowly and carefully he moved his head aside from the contact which thrilled him like an electric shock, and of which she had not been aware. Chapter 8. Several weeks went by, during which Martin Eden studied his grammar, reviewed the books on etiquette, and read voraciously the books that caught his fancy. Of his own class he saw nothing. The girls of the Lotus Club wondered what had become of him, and worried Jem with questions, and some of the fellows who put on the glove at Riley's were glad that Martin came no more. He made another discovery of treasure trove in the library. As the grammar had shown him the tie ribs of language, so that book showed him the tie ribs of poetry, and he began to learn meter and construction and form beneath the beauty he loved, finding the why and wherefore of that beauty. Another modern book he found treated poetry as a representative art, treated it exhaustively with copious illustrations from the best in literature. Never had he read fiction with so keen zest as he studied these books. And his fresh mind, untaxed for 20 years and impelled by maturity of desire, gripped hold of what he read with a virility unusual to the student mind. When he looked back now from his vantage ground, the old world he had known, the world of land and sea and ships, of sailor men and harpy women, seemed a very small world, and yet it blended in with this new world and expanded. His mind made for unity, and he was surprised when at first he began to see points of contact between the two worlds. And he was ennobled as well by the loftiness of thought and beauty he found in the books. This led him to believe more firmly than ever that up above him in society, like Ruth and her family, all men and women thought these thoughts and lived them. Down below where he lived was the ignoble, and he wanted to purge himself of the ignoble that had soiled all his days, and to rise to that sublimated realm where dwelt the upper classes. All his childhood and youth had been troubled by a vague unrest. He had never known what he wanted, but he had wanted something that he had hunted vainly for until he met Ruth. And now his unrest had become sharp and painful, and he knew at last, clearly and definitely, that it was beauty and intellect and love that he must have. During those several weeks he saw Ruth half a dozen times, and each time was an added inspiration. She helped him with his English, corrected his pronunciation, and started him on arithmetic. But their intercourse was not all devoted to elementary study. He had seen too much of life, and his mind was too matured to be wholly content with fractions, cube root, parsing, and analysis. And there were times when their conversation turned on other themes, the last poetry he had read, the latest poet she had read, the latest poet she had studied. And when she read aloud to him her favorite passages, he ascended to the topmost heaven of delight. Never, in all the women he had heard speak, had he heard a voice like hers. The least sound of it was a stimulus to his love, and he thrilled and throbbed with every word she uttered. It was the quality of it, the repose and the musical modulation, the soft, rich, indefinable product of culture and a gentle soul. As he listened to her, there rang in the ears of his memory the harsh cries of barbarian women and of hags and, in lesser degrees of harshness, the strident voices of working women and of the girls of his own class. Then the chemistry of vision would begin to work, and they would troop in review across his mind, each by contrast multiplying Ruth's glories. Then, too, his bliss was heightened by the knowledge that her mind was comprehending what she read, and was quivering with appreciation of the beauty of the written thought. She read to him much from the princess, and often he saw her eyes swimming with tears, so finely was her aesthetic nature strung. At such moments her own emotions elevated him till he was as a god, and as he gazed at her and listened, he seemed gazing on the face of life and reading its deepest secrets. And then, becoming aware of the heights of exquisite sensibility he attained, he decided that this was love, and that love was the greatest thing in the world. And in review would pass along the corridors of memory all previous thrills and burnings he had known, the drunkenness of wine, the caresses of women, the rough play and give and take of physical contests, and they seemed trivial and mean compared with this sublime ardor he now enjoyed. The situation was obscure to Ruth. She had never had any experiences of the heart. Her only experiences in such matters were of the books, where the facts of ordinary day were translated by fancy into a fairy realm of unreality, and she little knew that this rough sailor was creeping into her heart and storing there pent forces that would someday burst forth and surge through her in waves of fire. She did not know the actual fire of love. Her knowledge of love was purely theoretical, and she conceived of it as lambent flame, gentle as the fall of dew or the ripple of quiet water, and cool as the velvet dark of summer nights. Her idea of love was more that of placid affection, serving the loved one softly in an atmosphere, flower-scented and dim-lighted, of ethereal calm. She did not dream of the volcanic convulsions of love, its scorching heat and sterile wastes of parched ashes. She knew neither her own potencies nor the potencies of the world, and the deeps of life were to her seas of illusion. The conjugal affection of her father and mother constituted her ideal of love affinity, and she looked forward some day to emerging without shock or friction into that same quiet sweetness of existence with the loved one. So it was that she looked upon Martin Eden as a novelty, a strange individual, and she identified with novelty and strangeness the effects he produced upon her. It was only natural. In similar ways she had experienced unusual feelings when she looked at wild animals in the menagerie, or when she witnessed a storm of wind, or shuddered at the bright-ribbed lightning. There was something cosmic in such things, and there was something cosmic in him. He came to her breathing of large airs and great spaces. The blaze of tropic suns was in his face, and in his swelling, resilient muscles was the primordial vigor of life. He was marred and scarred by that mysterious world of rough men and rougher deeds, the outposts of which began beyond her horizon. He was untamed, wild, and in secret ways her vanity was touched by the fact that he came so mildly to her hand. Likewise, she was stirred by the common impulse to tame the wild thing. It was an unconscious impulse, and farthest from her thoughts, that her desire was to re-thumb the clay of him into a likeness of her father's image, which image she believed to be the finest in the world. Nor was there any way, out of her inexperience, for her to know that the cosmic feel she caught of him was that most cosmic of things, love, which with equal power drew men and women together across the world, compelled stags to kill each other in the rutting season, and drove even the elements irresistibly to unite. His swift development was a source of surprise and interest. She detected august finenesses in him that seemed to bud, day by day, like flowers in congenial soil. She read Browning aloud to him and was often puzzled by the strange interpretations he gave to mooted passages. It was beyond her to realize that, out of his experience of men and women and life, his interpretations were far more frequently correct than hers. His conceptions seemed naive to her, though she was often fired by his daring flights of comprehension, whose orbit path was so wide among the stars that she could not follow and could only sit and thrill to the impact of unguessed power. Then she played to him, no longer at him, and probed him with music that sank to depths beyond her plumb line. His nature opened to music as a flower to the sun, and the transition was quick from his working-class ragtime and jingles to her classical display pieces that she knew nearly by heart. Yet he betrayed a democratic fondness for Wagner, and the Tannhauser overture, when she had given him the clue to it, claimed him as nothing else she played. In an immediate way it personified his life. All his past was the Venusberg motif, while her he identified somehow with the Pilgrim's Chorus motif, and from the exalted state this elevated him to, he swept onward and upward into that vast shadow realm of spirit groping where good and evil war eternally. Sometimes he questioned and induced in her mind temporary doubts as to the correctness of her own definitions and conceptions of music. But her singing he did not question. It was too wholly her, and he sat always amazed at the divine melody of her pure soprano voice. And he could not help but contrast it with the weak pipings and shrill quaverings of factory girls, ill-nourished and untrained, and with the raucous shriekings from gin-cracked throats of the women of the seaport towns. She enjoyed singing and playing to him. In truth, it was the first time she had ever had a human soul to play with, and the plastic clay of him was a delight to mold. For she thought she was molding it, and her intentions were good. Besides, it was pleasant to be with him. He did not repel her. That first repulsion had been really a fear of her undiscovered self, and the fear had gone to sleep. Though she did not know it, she had a feeling in him of proprietary right. Also, he had a tonic effect upon her. She was studying hard at the university, and it seemed to strengthen her to emerge from the dusty books and have the fresh sea breeze of his personality blow upon her. Strength. Strength was what she needed, and he gave it to her in generous measure. To come into the same room with him, or to meet him at the door, was to take heart of life. And when he had gone, she would return to her books with a keener zest and fresh store of energy. She knew her Browning, but it had never sunk into her that it was an awkward thing to play with souls. As her interest in Martin increased, the remodeling of his life became a passion with her. "There is Mr. Butler," she said one afternoon when grammar and arithmetic and poetry had been put aside. He had comparatively no advantages at first. His father had been a bank cashier, but he lingered for years, dying of consumption in Arizona, so that when he was dead, Mr. Butler, Charles Butler he was called, found himself alone in the world. His father had come from Australia, you know, and so he had no relatives. In California. He went to work in a printing office. I have heard him tell of it many times, and he got $3 a week at first. His income today is at least $30,000 a year. How did he do it? He was honest and faithful and industrious and economical. He denied himself the enjoyments that most boys indulge in. He made it a point to save so much every week, no matter what he had to do without in order to save it. Of course, he was soon earning more than $3 a week, and as his wages increased he saved more and more. He worked in the daytime, and at night he went to night school. He had his eyes fixed always on the future. Later on, he went to night high school. When he was only 17, he was earning excellent wages at setting type, but he was ambitious. He wanted a career, not a livelihood, and he was content to make immediate sacrifices for his ultimate gain. He decided upon the law, and he entered father's office as an office boy. Think of that, and got only $4 a week. But he had learned how to be economical, and out of that $4 he went on saving money. She paused for breath and to note how Martin was receiving it. His face was lighted up with interest in the youthful struggles of Mr. Butler, but there was a frown upon his face as well. "I'd say they was pretty hard lines for a young fellow," he remarked. $4 a week, how could he live on it? You can bet he didn't have any frills. Why, I pay $5 a week for board now, and there's nothing exciting about it, you can lay to that. He must have lived like a dog. The food he ate, he cooked for himself, she interrupted, on a little kerosene stove. The food he ate must have been worse than what a sailor gets on the worst feed in deep-water ships, than which there ain't much that can be possibly worse. But think of him now, she cried enthusiastically. Think of what his income affords him. His early denials are paid for 1,000-fold. Martin looked at her sharply. "There's one thing I'll bet you," he said, "and it is that Mr. Butler is nothing gay-hearted now in his fat days. He fed himself like that for years and years, on a boy's stomach, and I bet his stomach's none too good now for it." Her eyes dropped before his searching gaze. "I'll bet he's got dyspepsia right now," Martin challenged. "Yes, he has," she confessed. "But, Anne, I bet," Martin dashed on, "that he's Solomon, serious as an old owl, and ought-to-sink care rap for a good time, for all his 30,000 a year. And I'll bet." "He's not particularly joyful at seeing others have a good time, ain't I right?" She nodded her head in agreement and hastened to explain, "But he is not that type of man. By nature he is sober and serious. He always was that." "You can bet he was," Martin proclaimed. $3 a week, and $4 a week, and a young boy cooking for himself on an oil burner, and laying up money. Working all day and studying all night, just working and never playing, never having a good time, and never learning how to have a good time. Of course, his 30,000 came along too late. His sympathetic imagination was flashing upon his inner sight all the thousands of details of the boy's existence and of his narrow spiritual development into a $30,000 a year man, with the swiftness and wide-reaching of multitudinous thought. Charles Butler's whole life was telescoped upon his vision. "Do you know," he added, "I feel sorry for Mr. Butler. He was too young to know better, but he robbed himself of life for the sake of 30,000 a year that's clean wasted upon him. Why, 30,000 lump sum wouldn't buy for him right now what 10 cents he was laying up would have bought him when he was a kid in the way of candy and peanuts or a seat in nigger heaven." It was just such uniqueness of points of view that startled Ruth. Not only were they new to her and contrary to her own beliefs, but she always felt in them germs of truth that threatened to unseat or modify her own convictions. Had she been 14 instead of 24, she might have been changed by them, but she was 24, conservative by nature and upbringing, and already crystallized into the cranny of life where she had been born and formed. It was true, his bizarre judgments troubled her in the moments they were uttered, but she ascribed them to his novelty of type and strangeness of living, and they were soon forgotten. Nevertheless, while she disapproved of them, the strength of their utterance and the flashing of eyes and earnestness of face that accompanied them always thrilled her and drew her toward him. She would never have guessed that this man who had come from beyond her horizon was, in such moments, flashing on beyond her horizon with wider and deeper concepts. Her own limits were the limits of her horizon. But limited minds can recognize limitations only in others. And so she felt that her outlook was very wide indeed, and that where his conflicted with hers, marked his limitations, and she dreamed of helping him to see as she saw, of widening his horizon until it was identified with hers. "But I have not finished my story," she said. "He worked, so father says, as no other office boy he ever had. Mr. Butler was always eager to work. He never was. Late, and he was usually at the office a few minutes before his regular time. And yet he saved his time. Every spare moment was devoted to study. He studied bookkeeping and typewriting, and he paid for lessons in shorthand by dictating at night to a court reporter who needed practice. He quickly became a clerk, and he made himself invaluable. Father appreciated him and saw that he was bound to rise. It was on father's suggestion that he went to law college. He became a lawyer, and hardly was he back in the office when father took him in as junior partner. He is a great man. He refused the United States Senate several times, and father says he could become a justice of the Supreme Court any time a vacancy occurs, if he wants to. Such a life is an inspiration to all of us. It shows us that a man with will may rise superior to his environment. He is a great man, Martin said sincerely, but it seemed to him there was something in the recital that jarred upon his sense of beauty and life. He could not find an adequate motive in Mr. Butler's life of pinching and privation. Had he done it for love of a woman, or for attainment of beauty, Martin would have understood. God's own mad lover should do anything for the kiss, but not for $30,000 a year. He was dissatisfied with Mr. Butler's career. There was something paltry about it after all. $30,000 a year was all right, but dyspepsia and inability to be humanly happy robbed such princely income of all its value. Much of this he strove to express to Ruth and shocked her and made it clear that more remodeling was necessary. Hers was that common insularity of mind that makes human creatures believe that their color, creed, and politics are best and right, and that other human creatures scattered over the world are less fortunately placed than they. It was the same insularity of mind that made the ancient Jew thank God he was not born a woman and sent the modern missionary God substituting to the ends of the earth, and it made Ruth desire to shape this man from other crannies of life into the likeness of the men who lived in her particular cranny of life. Chapter 9. Back from C. Martin Eden came, homing for California with a lover's desire. His store of money exhausted, he had shipped before the mast on the treasure-hunting schooner, and the Solomon Islands, after 8 months of failure to find treasure, had witnessed the breaking up of the expedition. The men had been paid off in Australia, and Martin had immediately shipped on a deep-water vessel for San Francisco. Not alone had those 8 months earned him enough money to stay on land for many weeks, but they had enabled him to do a great deal of studying and reading. His was the student's mind, and behind his ability to learn was the indomitability of his nature and his love for Ruth. The grammar he had taken along he went through again and again until his unjaded brain had mastered it. He noticed the bad grammar used by his shipmates and made a point of mentally correcting and reconstructing their crudities of speech. To his great joy, he discovered that his ear was becoming sensitive and that he was developing grammatical nerves. A double negative jarred him like a discord, and often, from lack of practice, it was from his own lips that the jar came. His tongue refused to learn new tricks in a day. After he had been through the grammar repeatedly, he took up the dictionary and added 20 words a day to his vocabulary. He found that this was no light task, and at wheel or lookout he steadily went over and over his lengthening list of pronunciations and definitions. while he invariably memorized himself to sleep. Never did anything if I were. And those things were phrases with many variations that he repeated under his breath in order to accustom his tongue to the language spoken by Ruth. And, in, with the D and G pronounced emphatically, he went over thousands of times, and to his surprise he noticed that he was beginning to speak cleaner and more correct English than the officers themselves and the gentlemen adventurers in the cabin who had financed the expedition. The captain was a fishy-eyed Norwegian who somehow had fallen into possession of a complete Shakespeare which he never read, and Martin had washed his clothes for him and in return been permitted access to the precious volumes. For a time, so steeped was he in the plays and in the many favorite passages that impressed themselves almost without effort on his brain, that all the world seemed to shape itself into forms of Elizabethan tragedy or comedy, and his very thoughts were in blank verse. It trained his ear and gave him a fine appreciation for noble English. Withal, it introduced into his mind much that was archaic and obsolete. The 8 months had been well spent, and in addition to what he had learned of right speaking and high thinking, he had learned much of himself. Along with his humbleness because he knew so little, there arose a conviction of power. He felt a sharp gradation between himself and his shipmates and was wise enough to realize that the difference lay in potentiality rather than achievement. What he could do, they could do, but within him he felt a confused ferment working that told him there was more in him than he had done. He was tortured by the exquisite beauty of the world, and wished that Ruth were there to share it with him. He decided that he would describe to her many of the bits of South Sea beauty. The creative spirit in him flamed up at the thought and urged that he recreate this beauty for a wider audience than Ruth. And then, in splendor and glory, came the great idea. He would write. He would be one of the eyes through which the world saw, one of the ears through which it heard, one of the hearts through which it felt. He would write everything poetry and prose, fiction and description, and plays like Shakespeare. There was career and the way to win to Ruth. The men of literature were the world's giants, and he conceived them to be far finer than the Mr. Butlers who earned $30,000 a year and could be Supreme Court justices if they wanted to. Once the idea had germinated, it mastered him, and the return voyage to San Francisco was like a dream. He was drunken with ungust power and felt that he could do anything. In the midst of the great and lonely sea he gained perspective. Clearly, and for the first time, he saw Ruth and her world. It was all visualized in his mind as a concrete thing which he could take up in his 2 hands and turn around and about and examine. There was much that was dim and nebulous in that world, but he saw it as a whole and not in detail. And he saw, also, the way to master it. To write. The thought was fire in him. He would begin as soon as he got back. The first thing he would do would be to describe the voyage of the treasure hunters. He would sell it to some San Francisco newspaper. He would not tell Ruth anything about it, and she would be surprised and pleased when she saw his name in print. While he wrote, he could go on studying. There were 24 hours in each day. He was invincible. He knew how to work, and the citadels would go down before him. He would not have to go to sea again as a sailor, and for the instant he caught a vision of a steam yacht. There were other writers who possessed steam yachts. Of course, he cautioned himself, it would be slow succeeding at first, and for a time he would be content to earn enough money by his writing to enable him to go on studying, and then, after some time, a very indeterminate time, when he had learned and prepared himself, he would write the great things and his name would be on all men's lips. but greater than that, infinitely greater and greatest of all, he would have proved himself worthy of Ruth. Fame was all very well, but it was for Ruth that his splendid dream arose. He was not a fame-monger, but merely one of God's mad lovers. Arrived in Oakland with his snug payday in his pocket, he took up his old room at Bernard Higginbotham's and set to work. He did not even let Ruth know he was back. He would go and see her when he finished the article on the treasure hunters. It was not so difficult to abstain from seeing her because of the violent heat of creative fever that burned in him. Besides, the very article he was writing would bring her nearer to him. He did not know how long an article he should write, but he counted the words in a double-page article in the Sunday supplement of the San Francisco Examiner and guided himself by that. 3 days, at white heat, completed his narrative, but when he had copied it carefully in a large scrawl that was easy to read, he learned from a rhetoric he picked up in the library that there were such things as paragraphs and quotation marks. He had never thought of such things before, and he promptly set to work writing the article over, referring continually to the pages of the rhetoric and learning more in a day about composition than the average schoolboy in a year. When he had copied the article a second time and rolled it up carefully, he read in a newspaper an item on hints to beginners and discovered the iron law that manuscripts should never be rolled and that they should be written on one side of the paper. He had violated the law on both counts. Also, he learned from the item that first-class papers paid a minimum of $10 a column. So, while he copied the manuscript a third time, he consoled himself by multiplying 10 columns by $10. The product was always the same, $100, and he decided that that was better than seafaring. If it hadn't been for his blunders, he would have finished the article in 3 days. $100 in 3 days. It would have taken him 3 months and longer on the sea to earn a similar amount. A man was a fool to go to sea when he could write, he concluded, though the money in itself meant nothing to him. Its value was in the liberty it would get him, the presentable garments it would buy him, all of which would bring him nearer, swiftly nearer, to the slender, pale girl who had turned his life back upon itself and given him inspiration. He mailed the manuscript in a flat envelope and addressed it to the editor of the San Francisco Examiner. He had an idea that anything accepted by a paper was published immediately, and as he had sent the manuscript in on Friday, he expected it to come out on the following Sunday. He conceived that it would be. Fine to let that event apprise Ruth of his return. Then, Sunday afternoon, he would call and see her. In the meantime, he was occupied by another idea, which he prided himself upon as being a particularly sane, careful, and modest idea. He would write an adventure story for boys and sell it to the Youth's Companion. He went to the free reading room and looked through the files of the Youth's Companion. Serial stories, he found, were usually published in that weekly in 5 installments of about 3,000 words each. He discovered several serials that ran to 7 installments and decided to write one of that length. He had been on a whaling voyage in the Arctic, once a voyage that was to have been for 3 years and which had terminated in shipwreck at the end of 6 months. While his imagination was fanciful, even fantastic at times, he had a basic love of reality that compelled him to write about the things he knew. He knew whaling, and out of the real materials of his knowledge he proceeded to manufacture the fictitious adventures of the 2 boys he intended to use as joint heroes. It was easy work, he decided on Saturday evening. He had completed on that day the first installment of 3,000 words, much to the amusement of Jim, and to the open derision of Mr. Higginbotham, who sneered throughout mealtime at the literary person they had discovered in the family. Martin contented himself by picturing his brother-in-law's surprise on Sunday morning when he opened his Examiner and saw the article on the treasure hunters. Early that morning he was out himself to the front door, nervously racing through the many-sheeted newspaper. He went through it a second time, very carefully, then folded it up and left it where he had found it. He was glad he had not told anyone about his article. On second thought, he concluded that he had been wrong about the speed with which things found their way into newspaper columns. Besides, there had not been any news value in his article, and most likely the editor would write to him about it first. After breakfast, he went on with his cereal. The words flowed from his pen, though he broke off from the writing frequently to look up definitions in the dictionary or to refer to the rhetoric. He often read or reread a chapter at a time during such pauses, and he consoled himself that while he was not writing the great things he felt to be in him, he was learning composition at any rate and training himself to shape up and express his thoughts. He toiled on till dark, when he went out to the reading room and explored magazines and weeklies until the place closed at 10 o'clock. This was his program for a week. Each day he did 3,000 words, and each evening he puzzled his way through the magazines, taking note of the stories, articles, and poems that editors saw fit to publish. One thing was certain. What these multitudinous writers did he could do, and only give him time and he would do what they could not do. He was cheered to read in book news, in a paragraph on the payment of magazine writers, not that Rudyard Kipling received $1 per word, but that the minimum rate paid by first-class magazines was 2 cents a word. The Youth's Companion was certainly first class, and at that rate, the 3,000 words he had written that day would bring him $60, 2 months' wages on the sea. On Friday night, he finished the serial, 21,000 words long. At 2 cents a word, he calculated, that would bring him $420. Not a bad week's work. It was more money than he had ever possessed at one time. He did not know how he could spend it all. He had tapped a gold mine. Where this came from, he could always get more. He planned to buy some more clothes, to subscribe to many magazines, and to buy dozens of reference books that at present he was compelled to go to the library to consult. And still there was a large portion of the $420 unspent. This worried him until the thought came to him of hiring a servant for Gertrude and of buying a bicycle for Marion. He mailed the bulky manuscript to the Youth's Companion, and on Saturday afternoon, after having planned an article on pearl diving, he went to see Ruth. He had telephoned, and she went herself to greet him at the door. The old familiar blaze of health rushed out from him and struck her like a blow. It seemed to enter into her body and course to her veins in a liquid glow, and to set her quivering with its imparted strength. He flushed warmly as he took her hand and looked into her blue eyes, but the fresh bronze of 8 months of sun hid the flush, though it did not protect the neck from the gnawing chafe of the stiff collar. She noted the red line of it with amusement which quickly vanished as she glanced at his clothes. They really fitted him. It was his first made-to-order suit, and he seemed slimmer and better modeled. In addition, his cloth cap had been replaced by a soft hat, which she commanded him to put on, and then complimented him on his appearance. She did not remember when she had felt so happy. This change in him was her handiwork, and she was proud of it and fired with ambition further to help him. But the most radical change of all, and the one that pleased her most, was the change in his speech. Not only did he speak more correctly, but he spoke more easily, and there were many new words in his vocabulary. When he grew excited or enthusiastic, however, he dropped back into the old slurring and the dropping of final consonants. Also, There was an awkward hesitancy at times as he essayed the new words he had learned. On the other hand, along with his ease of expression, he displayed a lightness and facetiousness of thought that delighted her. It was his old spirit of humor and badinage that had made him a favorite in his own class, but which he had hitherto been unable to use in her presence through lack of words and training. He was just beginning to orientate himself and to feel that he was not wholly an intruder. But he was very tentative, fastidiously so, letting Ruth set the pace of sprightliness and fancy, keeping up with her, but never daring to go beyond her. He told her of what he had been doing, and of his plan to write for a livelihood, and of going on with his studies. But he was disappointed at her lack of approval. She did not think much of his plan. "You see," she said frankly, "writing must be a trade, like anything else. Not that I know anything about it, of course. I only bring common judgment to bear. You couldn't hope to be a blacksmith without spending 3 years at learning the trade. Or is it 5 years? Now writers are so much better paid than blacksmiths that there must be ever so many more men who would like to write, who try to write. But then, may not I be peculiarly constituted to write?" he queried, secretly exulting at the language he had used, his swift imagination throwing the whole scene and atmosphere upon a vast screen, along with 1,000 other scenes from his life, scenes that were rough and raw, gross and bestial. The whole composite vision was achieved with the speed of light, producing no pause in the conversation, nor interrupting his calm train of thought. On the screen of his imagination he saw himself and this sweet and beautiful girl facing each other and conversing in good English, in a room of books and paintings and tone and culture, and all illuminated by a bright light of steadfast brilliance, while ranged about and fading away to the remote edges of the screen were antithetical scenes, each scene a picture, and he the onlooker, free to look at will upon what he wished. He saw these other scenes through drifting vapors and swirls of sullen fog dissolving before shafts of red and garish light. He saw cowboys at the bar drinking fierce whiskey, the air filled with obscenity and ribald language, and he saw himself with them drinking and cursing with the wildest, or sitting at table with them under smoking kerosene lamps while the chips clicked and clattered and the cards were dealt around. He saw himself, stripped to the waist, with naked fists, fighting his great fight with Liverpool. Read in the forecastle of the Susquehanna, and he saw the bloody deck of the John Rogers that gray morning of attempted mutiny, the mate kicking in death throes on the main hatch, the revolver in the old man's hands spitting fire and smoke, the men with passion-wrenched faces, a brute screaming vile blasphemies and falling about him, and then he returned to the central scene, calm and clean in the steadfast light, where Ruth sat in talk with him amid books, and he saw the grand piano, upon which the but no matter how peculiarly constituted a man may be for blacksmithing, she was laughing. "I never heard of one becoming a blacksmith without first serving his apprenticeship. What would you advise?" he asked. "And don't forget that I feel in me this capacity to write. I can't explain it. I just know that it is in me." "You must get a thorough education," was the answer, "whether or not you ultimately become a writer. This education is indispensable for whatever career you select. And it must not be slipshod or sketchy. You should go to high school." "Yes," he began, but she interrupted with an afterthought, "Of course you could go on with your writing too." "I would have to," he said grimly. "Why?" She looked at him, prettily puzzled, for she did not quite like the persistence with which he clung to his notion. "Because without writing there wouldn't be any high school. I must live and buy books and clothes, you know." "I'd forgotten that," she laughed. "Why weren't you born with an income? "I'd rather have good health and imagination," he answered. "I can make good on the income, but the other things have to be made good for." He almost said "you," then amended his sentence to "have to be made good for one." "Don't say make good," she cried, sweetly petulant. "It's slang, and it's horrid." He flushed and stammered, "That's right, and I only wish you'd correct me every time." I'd like to," she said haltingly. "You have so much in you that is good that I want to see you perfect." He was clay in her hands immediately, as passionately desirous of being molded by her as she was desirous of shaping him into the image of her ideal of man. And when she pointed out the opportuneness of the time, that the entrance examinations to high school began on the following Monday, he promptly volunteered that he would take them. Then she played and sang to him, while he gazed with hungry yearning at her, drinking in her loveliness, and marveling that there should not be 100 suitors listening there, and longing for her as he listened and longed. Chapter 10. He stopped to dinner that evening and, much to Ruth's satisfaction, made a favorable impression on her father. They talked about the sea as a career, a subject which Martin had at his finger ends, and Mr. Morse remarked afterward that he seemed a very clear-headed young man. In his avoidance of slang and his search after right words, Martin was compelled to talk slowly, which enabled him to find the best thoughts that were in him. He was more at ease than that first night at dinner, nearly a year before, and his shyness and modesty even commended him to Mrs. Morse, who was pleased at his manifest improvement. "He is the first man that ever drew passing notice from Ruth," she told her husband. "She has been so singularly backward where men are concerned that I have been worried greatly." Mr. Morse looked at his wife curiously. "You mean to use this young sailor to wake her up?" he questioned. "I mean that she is not to die an old maid if I can help it," was the answer. "If this young Eden can arouse her interest in mankind in general, it will be a good thing." "A very good thing," he commented. "But suppose, and we must suppose sometimes, my dear, suppose he arouses her interest too particularly in him." "Impossible!" Mrs. Morse laughed. "She is 3 years older than he, and besides, it is impossible. Nothing will ever come of it. Trust that to me." And so Martin's role was arranged for him, while he, led on by Arthur and Norman, was meditating an extravagance. They were going out for a ride into the hills Sunday morning on their wheels, which did not interest Martin until he learned that Ruth, too, rode a wheel and was going along. He did not ride, nor own a wheel, but if Ruth rode, it was up to him to begin, was his decision. And when he said good night, he stopped in at a cyclery on his way home and spent $40 for a wheel. It was more than a month's hard-earned wages, and it reduced his stock of money amazingly, but when he added the $100 he was to receive from the examiner to the $420 that was the least the youth's companion could pay him, he felt that he had reduced the perplexity the unwanted amount of money had caused him. Nor did he mind, in the course of learning to ride the wheel home, the fact that he ruined his suit of clothes. He caught the tailor by telephone that night from Mr. Higginbotham's store and ordered another suit. Then he carried the wheel up the narrow stairway that clung like a fire escape to the rear wall of the building, and when he had moved his bed out from the wall, found there was just space enough in the small room for himself and the wheel. Sunday he had intended to devote to studying for the high school examination, but the pearl diving article lured him away, and he spent the day in the white-hot fever of recreating the beauty and romance that burned in him. The fact that the Examiner of that morning had failed to publish his treasure hunting article, did not dash his spirits. He was at too great a height for that, and having been deaf to a twice-repeated summons, he went without the heavy Sunday dinner with which Mr. Higginbotham invariably graced his table. To Mr. Higginbotham, such a dinner was advertisement of his worldly achievement and prosperity, and he honored it by delivering platitudinous sermonettes upon American institutions, and the opportunity said institutions gave to any hard-working man to rise the rise, in his case, which he pointed out unfailingly, being from a grocer's clerk to the ownership of Higginbotham's cash store. Martin Eden looked with a sigh at his unfinished pearl diving on Monday morning and took the car down to Oakland to the high school. And when, days later, he applied for the results of his examinations, he learned that he had failed in everything save grammar. Your grammar is excellent, Professor Hilton informed him, staring at him through heavy spectacles. But you know nothing, positively nothing in the other branches, and your United States history is abominable. There is no other word for it. Abominable. I should advise you. Professor Hilton paused and glared at him, unsympathetic and unimaginative as one of his own test tubes. He was professor of physics in the high school, possessor of a large family, a meager salary, and a select fund of parrot-learned knowledge. Yes, sir, Martin said humbly, wishing somehow that the man at the desk in the library was in Professor Hilton's place just then. And I should advise you to go back to the grammar school for at least 2 years. Good day. Martin was not deeply affected by his failure, though he was surprised at Ruth's shocked expression when he told her Professor Hilton's advice. Her disappointment was so evident that he was sorry he had failed, but chiefly so for her sake. You see, I was right, she said. You know far more than any of the students entering high school, and yet you can't pass the examinations. It is because what education you have is fragmentary, sketchy. You need the discipline of study, such as only skilled teachers can give you. You must be thoroughly grounded. Professor Hilton is right, and if I were you, I'd go to night school. A year and a half of it might enable you to catch up that additional 6 months. Besides, that would leave you your days in which to write. Or, if you could not make your living by your pen, you would have your days in which to work in some position. But if my days are taken up with work and my nights with school, when am I going to see you? Was Martin's first thought, though he refrained from uttering it. Instead, he said, it seems so babyish for me to be going to night school. But I wouldn't mind that if I thought it would pay. But I don't think it will pay. I can do the work quicker than they can teach me. It would be a loss of time. He thought of her and his desire to have her, and I can't afford the time. I haven't the time to spare, in fact. There is so much that is necessary. She looked at him gently, and he was a brute to oppose her. Physics and chemistry, you can't do them without laboratory study, and you'll find algebra and geometry almost hopeless without instruction. You need the skilled teachers, the specialists in the art of imparting knowledge. He was silent for a minute, casting about for the least vainglorious way in which to express himself. Please don't think I'm bragging, he began. I don't intend it that way at all, but I have a feeling that I am what I may call a natural student. I can study by myself. I take to it kindly, like a duck to water. You see yourself what I did with grammar, and I've learned much of other things you would never dream how much, and I'm only getting started. Wait till I get. He hesitated and assured himself of the pronunciation before he said, momentum. I'm getting my first real feel of things now. I'm beginning to size up the situation. Please don't say size up, she interrupted. To get a line on things, he hastily amended. That doesn't mean anything in correct English, she objected. He floundered for a fresh start. What I'm driving at is that I'm beginning to get the lay of the land. Out of pity she forbore, and he went on. Knowledge seems to me like a chart room. Whenever I go into the library, I'm impressed that way. The part played by teachers is to teach the student the contents of the chart room in a systematic way. The teachers are guides to the chart room, that's all. It's not something that they have in their own heads. They don't make it up, don't create it. It's all in the chart room and they know their way about in it. And it's their business to show the place to strangers who might else get lost. Now I don't get lost easily. I have the bump of location. I usually know where I'm at. What's wrong now? Don't say where I'm at. That's right, he said gratefully. Where I am. But where am I at? I mean, where am I? Oh, yes, in the chart room. Well, some persons, she corrected. Some persons need guides. Most persons do. But I think I can get along without them. I've spent a lot of time in the chart room now, and I'm on the edge of knowing my way about, what charts I want to refer to, what coasts I want to explore. And from the way I line it up, I'll explore a whole lot more quickly by myself. The speed of a fleet, you know, is the speed of the slowest ship, and the speed of the teachers is affected the same way. They can't go any faster than the ruck of their scholars, and I can set a faster pace for myself than they set for a whole schoolroom. He travels the fastest who travels alone, she quoted at him. But I'd travel faster with you just the same, was what he wanted to blurt out, as he caught a vision of a world without end of sunlit spaces and starry voids through which he drifted with her, his arm around her, her pale gold hair blowing about his face. In the same instant he was aware of the pitiful inadequacy of speech. God, if he could so frame words that she could see what he then saw, and he felt the stir in him like a throe of yearning pain, of the desire to paint these visions that flashed unsummoned on the mirror of his mind. Ah, that was it. He caught it, the hem of the secret. It was the very thing that the great writers and master poets did. That was why they were giants. They knew how to express what they thought and felt in song. Dogs asleep in the sun often whined and barked, but they were unable to tell what they saw that made them whine and bark. He had often wondered what it was. And that was all he was, a dog asleep in the sun. He saw noble and beautiful visions, but he could only whine and bark at Ruth. But he would see sleeping in the sun. He would stand, up, with open eyes, and he would struggle and toil and learn until, with eyes unblinded and tongue untied, he could share with her his visioned wealth. Other men had discovered the trick of expression, of making words obedient servitors, and of making combinations of words mean more than the sum of their separate meanings. He was stirred profoundly by the passing glimpse of the secret, and he was again caught up in the vision of sunlit spaces and starry voids until it came to him that it was very quiet, and he saw Ruth regarding him with an amused expression and a smile in her eyes. "I have had a great visioning," he said, and at the sound of his words in his own ears, his heart gave a leap. Where had those words come from? They had adequately expressed the pause his vision had put in the conversation. It was a miracle. Never had he so loftily framed a lofty thought. But never had he attempted to frame lofty thoughts in words. That was it. That explained it. He had never tried. But Swinburne had, and Tennyson and Kipling and all the mile. Other poets. His mind flashed on to his pearl diving. He had never dared the big things, the spirit of the beauty that was afire in him. That article would be a different thing when he was done with it. He was appalled by the vastness of the beauty that rightfully belonged in it, and again his mind flashed and dared, and he demanded of himself why he could not chant that beauty in noble verse as the great poets did. And there was all the mysterious delight and spiritual wonder of his love for Ruth. Why could he not chant that too as the poets did? They had sung of love, so would he. By God! And in his frightened ears he heard his exclamation echoing. Carried away, he had breathed it aloud. The blood surged into his face, wave upon wave, mastering the bronze of it till the blush of shame flaunted itself from collar rim to the roots of his hair. I beg your pardon," he stammered. "I was thinking." "It sounded as if you were praying," she said bravely, but she felt herself inside to be withering and shrinking. It was the first time she had heard an oath from the lips of a man she knew, and she was shocked, not merely as a matter of principle and training, but shocked in spirit by this rough blast of life in the garden of her sheltered maidenhood. But she forgave, and was surprised at the ease of her forgiveness. Somehow it was not so difficult to forgive him anything. He had not had a chance to be as other men, and he was trying so hard and succeeding too. It never entered her head that there could be any other reason for her being kindly disposed toward him. She was tenderly disposed toward him, but she did not know it. She had no way of knowing it. The placid poise of 24 years without a single love affair did not fit her with a keen perception of her own feelings, and she who had never warmed to actual love was unaware that she was warming now. Chapter 11. Martin went back to his pearl-diving article, which would have been finished sooner if it had not been broken in upon so frequently by his attempts to write poetry. His poems were love poems, inspired by Ruth, but they were never completed. Not in a day could he learn to chant in noble verse. Rhyme and meter and structure were serious enough in themselves, but there was, over and beyond them, an intangible and evasive something that he caught in all great poetry, but which he could not catch and imprison in his own. It was the elusive spirit of poetry itself that he sensed and sought after but could not capture. It seemed a glow to him, a warm and trailing vapor, ever beyond his reaching, though sometimes he was rewarded by catching at shreds of it and weaving them into phrases that echoed in his brain with haunting notes or drifted across his vision in misty wafture of unseen beauty. It was baffling. He ached with desire to express and could but gibber prosaically as everybody gibbered. He read his fragments aloud. The meter marched along on perfect feet, and the rhyme pounded a longer and equally faultless rhythm, but the glow and high exaltation that he felt within were lacking. He could not understand, and time and again, in despair, defeated and depressed, he returned to his article. Prose was certainly an easier medium. Following the pearl diving, he wrote an article on the sea as a career, another on turtle catching, and a third on the Northeast trades. Then he tried, as an experiment, a short story, and before he broke his stride he had finished 6 short stories and dispatched them to various magazines. He wrote prolifically, intensely, from morning till night, and late at night except when he broke off to go to the reading room, draw books from the library, or to call on Ruth. He was profoundly happy. Life was pitched high. He was in a fever that never broke. The joy of creation that is supposed to belong to the gods was his. All the life about him, the odors of stale vegetables and soap suds, the slatternly form of his sister, and the jeering face of Mr. Higginbotham was a dream. The real world was in his. Mind, and the stories he wrote were so many pieces of reality out of his mind. The days were too short. There was so much he wanted to study. He cut his sleep down to 5 hours and found that he could get along upon it. He tried 4 hours and a half and regretfully came back to 5. It could joyfully have spent all his waking hours upon any one of his pursuits. It was with regret that he ceased from writing to study, that he ceased from study to go to the library, that he tore himself away from that chart room of knowledge, or from the magazines in the reading room that were filled with the secrets of writers who succeeded in selling their wares. It was like severing heartstrings when he was with Ruth to stand up and go, and he scorched through the dark streets so as to get home to his books at the least possible expense of time. And hardest of all was it to shut up the algebra or physics, put notebook and pencil aside, and close his tired eyes in sleep. He hated the thought of ceasing to live, even for so short a time, and his sole consolation was that the alarm clock was set 5 hours ahead. He would lose. Only 5 hours anyway, and then the jangling bell would jerk him out of unconsciousness, and he would have before him another glorious day of 19 hours. In the meantime, the weeks were passing, his money was ebbing low, and there was no money coming in. A month after he had mailed it, the adventure serial for boys was returned to him by the youth's companion. The rejection slip was so tactfully worded that he felt kindly toward the editor, but he did not feel so kindly toward the editor of the San Francisco Examiner. After waiting 2 whole weeks, Martin had written to him. A week later, he wrote again. At the end of the month, he went over to San Francisco and personally called upon the editor. But he did not meet that exalted personage, thanks to a Cerberus of an office boy, of tender years and red hair, who guarded the portals. At the end of the 5th week, the manuscript came back to him by mail without comment. There was no rejection slip, no explanation, nothing. In the same way his other articles were tied up with the other leading San Francisco papers. When he recovered them, he sent them to the magazines in the East, from which they were returned more promptly, accompanied always by the printed rejection slips. The short stories were returned in similar fashion. He read them over and over and liked them so much that he could not puzzle out the cause of their rejection until one day he read in a newspaper that manuscripts should always be typewritten. That explained it. Of course, editors were so busy that they could not afford the time and strain of reading handwriting. Martin rented a typewriter and spent a day mastering the machine. Each day he typed what he composed, and he typed his earlier manuscripts as fast as they were returned him. He was surprised when the typed ones began to come back. His jaw seemed to become squarer, his chin more aggressive, and he bundled the manuscripts off to new editors. The thought came to him that he was not a good judge of his own work. He tried it out on Gertrude. He read his stories aloud to her. Her eyes glistened, and she looked at him proudly as she said, "Ain't it grand you written those sort of things?" "Yes, yes," he demanded impatiently. "But the story, how did you like it?" "Just grand," was the reply. "Just grand, and thrilling too. I was all worked up." He could see that her mind was not clear. The perplexity was strong in her good-natured face, so he waited. "But say, Mart," after a long pause, "how did it end? Did that young man who spoke so highfalutin get her?" And after he had explained the end, which he thought he had made artistically, "Obvious," she would say. "That's what I wanted to know. Why didn't you write that way in the story?" One thing he learned, after he had read her a number of stories, namely, that she liked happy endings. "That story was perfectly grand," she announced, straightening up from the wash-tub with a tired sigh and wiping the sweat from her forehead with a red, steamy hand. "But it makes me sad. I want to cry. There is too many sad things in the world anyway. It makes me happy to think about happy things. Now, if he'd married her, and you don't mind, Mart?" she queried apprehensively. "I just happen to feel that way because I'm tired, I guess. But the story was grand just the same. Perfectly grand. Where are you going to sell it?" "That's a horse of another color," he laughed. "But if you did sell it, what do you think you'd get for it?" "Oh, $100. That would be the least the way prices go." "My, I do hope you'll sell it. Easy money, eh? Then he added proudly, I wrote it in 2 days. That's $50 a day. He longed to read his stories to Ruth, but did not dare. He would wait till some were published, he decided. Then she would understand what he had been working for. In the meantime, he toiled on. Never had the spirit of adventure lured him more strongly than on this amazing exploration of the realm of mind. He bought the textbooks on physics and chemistry and, along with his algebra, worked out problems and demonstrations. He took the laboratory proofs on faith, and his intense power of vision enabled him to see the reactions of chemicals more understandingly than the average student saw them in the laboratory. Martin wandered on through the heavy pages, overwhelmed by the clues he was getting to the nature of things. He had accepted the world as the world, but now he was comprehending the organization of it, the play and interplay of force and matter. Spontaneous explanations of old matters were continually arising in his mind. Levers and purchases fascinated him, and his mind roved backward to handspikes and blocks and tackles at sea. The theory of navigation, which enabled the ships to travel unerringly their courses over the pathless ocean, was made clear to him. The mysteries of storm and rain and tide were revealed, and the reason for the existence of trade winds made him wonder whether he had written his article on the Northeast trade too soon. At any rate, he knew he could write it better now. One afternoon he went out with Arthur to the University of California and, with bated breath and a feeling of religious awe, went through the laboratories, saw demonstrations, and listened to a physics professor lecturing to his classes. But he did not neglect his writing. A stream of short stories flowed from his pen, and he branched out into the easier forms of verse, the kind he saw printed in the magazines, though he lost his head and wasted 2 weeks on a tragedy in blank verse, the swift rejection of which by half a dozen magazines dumbfounded him. Then he discovered Henley and wrote a series of sea poems on the model of hospital sketches. They were simple poems of light and color and romance and adventure. Sea lyrics, he called them, and he judged them to be the best work he had yet done. There were 30, and he completed them in a month, doing one a day after having done his regular day's work on fiction, which day's work was the equivalent to a week's work of the average successful writer. The toil meant nothing to him. It was not toil. He was finding speech, and all the beauty and wonder that had been pent for years behind his inarticulate lips was now pouring forth in a wild and virile flood. He showed the sea lyrics to no one, not even to the editors. He had become distrustful of editors, but it was not distrust that prevented him from submitting the lyrics. They were so beautiful to him that he was impelled to save them to share with Ruth in some glorious, far-off time when he would dare to read to her what he had written. Against that time he kept them with him, reading them aloud, going over them until he knew them by heart. He lived every moment of his waking hours, and he lived in his sleep. His subjective mind rioting through his 5 hours of surcease and combining the thoughts and events of the day into grotesque and impossible marvels. In reality, he never rested, and a weaker body or a less firmly poised brain would have been prostrated in a general breakdown. His late afternoon calls on Ruth were rarer now, for June was approaching when she would take her degree and finish with the university. Bachelor of Arts. When he thought of her degree, it seemed she fled beyond him faster than he could pursue. One afternoon a week she gave to him, and arriving late, he usually stayed for dinner and for music afterward. Those were his red-letter days. The atmosphere of the house, in such contrast with that in which he lived, and the mere nearness to her sent him forth each time with a firmer grip on his resolve to climb the heights. In spite of the beauty in him and the aching desire to create, it was for her that he struggled. He was a lover first and always. All other things he subordinated to love. Greater than his adventure in the world of thought was his love adventure. The world itself was not so amazing because of the atoms and molecules that composed it according to the propulsions of irresistible force. What made it amazing was the fact that Ruth lived in it. She was the most amazing thing he had ever known or dreamed or guessed. But he was oppressed always by her remoteness. She was so far from him, and he did not know how to approach her. He had been a success with girls and women in his own class, but he had never loved any of them, while he did love her, and besides, she was not merely of another class. His very love elevated her above all classes. She was a being apart, so far apart that he did not know how to draw near to her as a lover should draw near. It was true, as he acquired knowledge and language, that he was drawing nearer, talking her speech, discovering ideas and delights in common, but this did not satisfy his lover's yearning. His lover's imagination had made her holy, too spiritualized, to have any kinship with him in the flesh. It was his own love that thrust her from him and made her seem impossible for him. Love itself denied him the one thing that it desired. And then, one day, without warning, the gulf between them was bridged for a moment, and thereafter, though the gulf remained, it was ever narrower. They had been eating cherries, great, luscious, black cherries with the juice of the color of dark wine, and later, as she read aloud to him from the Princess, he chanced to notice the stain of the cherries on her lips. For the moment her divinity was shattered. She was clay, after all, mere clay, subject to the common law of clay as his clay was subject, or anybody's clay. Her lips were flesh like his, and cherries dyed them as cherries dyed his. And if so with her lips, then was it so with all of her. She was woman, all woman, just like any woman. It came upon him abruptly. It was a revelation that stunned him. It was as if he had seen the sun fall out of the sky or had seen worship purity polluted. Then he realized the significance of it, and his heart began pounding and challenging him to play the lover with this woman who was not a spirit from other worlds, but a mere woman, with lips a cherry could stain. He trembled at the audacity of his thought, but all his soul was singing, and reason, in a triumphant paean, assured him he was right. Something of this change in him must have reached her, for she paused from her reading, looked up at him, and smiled. His eyes dropped from her blue eyes to her lips, and the sight of the stain maddened him. His arms all but flashed out to her and around her in the way of his old careless life. She seemed to lean toward him, to wait, and all his will fought to hold him back. "You were not following a word," she pouted. Then she laughed at him, delighting in his confusion, and as he looked into her frank eyes and knew that she had divined nothing of what he felt, he became abashed. He had indeed, in thought, dared too far. Of all the women he had known, there was no woman who would not have guessed save her. And she had not guessed. There was the difference. She was different. He was appalled by his own grossness, awed by her clear innocence, and he gazed again at her across the gulf. The bridge had broken down, but still the incident had brought him nearer. The memory of it persisted, and in the moments when he was most cast down, he dwelt upon it eagerly. The gulf. Was never again so wide. He had accomplished a distance vastly greater than a bachelorship of arts or a dozen bachelorships. She was pure, it was true, as he had never dreamed of purity. But cherries stained her lips. She was subject to the laws of the universe just as inexorably as he was. She had to eat to live, and when she got her feet wet, she caught cold. But that was not the point. If she could feel hunger and thirst, and heat and cold, then could she feel love and love for a man. Well, he was a man, and why could he not be the man? "It's up to me to make good," he would murmur fervently. "I will be the man. I will make myself the man. I will make good." Chapter 12. Early one evening, struggling with the sonnet that twisted all awry the beauty and thought that trailed in glow and vapor through his brain, Martin was called to the telephone. It's a lady's voice, a fine lady's. Mr. Higginbotham, who had called him, jeered. Martin went to the telephone in the corner of the room and felt a wave of warmth rush through him as he heard Ruth's voice. In his battle with the sonnet, he had forgotten her existence, and at the sound of her voice, his love for her smote him like a sudden blow. And such a voice! Delicate and sweet, like a strain of music heard far off and faint, or better, like a bell of silver, a perfect tone, crystal pure. No mere woman had a voice like that. There was something celestial about it, and it came from other worlds. He could scarcely hear what it said, so ravished was he, though he controlled his face, for he knew that Mr. Higginbotham's ferret eyes were fixed upon him. It was not much that Ruth wanted to say, merely that Norman had been going to take her to a lecture that night, but that he had a headache, and she was so disappointed, and she had the tickets, and that if he had no other engagement, would he be good enough to take her? Would he? He fought to suppress the eagerness in his voice. It was amazing. He had always seen her in her own house, and he had never dared to ask her to go anywhere with him. Quite irrelevantly, still at the telephone and talking with her, he felt an overpowering desire to die for her, and visions of heroic sacrifice shaped and dissolved in his whirling brain. He loved her so much, so terribly, so hopelessly. In that moment of mad happiness that she should go out with him, go to a lecture with him, Martin Eden, she soared so far above him that there seemed nothing else for him to do than die for her. It was the only fit way in which he could express the tremendous and lofty emotion he felt for her. It was the sublime abnegation of true love that comes to all lovers, and it came to him there, at the telephone, in a whirlwind of fire and glory. And to die for her, he felt, was to have lived and loved well. And he was only 21, and he had never been in love before. His hand trembled as he hung up the receiver, and he was weak from the organ which had stirred him. His eyes were shining like an angel's, and his face was transfigured, purged of all earthly dross, and pure and holy. "Making dates outside, eh?" his brother-in-law sneered. "You know what that means. You'll be in the police court yet." But Martin could not come down from the height. Not even the bestiality of the illusion could bring him back to earth. Anger and hurt were beneath him. He had seen a great vision and was as a god, and he could feel only profound and awful pity for this maggot of a man. He did not look at him, and though his eyes passed over him, he did not see him, and as in a dream he passed out of the room. To dress. It was not until he had reached his own room and was tying his necktie that he became aware of a sound that lingered unpleasantly in his ears. On investigating this sound, he identified it as the final snort of Bernard Higginbotham, which somehow had not penetrated to his brain before. As Ruth's front door closed behind them and he came down the steps with her, he found himself greatly perturbed. It was not unalloyed bliss, taking her to the lecture. He did not know what he ought to do. He had seen, on the streets, with persons of her class, that the women took the men's arms. But then again, he had seen them when they didn't, And he wondered if it was only in the evening that arms were taken, or only between husbands and wives and relatives. Just before he reached the sidewalk, he remembered Minnie. Minnie had always been a stickler. She had called him down the second time she walked out with him because he had gone along on the inside, and she had laid the law down to him that a gentleman always walked on the outside when he was with a lady, and Minnie had made a practice of kicking his heels whenever they crossed from one side of the street to the other to remind him to get over on the outside. He wondered where she had got that item of etiquette and whether it had filtered down from above and was all right. It wouldn't do any harm to try it, he decided, by the time they had reached the sidewalk, and he swung behind Ruth and took up his station on the outside. Then the other problem presented itself. Should he offer her his arm? He had never offered anybody his arm in his life. The girls he had known never took the fellow's arms. For the first several times, they walked freely, side by side, and after that it was arms around the waists and heads against the fellow's shoulders where the streets were unlighted. But this was different. She wasn't that kind of a girl. He must do something. He crooked the arm next to her, crooked it very slightly and with secret tentativeness, not invitingly, but just casually, as though he was accustomed to walk that way. And then the wonderful thing happened. He felt her hand upon his arm. Delicious thrills ran through him at the contact, and for a few sweet moments it seemed that he had left the solid earth and was flying with her through the air. But he was soon back again, perturbed by a new complication. They were crossing the street. This would put him on the inside. He should be on the outside. Should he therefore drop her arm and change over? And if he did so, would he have to repeat the maneuver the next time and the next? There was something wrong about it, and he resolved not to caper about and play the fool. Yet he was not satisfied with his conclusion, and when he found himself on the inside, he talked quickly and earnestly, making a show of being carried away by what he was saying, so that, in case he was wrong in not changing sides, his enthusiasm would seem the cause for his carelessness. As they crossed Broadway, he came face to face with a new problem. In the blaze of the electric lights, he saw Lizzie Connolly and her giggly friend. Only for an instant he hesitated. Then his hand went up and his hat came off. He could not be disloyal to his kind, and it was to more than Lizzie Connolly that his hat was lifted. She nodded and looked at him boldly, not with soft and gentle eyes like Ruth's, but with eyes that were handsome and hard, and that swept on past him to Ruth and itemized her face and dress and station. And he was aware that Ruth looked too, with quick eyes that were timid and mild as a dove's, but which saw, in a look that was a flutter on and past, the working-class girl in her cheap finery and under the strange hat that all working-class girls were wearing just then. "What a pretty girl," Ruth said a moment later. Martin could have blessed her, though he said, "I don't know. I guess it's all a matter of personal taste, but she doesn't strike me." As being particularly pretty. Why, there isn't one woman in 10,000 with features as regular as hers. They are splendid. Her face is as clear-cut as a cameo, and her eyes are beautiful. "Do you think so?" Martin queried absently, for to him there was only one beautiful woman in the world, and she was beside him, her hand upon his arm. "Do I think so? If that girl had proper opportunity to dress, Mr. Eden, and if she were taught how to carry herself, you would be fairly dazzled by her, and so would all men." "She would have to be taught how to speak," he commented, "or else most of the men wouldn't understand her." "I'm sure you couldn't understand a quarter of what she said if she just spoke naturally." Nonsense, you are as bad as Arthur when you try to make your point. You forget how I talked when you first met me. I have learned a new language since then. Before that time I talked as that girl talks. Now I can manage to make myself understood sufficiently in your language to explain that you do not know that other girl's language. And do you know why she carries herself the way she does? I think about such things now, though I never used to think about them, and I am beginning to understand much. But why does she? She has worked long hours for years at machines. When one's body is young, it is very pliable, and hard work will mold it like putty according to the nature of the work. I can tell at a glance the trades of many working men I meet on the street. Look at me. Why am I rolling all about the shop? Because of the years I put in on the sea. If I'd put in the same years cow-punching, with my body young and pliable, I wouldn't be rolling now, but I'd be bow-legged. And so with that girl, you notice that her eyes were what I might call hard. She has never been sheltered. She has had to take care of herself, and a young girl can't take care of herself and keep her eyes soft and gentle like yours, for example. I think you are right, Ruth said in a low voice, and it is too bad, she is such a pretty girl. He looked at her and saw her eyes luminous with pity. And then he remembered that he loved her, and was lost in amazement at his fortune that permitted him to love her and to take her on his arm to a lecture. "Who are you, Martin Eden?" he demanded of himself in the looking-glass that night when he got back to his room. He gazed at himself long and curiously. "Who are you? What are you? Where do you belong? You belong by rights to girls like Lizzie Connolly. You belong with the legions of toil, with all that is low, and vulgar, and unbeautiful. You belong with the oxen and the drudges, in dirty surroundings among smells and stenches. There are the stale vegetables now. Those potatoes are rotting. Smell them, damn you, smell them. And yet you dare to open the books, to listen to beautiful music, to learn to love beautiful paintings, to speak good English, to think thoughts that none of your own kind thinks, to tear yourself away from the oxen and the Lizzie Connollys, and to love a pale spirit of a woman who was a million miles beyond you and who lives in the stars. Who are you? And what are you, damn you? And are you going to make good?" He shook his fist at himself in the glass and sat down on the edge of the bed to dream for a space with wide eyes. Then he got out notebook and algebra and lost himself in quadratic equations while the hours slipped by and the stars dimmed and the gray of dawn flooded against his window. Chapter 13. It was the knot of wordy socialists and working-class philosophers that held forth in the City Hall Park on warm afternoons that was responsible for the great discovery. Once or twice in the month, while riding through the park on his way to the library, Martin dismounted from his wheel and listened to the arguments, and each time he tore himself away reluctantly. The tone of discussion was much lower than at Mr. Morse's table. The men were not grave and dignified. They lost their tempers easily and called one another names, while oaths and obscene allusions were frequent on their lips. Once or twice he had seen them come to blows. And yet, he knew not why, there seemed something vital about the stuff of these men's thoughts. Their logomachy was far more stimulating to his intellect than the reserved and quiet dogmatism of Mr. Morse. These men, who slaughtered English, gesticulated like lunatics, and fought one another's ideas with primitive anger, seemed somehow to be more alive than Mr. Morse and his crony, Mr. Butler. Martin had heard Herbert Spencer quoted several times in the park, but one afternoon a disciple of Spencer's appeared, a seedy tramp with a dirty coat buttoned tightly at the throat to conceal the absence of a shirt. Battle royal was waged amid the smoking of many cigarettes and the expectoration of much tobacco juice, wherein the tramp successfully held his own, even when a socialist workman sneered, "There is no God but the unknowable, and Herbert Spencer is his prophet." Martin was puzzled as to what the discussion was about, but when he rode on to the library he carried with him a newborn interest in Herbert Spencer, and because of the frequency with which the tramp had mentioned first principles, Martin drew out that volume. So the great discovery began. Once before he had tried Spencer, and choosing the principles of psychology to begin with, he had failed as abjectly as he had failed with Madame Blavatsky. There had been no understanding the book, and he had returned it unread, but this night, after algebra and physics, and an attempt at a sonnet, he got into bed and opened First Principles. Morning found him still reading. It was impossible for him to sleep. Nor did he write that day. He lay on the bed till his body grew tired, when he tried the hard floor, reading on his back, the book held in the air above him, or changing from side to side. He slept that night and did his writing next morning, and then the book tempted him and he fell, reading all afternoon, oblivious to everything and oblivious to the fact that that was the afternoon Ruth gave to him. His first consciousness of the immediate world about him was when Bernard Higginbotham jerked open the door and demanded to know if he thought they were running a restaurant. Martin Eden had been mastered by curiosity all his days. He wanted to know, and it was this desire that had sent him adventuring over the world. But he was now learning from Spencer that he never had known, and that he never could have known had he continued his sailing and wandering forever. He had merely skimmed over the surface of things, observing detached phenomena, accumulating fragments of facts, making superficial little generalizations, and all and everything quite unrelated in a capricious and disorderly world of whim and chance. The mechanism of the flight of birds he had watched and reasoned about with understanding, but it had never entered his head to try to explain the process whereby birds, as organic flying mechanisms, had been developed. He had never dreamed there was such a process. That birds should have come to be was unguessed. They always had been, they just happened. And as it was with birds, so had it been with everything. His ignorant and unprepared attempts at philosophy had been fruitless. The medieval metaphysics of Kant had given him the key to nothing and had served the sole purpose of making him doubt his own intellectual powers. In similar manner, his attempt to study evolution had been confined to a hopelessly technical volume by Romans. He had understood nothing, and the only idea he had gathered was that evolution was a dry-as-dust theory of a lot of little men possessed of huge and unintelligible vocabularies. And now he learned that evolution was no mere theory, but an accepted process of development, that scientists no longer disagreed about it, their only differences being over the method of evolution. And here was the man Spencer, organizing all knowledge for him, reducing everything to unity, elaborating ultimate realities, and presenting to his startled gaze a universe so concrete of realization that it was like the model of a ship such as sailors make and put into glass bottles. There was no caprice, no chance, all was law. It was in obedience to law that the bird flew, and it was in obedience to the same law that fermenting slime had writhed and squirmed and put out legs and wings and become a bird. Martin had ascended from pitch to pitch of intellectual living, and here he was at a higher pitch than ever. All the hidden things were laying their secrets bare. he was drunken with comprehension. At night, asleep, he lived with the gods in colossal nightmare, and awake, in the day, he went around like a somnambulist, with absent stare, gazing upon the world he had just discovered. At table he failed to hear the conversation about petty and ignoble things, his eager mind seeking out and following cause and effect in everything before him. In the meat on the platter he saw the shining sun and traced its energy back through all its transformations to its source, 100 million miles away, or traced its energy ahead to the moving muscles in his arms that enabled him to cut the meat, and to the brain wherewith he willed the muscles to move to cut the meat, until, with inward gaze, he saw the same sun shining in his brain. He was entranced by illumination and did not hear the "Bew-house" whispered by Jim, nor see the anxiety on his sister's face, nor notice the rotary motion of Bernard Higginbotham's finger, whereby he imparted the suggestion of wheels revolving in his brother-in-law's head. What, in a way, most profoundly impressed Martin was the correlation of knowledge of all knowledge. He had been curious to know things, and whatever he acquired, he had filed away in separate memory compartments in his brain. Thus, on the subject of sailing, he had an immense store. On the subject of woman, he had a fairly large store, but these two subjects had been unrelated. Between the two memory compartments there had been no connection. That, in the fabric of knowledge, there should be any connection whatever between a woman with hysterics and a schooner carrying a weather helm or heaving to in a gale, would have struck him as ridiculous and impossible. But Herbert Spencer had shown him not only that it was not ridiculous, but that it was impossible for there to be no connection. All things were related to all other things, from the farthermost star in the wastes of space to the myriads of atoms in the grain of sand under one's foot. This new concept was a perpetual amazement to Martin, and he found himself engaged continually in tracing the relationship between all. Things under the sun and on the other side of the sun. He drew up lists of the most incongruous things and was unhappy until he succeeded in establishing kinship between them all, kinship between love, poetry, earthquake, fire, rattlesnakes, rainbows, precious gems, monstrosities, sunsets, the roaring of lions, illuminating gas, cannibalism, beauty, murder, lovers, fulcrums, and tobacco. Thus he unified the universe and held it up, and looked at it, or wandered through its byways and alleys and jungles, that is a halit at a taralt and of a wee. And the more he knew, the more passionately he admired the universe and life, and his own life in the midst of it all. "You fool!" he cried at his image in the looking-glass. "You wanted to write, and you tried to write, and you had nothing in you to write about. What did you have in you? Some childish notions, a few half-baked sentiments, a lot of undigested beauty, a great black mass of ignorance, a heart filled to bursting with love, and an ambition as big as your love and as futile as your ignorance. And you wanted to write. Why, you're just on the edge of beginning to get something in you to write about. You wanted to create beauty, but how could you when you knew nothing about the nature of beauty? You wanted to write about life when you knew nothing of the essential characteristics of life. You wanted to write about the world and the scheme of existence when the world was a Chinese puzzle to you, and all that you could have written would have been about what you did not know of the scheme of existence. But cheer up, Martin, my boy, you'll write yet. You know a little, a very little, and you're on the right road now to know more. Someday, if you're lucky, you may come pretty close to knowing all that may be known. Then you will write." He brought his great discovery to Ruth, sharing with her all his joy and wonder in it. But she did not seem to be so enthusiastic over it. She tacitly accepted it. And, in a way, seemed aware of it from her own studies. It did not stir her deeply, as it did him, and he would have been surprised had he not reasoned it out that it was not new and fresh to her as it was to him. Arthur and Norman, he found, believed in evolution and had read Spencer, though it did not seem to have made any vital impression upon them, while the young fellow with the glasses and the mop of hair will only sneered disagreeably at Spencer and repeated the epigram, "There is no God but the unknowable, and Herbert Spencer is his prophet." But Martin forgave him the sneer, for he had begun to discover that Oni was not in love with Ruth. Later, he was dumbfounded to learn from various little happenings not only that Oni did not care for Ruth, but that he had a positive dislike for her. Martin could not understand this. It was a bit of phenomena that he could not correlate with all the rest of the phenomena in the universe. But nevertheless he felt sorry for the young fellow because of the great lack in his nature that prevented him from a proper appreciation of Ruth's fineness and beauty. They rode out into the hills several Sundays on their wheels, and Martin had ample opportunity to observe the armed truce that existed between Ruth and Olney. The latter chummed with Norman, throwing Arthur and Martin into company with Ruth, for which Martin was duly grateful. Those Sundays were great days for Martin, greatest because he was with Ruth, and great also because they were putting him more on a par with the young men of her class. In spite of their long years of disciplined education, he was finding himself their intellectual equal, and the hours spent with them in conversation was so much practice for him in the use of the grammar he had studied so hard. He had abandoned the etiquette books, falling back upon observation to show him the right things to do. Except when carried away by his enthusiasm, he was always on guard, keenly watchful of their actions and learning their little courtesies and refinements of conduct. The fact that Spencer was very little read was for some time a source of surprise to Martin. "Herbert Spencer," said the man at the desk in the library. "Oh yes, a great mind." But the man did not seem to know anything of the content of that great mind. One evening at dinner, when Mr. Butler was there, Martin turned the conversation upon Spencer. Mr. Morse bitterly arraigned the English philosopher's agnosticism, but confessed that he had not read First Principles, while Mr. Butler stated that he had no patience with Spencer, had never read a line of him, and had managed to get along quite well without him. Doubts arose in Martin's mind, and had he been less strongly individual, he would have accepted the general opinion and given Herbert Spencer up. As it was, he found Spencer's explanation of things convincing, and, as he phrased it to himself, to give up Spencer will be equivalent to a navigator throwing the compass and chronometer overboard. So Martin went on into a thorough study of evolution, mastering more and more the subject himself, and being convinced by the corroborative testimony of 1,000 independent writers. The more he studied, the more vistas he caught of fields of knowledge yet unexplored, and the regret that days were only 24 hours long became a chronic complaint with him. One day, because the days were so short, he decided to give up algebra and geometry. Trigonometry he had not even attempted. Then he cut chemistry from his study list, retaining only physics. "I am not a specialist," he said in defense to Ruth. "Nor am I going to try to be a specialist. There are too many special fields for any one man in a whole lifetime to master a tithe of them. I must pursue general knowledge. When I need the work of specialists, I shall refer to their books." "But that is not like having the knowledge yourself," she protested. "But it is unnecessary to have it. We profit from the work of the specialists. That's what they are for. When I came in, I noticed the chimney sweeps at work. They're specialists, and when they get done, you will enjoy clean chimneys without knowing anything about the construction of chimneys." "That's far-fetched, I am afraid." She looked at him curiously, and he felt a reproach in her gaze and manner, but he was convinced of the rightness of his position. All thinkers on general subjects, The greatest minds in the world, in fact, rely on the specialists. Herbert Spencer did that. He generalized upon the findings of thousands of investigators. He would have had to live 1,000 lives in order to do it all himself. And so with Darwin. He took advantage of all that had been learned by the florists and cattle breeders. "You're right, Martin," Only said. "You know what you're after, and Ruth doesn't. She doesn't know what she is after for herself even." "Oh yes," Only rushed on, heading off her objection. "I know you call it general culture, but it doesn't matter what you study if you want general culture. You can study French, or you can study German, or cut them both out and study Esperanto. You'll get the culture tone just the same. You can study Greek or Latin too for the same purpose, though it will never be any use to you. It will be culture though. Why, Ruth studied Saxon, became clever in it. That was 2 years ago, and all that she remembers of it now is, when that sweet April with his shower suit, isn't that the way it goes? But it's given you the culture tone just the same," he laughed, again heading her off. "I know, we were in the same classes. But you speak of culture as if it should be a means to something," Ruth cried. Out. Her eyes were flashing, and in her cheeks were 2 spots of color. Culture is the end in itself. But that is not what Martin wants. How do you know? "What do you want, Martin?" Olney demanded, turning squarely upon him. Martin felt very uncomfortable and looked entreaty at Ruth. "Yes, what do you want?" Ruth asked. "That will settle it." "Yes, of course I want culture," Martin faltered. "I love beauty, and culture will give me a finer and keener appreciation of beauty." She nodded her head and looked triumphant. "Rot, and you know it," was Olney's comment. "Martin's after career, not culture. It just happens that culture, in his case, is incidental to career. If he wanted to be a chemist, culture would be unnecessary. Martin wants to write, but he's afraid to say so because it will put you in the wrong." "And why does Martin want to write?" he went on. "Because he isn't rolling in wealth. Why do you fill your head with Saxon and general culture? Because you don't have to make your way in the world. Your father sees to that. He buys your clothes for you and all the rest. What rotten good is our education, yours and mine and Arthur's and Norman's? We're soaked in general culture, and if our daddies went broke today, we'd be falling down tomorrow on teachers' examinations. The best job you could get, Ruth, would be a country school or music teacher in a girls' boarding school." "And pray, what would you do?" she asked. "Not a blessed thing. I could earn $1.50 a day, common labor, and I might get in as instructor in Hanley's cramming joint. I say might, mind you, and I might be chucked out at the end of the week for sheer inability." Martin followed the discussion closely, and while he was convinced that Olney was right, he resented the rather cavalier treatment he accorded Ruth. A new conception of love formed in his mind as he listened. Reason had nothing to do with love. It mattered not whether the woman he loved reasoned correctly or incorrectly. Love was above reason. If it just happened that she did not fully appreciate his necessity for a career, that did not make her a bit less lovable. She was all lovable. And what she thought had nothing to do with her lovableness. "What's that?" he replied to a question from Olney that broke in upon his train of thought. "I was saying that I hoped you wouldn't be fool enough to tackle Latin." "But Latin is more than culture," Ruth broke in. "It is equipment. Well, are you going to tackle it?" Olney persisted. Martin was sore beset. He could see that Ruth was hanging eagerly upon his answer. "I'm afraid I won't have time," he said finally. "I'd like to, but I won't have time." "You see, Martin's not seeking culture," Olney exulted. "He's trying to get somewhere, to do something." "Oh, but it's mental training. It's mind discipline." It's what makes disciplined minds. Ruth looked expectantly at Martin, as if waiting for him to change his judgment. You know, the football players have to train before the big game, and that is what Latin does for the thinker. It trains. Rot and bosh. That's what they told us when we were kids. But there is one thing they didn't tell us then. They let us find it out for ourselves afterwards. Only paused for effect, then added. And what they didn't tell us was that every gentleman should have studied Latin, but that no gentleman should know Latin. Tell that's unfair, Ruth cried. I knew you were turning the conversation just in order to get off something. It's clever, all right, was the retort, but it's fair too. The only men who know their Latin are the apothecaries, the lawyers, and the Latin professors. And if Martin wants to be one of them, I miss my guess. But what's all that got to do with Herbert Spencer anyway? Martin's just discovered Spencer, and he's wild over him. Why? Because Spencer is taking him somewhere. Spencer couldn't take me anywhere, nor you. We haven't got anywhere to go. He'll get married some day, and I'll have nothing to do but keep track of the lawyers and business agents who will take care of the money my father's going to leave me. Onley got up to go, but turned at the door and delivered a parting shot. You leave Martin alone, Ruth. He knows what's best for himself. Look at what he's done already. He makes me sick sometimes, sick and ashamed of myself. He knows more now about the world and life and man's place and all the rest than Arthur or Norman or I or you too for that matter, and in spite of all our Latin and French and Saxon and culture. But Ruth is my teacher, Martin answered chivalrously. She is responsible for what little I have learned. Rats! Only looked at Ruth, and his expression was malicious. I suppose you'll be telling me next that you read Spencer on her recommendation, only you didn't, and she doesn't know anything more about Darwin and evolution than I do about King Solomon's mines. What's that jawbreaker definition about something or other of Spencer's that you sprang on us the other day, that indefinite, incoherent homogeneity thing? Spring it on her and see if she understands a word of it. That isn't culture, you see. Well, tra-la, and if you tackle Latin, Martin, I won't have any respect for you. And all the while, interested in the discussion, Martin had been aware of an irk in it as well. It was about studies and lessons, dealing with the rudiments of knowledge, and the schoolboyish tone of it conflicted with the big things that were stirring in him with the grip upon life that was even then crooking his fingers like eagle's talons, with the cosmic thrills that made him ache, and with the inchoate consciousness of mastery of it all. He likened himself to a poet wrecked on the shores of a strange land, filled with power of beauty, stumbling and stammering and vainly trying to sing in the rough, barbaric tongue of his brethren in the new land. And so with him, he was alive, painfully alive, to the great universal things, and yet he was compelled to potter and grope among schoolboy topics and debate whether or not he should study Latin. What in hell has Latin to do with it? He demanded before his mirror that night. I wish dead people would stay dead. Why should I and the beauty in me be ruled by the dead? Beauty is alive and everlasting. Languages come and go. They are the dust of the dead. And his next thought was that he had been phrasing his ideas very well, and he went to bed wondering why he could not talk in similar fashion when he was with Ruth. He was only a schoolboy with a schoolboy's tongue when he was in her presence. Give me time, he said aloud. Only give me time. Time was his unending plaint. Chapter 14. It was not because of only, but in spite of Ruth and his love for Ruth, that he finally decided not to take up Latin. His money meant time. There was so much that was more important than Latin, so many studies that clamored with imperious voices. And he must write. He must earn money. He had had no acceptances. 12 manuscripts were traveling the endless round of the magazines. How did the others do it? He spent long hours in the free reading room, going over what others had written, studying their work eagerly and critically, comparing it with his own, and wondering about the secret trick they had discovered, which enabled them to sell their work. He was amazed at the immense amount of printed stuff that was dead. No light, no life, no color was shot through it. There was no breath of life in it, and yet it sold. At 2 cents a word, $20 a thousand, the newspaper clipping had said so. He was puzzled by countless short stories, written lightly and cleverly, he confessed, but without vitality or reality. Life was so strange and wonderful, filled with an immensity of problems, of dreams, and of heroic toils, and yet these stories dealt only with the commonplaces of life. He felt the stress and strain of life, its fevers and sweats and wild insurgences. Surely this was the stuff to write about. He wanted to glorify the leaders of forlorn hopes, the mad lovers, the giants that fought under stress and strain, amid terror and tragedy, making life crackle with the strength of their endeavor. And yet the magazine's short stories seemed intent on glorifying the Mr. Butlers, the sordid dollar chasers, and the commonplace little love affairs of commonplace little men and women. Was it because the editors of the magazines were commonplace, he demanded? Or were they afraid of life, these writers and editors and readers? But his chief trouble was that he did not know any editors or writers. And not merely did he not know any writers, but he did not know anybody who had ever attempted to write. There was nobody to tell him, to hint to him, to give him the least word of advice. He began to doubt that editors were real men. They seemed. Cogs in a machine. That was what it was, a machine. He poured his soul into stories, articles, and poems and entrusted them to the machine. He folded them just so, put the proper stamps inside the long envelope along with the manuscript, sealed the envelope, put more stamps outside, and dropped it into the mailbox. It traveled across the continent, and after a certain lapse of time, the postman returned him the manuscript in another long envelope, on the outside of which were the stamps he had enclosed. There was no human editor at the other end, but a mere cunning arrangement of cogs that changed the manuscript from one envelope to another and stuck on the stamps. It was like the slot machines wherein one dropped pennies and, with a metallic whirl of machinery, had delivered to him a stick of chewing gum or a tablet of chocolate. It depended upon which slot one dropped the penny in, whether he got chocolate or gum. And so with the editorial machine, one slot brought checks and the other brought rejection slips. So far he had found only the latter slot. It was the rejection slips that completed the horrible machiavelliness of the process. These slips were printed in stereotyped forms, and he had received hundreds of them, as many as a dozen or more, on each of his earlier manuscripts. If he had received one line, one personal line, along with one rejection of all his rejections, he would have been cheered. But not one editor had given that proof of existence. And he could conclude only that there were no warm human men at the other end, only mere cogs, well-oiled and running beautifully in the machine. He was a good fighter, whole-souled and stubborn, and he would have been content to continue feeding the machine for years. But he was bleeding to death, and not years, but weeks would determine the fight. Each week his board bill brought him nearer destruction, while the postage on 40 manuscripts bled him almost as severely. He no longer bought books, and he economized in petty ways and sought to delay the inevitable end. though he did not know how to economize, and brought the end nearer by a week when he gave his sister Marion $5 for a dress. He struggled in the dark, without advice, without encouragement, and in the teeth of discouragement. Even Gertrude was beginning to look askance. At first she had tolerated with sisterly fondness what she conceived to be his foolishness, but now, out of sisterly solicitude, she grew anxious. To her it seemed that his foolishness was becoming a madness. Martin knew this and suffered more keenly from it than from the open and nagging contempt of Bernard Higginbotham. Martin had faith in himself, but he was alone in this faith. Not even Ruth had faith. She had wanted him to devote himself to study, and, though she had not openly disapproved of his writing, she had never approved. He had never offered to show her his work. A fastidious delicacy had prevented him. Besides, she had been studying heavily at the university, and he felt averse to robbing her of her time. But when she had taken her degree, she asked him herself to let her see something of what he had been doing. Martin was elated and diffident. Here was a judge. She was a Bachelor of Arts. She had studied literature under skilled instructors. Perhaps the editors were capable judges too. But she would be different from them. She would not hand him a stereotyped rejection slip, nor would she inform him that lack of preference for his work did not necessarily imply lack of merit in his work. She would talk, a warm human being, in her quick, bright way, and, most important of all, she would catch glimpses of the real Martin Eden. In his work, she would discern what his heart and soul were like, and she would come to understand something, a little something, of the stuff of his dreams and the strength of his power. Martin gathered together a number of carbon copies of his short stories, hesitated a moment, then added his sea lyrics. They mounted their wheels on a late June afternoon and rode for the hills. It was the second time he had been out with her alone, and as they rode along through the balmy warmth, just chilled by, she sea breezed to refreshing coolness, he was profoundly impressed by the fact that it was a very beautiful and well-ordered world, and that it was good to be alive and to love. They left their wheels by the roadside and climbed to the brown top of an open knoll where the sunburnt grass breathed a harvest breath of dry sweetness and content. "Its work is done," Martin said as they seated themselves, she upon his coat, and he sprawling close to the warm earth. He sniffed the sweetness of the tawny grass, which entered his brain and set his thoughts whirling on from the particular to the universal. "It has achieved its reason for existence," he went on, patting the dry grass affectionately. "It quickened with ambition under the dreary downpour of last winter, fought the violent early spring, flowered and lured the insects and the bees, scattered its seeds, squared itself with its duty and the world, and—" "Why do you always look at things with such dreadfully practical eyes?" she interrupted. "Because I've been studying evolution, I guess. It's only recently that I got my eyesight, if the truth were told. But it seems to me you lose sight of beauty by being so practical, that you destroy beauty like the boys who catch butterflies and rub the down off their beautiful wings." He shook his head. "Beauty has significance, but I never knew its significance before. I just accepted beauty as something meaningless, as something that was just beautiful without rhyme or reason. I did not know anything about beauty. But now I know, or rather, am just beginning to know. This grass is more beautiful to me now that I know why it is grass, and all the hidden chemistry of sun and rain and earth that makes it become grass. Why, there is romance in the life history of any grass, yes, and adventure, too. The very thought of it stirs me. When I think of the play of force and matter, and all the tremendous struggle of it, I feel as if I could write an epic on the grass." "How well you talk," she said absently, and he noted that she was looking at him in a searching way. He was all confusion and embarrassment on the instant, the blood flushing red on his neck and brow. "I hope I am learning to talk," he stammered. "There seems to be so much in me I want to say. But it is all so big. I can't find ways to say what is really in me. Sometimes it seems to me that all the world, all life, everything, had taken up residence inside of me and was clamoring for me to be the spokesman. I feel, oh, I can't describe it. I feel the bigness of it. But when I speak, I babble like a little child. It is a great task to transmute feeling and sensation into speech, written or spoken, that will, in turn, in him who reads or listens, transmute itself back into the self-same feeling and sensation. It is a lordly task. See, I bury my face in the grass, and the breath I draw in through my nostrils sets me quivering with 1,000 thoughts and fancies. It is a breath of the universe I have breathed. I know song and laughter, and success and pain, and struggle and death. And I see visions that arise in my brain somehow out of the scent of the grass, and I would like to tell them to you, to the world. But how can I? My tongue is tied. I have tried, by the spoken word just now, to describe to you the effect on me of the scent of the grass, but I have not succeeded. I have no more than hinted in awkward speech. My words seem gibberish to me, and yet I am stifled with desire to tell. Oh, he threw up his hands with a despairing gesture. It is impossible. It is not understandable. It is incommunicable. But you do talk well, she insisted. Just think how you have improved in the short time I have known you. Mr. Butler is a noted public speaker. He is always asked by the state committee to go out on stump during campaign, yet you talked just as well as he the other night at dinner, only he was more controlled. You get too excited, but you will get over that with practice. Why, you would make a good public speaker. You can go far if you want to. You are masterly. You can lead men, I am sure, and there is no reason why you should not succeed at anything you set your hand to, just as you have succeeded with grammar. You would make a good lawyer. You should shine in politics. There is nothing to prevent you from making as great a success as Mr. Butler has made. And minus the dyspepsia, she added with a smile. They talked on, she in her gently persistent way, returning always to the need of thorough grounding in education and to the advantages of Latin as part of the foundation for any career. She drew her ideal of the successful man, and it was largely in her father's image, with a few unmistakable lines and touches of color from the image of Mr. Butler. He listened eagerly, with receptive ears, lying on his back and looking up and joying in each movement of her lips as she talked. But his brain was not receptive. There was nothing alluring in the pictures she drew, and he was aware of a dull pain of disappointment and of a sharper ache of love for her. In all she said there was no mention of his writing, and the manuscripts he had brought to read lay neglected on the ground. At last, in a pause, he glanced at the sun, measured its height above the horizon, and suggested his manuscripts by picking them up. "I had forgotten," she said quickly, "and I am so anxious to hear." He read to her a story, one that he flattered himself was among his very best. He called it The Wine of Life, and the wine of it that had stolen into his brain when he wrote it stole into his brain now as he read it. There was a certain magic in the original conception, and he had adorned it with more magic of phrase and touch. All the old fire and passion with which he had written it were reborn in him, and he was swayed and swept away so that he was blind and deaf to the faults of it. But it was not so with Ruth. Her trained ear detected the weaknesses and exaggerations, the overemphasis of the tyro, and she was instantly aware each time the sentence rhythm tripped and faltered. She scarcely noted the rhythm otherwise except when it became too pompous, at which moments she was disagreeably impressed with its amateurishness. That was her final judgment on the story as a whole, amateurish, though she did not tell him so. Instead, when he had done, she pointed out the minor flaws and said that she liked the story. But he was disappointed. Her criticism was just. He acknowledged that, but he had a feeling that he was not sharing his work with her for the purpose of schoolroom correction. The details did not matter. They could take care of themselves. He could mend them. He could learn to mend them. Out of life, he had captured something big and attempted to imprison it in the story. It was the big thing out of life he had read to her, not sentence structure and semicolons. He wanted her to feel with him this big thing that was his, that he had seen with his own eyes, grappled with his own brain, and placed there on the page with his own hands in printed words. Well, he had failed, was his secret decision. Perhaps the editors were right. He had felt the big thing, but he had failed to transmute it. He concealed his disappointment and joined so easily with her in her criticism that she did not realize that deep down in him was running a strong undercurrent of disagreement. "This next thing I've called The Pot," he said, unfolding the manuscript. "It has been refused by 4 or 5 magazines now, but still I think it is good. In fact, I don't know what to think of it except that I've caught something there. Maybe it won't affect you as it does me. It's a short thing, only 2,000 words." "How dreadful!" she cried, when he had finished. "It is horrible, unutterably horrible." He noted her pale face, her eyes wide and tense, and her clenched hands with secret satisfaction. He had succeeded. He had communicated the stuff of fancy and feeling from out of his brain. It had struck home. No matter whether she liked it or not, it had gripped her and mastered her, made her sit there and listen and forget details. "It is life," he said, "and life is not always beautiful. And yet, perhaps because I am strangely made, I find something beautiful there. It seems to me that the beauty is tenfold enhanced because it is there, but why couldn't the poor woman?" She broke in disconnectedly. Then she left the revolt of her thought unexpressed to cry out, "Oh, it is degrading, it is not nice, it is nasty." For the moment it seemed to him that his heart stood still. Nasty! He had never dreamed it. He had not meant it. The whole sketch stood before him in letters of fire, and in such blaze of illumination he sought vainly for nastiness. Then his heart began to beat again. He was not guilty. "Why didn't you select a nice subject?" she was saying. "We know there are nasty things in the world, but that is no reason." She talked on in her indignant strain, but he was not following her. He was smiling to himself as he looked up into her virginal face, so innocent, so penetratingly innocent, that its purity seemed always to enter into him, driving out of him all dross and bathing him in some ethereal effulgence that was as cool and soft and velvety as star sheen. "We know there are nasty things in the world." He cuddled to him the notion of her knowing and chuckled over it as a love joke. The next moment, in a flashing vision of multitudinous detail, he cited the whole sea of life's nastiness that he had known and voyaged over and through, and he forgave her for not understanding the story. It was through no fault of hers that she could not understand. He thanked God that she had been born and sheltered to such innocence. But he knew life, its foulness as well as its fairness, its greatness in spite of the slime that infested it, and by God he was going to have his say on it to the world. Saints in heaven, how could they be anything but fair and pure? No praise to them, but saints in slime. Ah, that was the everlasting wonder. That was what made life worth while to see moral grandeur rising out of cesspools of iniquity, to rise himself and first glimpse beauty, faint and far through mud-dripping eyes, to see out of weakness and frailty and viciousness and all abysmal brutishness arising strength and truth and high spiritual endowment. He caught a stray sequence of sentences she was uttering. The tone of it all is low, and there is so much that is high. Take in memoriam, he was impelled to suggest Locksley Hall, and would have done so had not his vision gripped him again and left him staring at her, the female of his kind, who out of the primordial ferment, creeping and crawling up the vast ladder of life for 1,000 centuries, had emerged on the topmost rung, having become one Ruth, pure and fair and divine, and with power to make him know love and to aspire toward purity and to estimate him. Mark Bitsalil, there was the romance and the wonder and the glory. There was the stuff to write if he could only find speech. Saints in heaven, they were only saints and could not help themselves. But he was a man. You have strength, he could hear her saying, but it is untutored strength. Like a bull in a china shop, he suggested, and won a smile. And you must develop discrimination. You must consult taste and fineness and tone. I dare too much, he muttered. She smiled approbation and settled herself to listen to another story. I don't know what you'll make of this, he said apologetically. It's a funny thing. I'm afraid I got beyond my depth in it, but my intentions were good. Don't bother about the little features of it. Just see if you catch the feel of the big thing in it. It is big, and it is true, though the chance is large that I have failed to make it intelligible. He read, and as he read, he watched her. At last he had reached her, he thought. She sat without movement, her eyes steadfast upon him, scarcely breathing, caught up and out of herself, he thought, by the witchery of the thing he had created. He had entitled the story Adventure, and it was the apotheosis of adventure, not of the adventure of the storybooks, but of real adventure, the savage taskmaster, awful of punishment and awful of reward, faithless and whimsical, demanding terrible patience and heartbreaking days and nights of toil, offering the blazing sunlight glory or dark death at the end of thirst and famine, or of the long drag and monstrous delirium of rotting fever, through blood and sweats, leading the end of date. It was this, all of it, and more, that he had put into his story, and it was this, he believed, that warmed her as she sat and listened. Her eyes were wide. Color was in her pale cheeks, and before he finished it seemed to him that she was almost panting. Truly she was warmed, but she was warmed not by the story but by him. She did not think much of the story. It was Martin's intensity of power, the old excess of strength that seemed to pour from his body and on and over her. The paradox of it was that it was the story itself that was freighted with his power, that was the channel, for the time being, through which his strength poured out to her. She was aware only of the strength, and not of the medium. And when she seemed most carried away by what he had written, in reality she had been carried away by something quite foreign to it, by a thought, terrible and perilous, that had formed itself unsummoned in her brain. She had caught herself wondering what marriage was like, and the becoming conscious of the waywardness and ardor of the thought had terrified her. It was unmaidenly. It was not like her. She had never been tormented by womanhood, and she had lived in a dreamland of Tennysonian poesy. dense even to the full significance of that delicate master's delicate allusions to the grossnesses that intrude upon thee. Relations of queens and knights, she had been asleep always, and now life was thundering imperatively at all her doors. Mentally, she was in a panic to shoot the bolts and drop the bars into place, while wanton instincts urged her to throw wide her portals and bid the deliciously strange visitor to enter in. Martin waited with satisfaction for her verdict. He had no doubt of what it would be, and he was astounded when he heard her say, "It is beautiful." "It is beautiful," she repeated with emphasis after a pause. Of course it was beautiful, but there was something more than mere beauty in it, something more stingingly splendid, which had made beauty its handmaiden. He sprawled silently on the ground, watching the grisly form of a great doubt rising before him. He had failed. He was inarticulate. He had seen one of the greatest things in the world, and he had not expressed it. "What did you think of the—" He hesitated, abashed at his first attempt to use a strange word. "Of the motif?" he asked. "It was confused," she answered. "That is my only criticism in the large way. I followed the story, but there seemed so much else. It is too wordy. You clog the action by introducing so much extraneous material." That was the major motif, he hurriedly explained, the big underrunning motif, the cosmic and universal thing. I tried to make it keep time with the story itself, which was only superficial after all. I was on the right scent. But I guess I did it badly. I did not succeed in suggesting what I was striving at, but I'll learn in time. She did not follow him. She was a Bachelor of Arts, but he had gone beyond her. Limitations. This she did not comprehend, attributing her incomprehension to his incoherence. "You were too voluble," she said, "but it was beautiful in places." He heard her voice as from far off, for he was debating whether he would read her the sea lyrics. He lay in dull despair, while she watched him searchingly, pondering again upon unsummoned and wayward thoughts of marriage. "You want to be famous?" she asked abruptly. "Yes, a little bit," he confessed. "That is part of the adventure. It is not the being famous, but the process of becoming so, that counts. And after all, to be famous would be, for me, only a means to something else. I want to be famous very much, for that matter, and for that reason. For your sake," he wanted to add, and might have added had she proved. Enthusiastic over what he had read to her, but she was too busy in her mind, carving out a career for him that would at least be possible, to ask what the ultimate something was which he had hinted at. There was no career for him in literature. Of that she was convinced. He had proved it today with his amateurish and sophomoric productions. He could talk well, but he was incapable of expressing himself in a literary way. She compared Tennyson and Browning and her favorite prose masters with him, and to his hopeless discredit. Yet she did not tell him her whole mind. Her strange interest in him led her to temporize. His desire to write was, after all, a little weakness which he would grow out of in time. Then he would devote himself to the more serious affairs of life. And he would succeed too. She knew that. He was so strong that he could not fail if only he would drop writing. "I wish you would show me all you write, Mr. Eden," she said. He flushed with pleasure. She was interested, that much was sure, and at least she had not given him a rejection slip. She had called certain portions of his work beautiful, and that was the first encouragement he had ever received from anyone. "I will," he said passionately. "And I promise you, Miss Morse, that I will make Good. I have come far, I know that, and I have far to go, and I will cover it if I have to do it on my hands and knees. He held up a bunch of manuscript. Here are the sea lyrics. When you get home, I'll turn them over to you to read at your leisure. And you must be sure to tell me just what you think of them. What I need, you know, above all things, is criticism. And do please be frank with me. I will be perfectly frank, she promised, with an uneasy conviction that she had not been frank with him, and with a doubt if she could be quite frank with him. The next time. Chapter 15. The first battle fought and finished, Martin said to the looking-glass 10 days later. But there will be a second battle, and a third battle, and battles to the end of time, unless he had not finished the sentence, but looked about the mean little room and let his eyes dwell sadly upon a heap of returned manuscripts, still in their long envelopes, which lay in a corner on the floor. He had no stamps with which to continue them on their travels, and for a week they had been piling up. More of them would come in on the morrow, and on the next day, and the next, till they were all in, and he would be unable to start them out again. He was a month's rent behind on the typewriter, which he could not pay, having barely enough for the week's board which was due and for the employment office fees. He sat down and regarded the table thoughtfully. There were ink stains upon it, and he suddenly discovered that he was fond of it. "Dear old table," he said, "I've spent some happy hours with you, and you've been a pretty good friend when all is said and done. You never turned me down, never passed me out, a reward of unmerit rejection slip, never complained about working overtime." He dropped his arms upon the table and buried his face in them. His throat was aching, and he wanted to cry. It reminded him of his first fight when he was 6 years old, when he punched away with the tears running down his cheeks while the other boy, 2 years his elder, had beaten and pounded him into exhaustion. He saw the ring of boys, howling like barbarians as he went down at last, writhing in the throes of nausea, the blood streaming from his nose and the tears from his bruised eyes. "Poor little shaver," he murmured. "And you're just as badly licked now. You're beaten to a pulp. You're down and out." But the vision of that first fight still lingered under his eyelids, and as he watched he saw it dissolve and reshape into the series of fights which had followed. 6 months later, Cheeseface, that was the boy, had whipped him again, but he had Black Cheeseface's eye that time. That was going some. He saw them all, fight after fight, himself always whipped, and Cheeseface exulting over him. But he had never run away. He felt strengthened by the memory of that. He had always stayed and taken his medicine. Cheeseface had been a little fiend at fighting and had never once shown mercy to him. But he had stayed. He had stayed with it. Next he saw a narrow alley between ramshackle frame buildings. The end of the alley was blocked by a 1-story brick building, out of which issued the rhythmic thunder of the presses, running off the first edition of the Inquirer. He was 11 and Cheeseface was 13, and they both carried the Inquirer. That was why they were there, waiting for their papers, and of course Cheeseface had picked on him again, and there was another fight that was indeterminate, because at 3:45 the door of the press room was thrown open and the gang of boys crowded in to fold their papers. "I'll lick you tomorrow," he heard Cheeseface promise, and he heard his own voice, piping and trembling with unshed tears, agreeing to be there on the morrow. And he had come there the next day, hurrying from school to be there first, and beating Cheeseface by 2 minutes. The other boys said he was all right and gave him advice, pointing out his faults as a scrapper and promising him victory if he carried out their instructions. The same boys gave Cheeseface advice, too. How they had enjoyed the fight. He paused in his recollections long enough to envy them the spectacle he and Cheeseface had put up. Then the fight was on, and it went on, without rounds, for 30 minutes until the press room door was opened. He watched the youthful apparition of himself, day after day, hurrying from school to the Inquirer alley. He could not walk very fast. He was stiff and lame from the incessant fighting. His forearms were black and blue from wrist to elbow, what of the countless blows he had warded off, and here and there the tortured flesh was beginning to fester. His head and arms and shoulders ached, the small of his back ached, he ached all over, and his brain was heavy and dazed. He did not play at school, nor did he study. Even to sit still all day at his desk, as he did, was a torment. It seemed centuries since he had begun the round of daily fights, and time stretched away into a nightmare and infinite future of daily fights. Why couldn't Cheeseface be licked? He often thought. That would put him, Martin, out of his misery. It never entered his head to cease fighting, to allow Cheeseface to whip him. And so he dragged himself to the Inquirer alley, sick in body and soul, but learning the long patience to confront his eternal enemy, Cheeseface, who was just as sick as he, and just a bit willing to quit if it were not for the gang of newsboys that looked on and made pride painful and necessary. One afternoon, after 20 minutes of desperate efforts to annihilate each other according to set rules that did not permit kicking, striking below the belt, nor hitting when one was down, Cheeseface, panting for breath and reeling, offered to call it quits. And Martin, head on arms, thrilled at the picture he caught of himself, at that moment in the afternoon of long ago, when he reeled and panted and choked with the blood that ran into his mouth and down his throat from his cut lips, when he tottered toward Cheeseface, spitting out a mouthful of blood so that he could speak, crying out that he would never quit, though Cheeseface could give in if he wanted to. And Cheeseface did not give in, and the fight went on. The next day and the next, days without end, witnessed the afternoon fight. When he put up his arms each day to begin, they pained exquisitely, and the first few blows, struck and received, racked his soul. After that, things grew numb, and he fought on blindly, seeing as in a dream, dancing and wavering, the large features and burning, animal-like eyes of Cheeseface. He concentrated upon that face. All else about him was a whirling void. There was nothing else in the world but that face, and he would never know rest, blessed rest, until he had beaten that face into a pulp with his bleeding knuckles, or until the bleeding knuckles that somehow belonged to that face had beaten him into a pulp. And then, one way or the other, he would have rest. But to quit for him, Martin, to quit, that was impossible. Came the day when he dragged himself into the Inquirer alley, and there was no Cheeseface. Nor did Cheeseface come. The boys congratulated him and told him that he had licked Cheeseface, but Martin was not satisfied. He had not licked Cheeseface, nor had Cheeseface licked him. The problem had not been solved. It was not until afterward that they learned that Cheeseface's father had died suddenly that very day. Martin skipped on through the years to the night in the nigger heaven at the auditorium. He was 17 and just back from sea. A row started. Somebody was bullying somebody, and Martin interfered, to be confronted by Cheeseface's blazing eyes. "I'll fix you after the show," his ancient enemy hissed. Martin nodded. The nigger heaven bouncer was making his way toward the disturbance. "I'll meet you outside after the last act," Martin whispered, the while his face showed undivided interest in the buck and wing dancing on the stage. The bouncer glared and went away. "Got a gang?" he asked Cheeseface at the end of the act. "Sure." "Then I got to get one," Martin announced. Between the acts he mustered his following 3 fellows he knew from the nail works, a railroad fireman, and half a dozen of the Boo gang, along with as many more from the Dread 18 and Market gang. When the theater let out, the two gangs strung along inconspicuously on opposite sides of the street. When they came to a quiet corner, they united and held a council of war. 8th Street Bridge is the place, said a red-headed fellow belonging to Cheese. Faces gang. You can fight in the middle, under the electric light, and whichever way the bulls come in, we can sneak the other way. That's agreeable to me, Martin said after consulting with the leaders of his own gang. The 8th Street Bridge, crossing an arm of San Antonio estuary, was the length of 3 city blocks. In the middle of the bridge and at each end were electric lights. No policeman could pass those end lights unseen. It was the safe place for the battle that revived itself under Martin's eyelids. He saw the two gangs, aggressive and sullen, rigidly keeping apart from each other and backing their respective champions. And he saw himself and Cheeseface stripping. A short distance away lookouts were set, their task being to watch the lighted ends of the bridge. A member of the Boo Gang held Martin's coat and shirt and cap, ready to race with them into safety in case the police interfered. Martin watched. Himself go into the center facing Cheeseface, and he heard himself say, as he held up his hand warningly, "They ain't no handshaking in this, understand? They ain't nothing but scrap. No throwing up the sponge. This is a grudge fight, and it's to a finish. Understand? Somebody's going to get licked." Cheeseface wanted to demur. Martin could see that, but Cheeseface's old perilous pride was touched before the two gangs. "Ah, come on," he replied. "What's the good of chewing D-rag about it? I'm witched to definish." Then they fell upon each other, like young bulls, in all the glory of youth, with naked fists, with hatred, with desire to hurt, to maim, to destroy. All the painful 1,000 years' gains of man in his upward climb through creation were lost. Only the electric light remained, a milestone on the path of the great human adventure. Martin and Cheeseface were two savages, of the Stone Age, of the squatting place and the tree refuge. They sank lower and lower into the muddy abyss, back into the dregs of the raw beginnings of life, striving blindly and chemically, as atoms strive, as the stardust of the heavens strives, colliding, recoiling, and colliding again, eternally again. "God, we are animals, brute beasts," Martin muttered aloud as he watched the progress of the fight. It was to him, with his splendid power of vision, like gazing into a kinetoscope. He was both onlooker and participant. His long months of culture and refinement shuddered at the sight. Then the present was blotted out of his consciousness, and the ghosts of the past possessed him. And he was Martin Eden, just returned from sea and fighting Cheeseface on the 8th Street Bridge. He suffered and toiled and sweated and bled and exulted when his naked knuckles smashed home. They were twin whirlwinds of hatred, revolving about each other monstrously. The time passed, and the two hostile gangs became very quiet. They had never witnessed such intensity of ferocity, and they were awed by it. The two fighters were greater brutes than they. The first splendid velvet edge of youth and condition wore off, and they fought more cautiously and deliberately. There had been no advantage gained either way. "It's anybody's fight," Martin heard someone saying. Then he followed up a feint, right and left, was fiercely countered and felt his cheek laid open to the bone. No bare knuckle had done that. He heard mutters of amazement at the ghastly damage wrought and was drenched with his own blood. But he gave no sign. He became immensely wary, for he was wise with knowledge of the low cunning and foul vileness of his kind. He watched and waited until he feigned a wild rush, which he stopped midway, for he had seen the glint of metal. "Hold up your hand," he screamed. "Them's brass knuckles, and you hit me with." Both gangs surged forward, growling and snarling. In a second there would be a free-for-all fight, and he would be robbed of his vengeance. He was beside himself. "You guys keep out," he screamed hoarsely. "Understand? Say die, understand?" They shrank away from him. They were brutes, but he was the arch-brute, a thing of terror that towered over them and dominated them. "This is my scrap, and they ain't going to be no buttin' in. Gimme them knuckles." Cheeseface, sobered and a bit frightened, surrendered the foul weapon. "You passed 'em to him, you red-head sneaking in behind the push there," Martin went on as he tossed the knuckles into the water. "I seen you, and I was wondering what you was up to. If you try anything like that again, I'll beat Chet to death. Understand?" They fought on, to exhaustion and beyond, to exhaustion immeasurable and inconceivable, until the crowd of brutes, its bloodlust sated, terrified by what it saw, begged them impartially to cease. And Cheeseface, ready to drop and die, or to stay on his legs and die, a grisly monster out of whose features all likeness to Cheeseface had been beaten, wavered and hesitated, but Martin sprang in and smashed him again and again. Next, after a seeming century or so, with Cheeseface weakening fast, in a mix-up of blows there was a loud snap, and Martin's right arm dropped to his side. It was a broken bone. Everybody heard it and knew, and Cheeseface knew. Rushing like a tiger in the other's extremity, and raining blow on blow, Martin's gang surged forward to interfere. Dazed by the rapid succession of blows, Martin warned them back with vile and earnest curses sobbed out and groaned in ultimate desolation and despair. He punched on, with his left hand only, and as he punched, doggedly, only half conscious, as from a remote distance he heard murmurs of fear in the gangs, and one who said with shaking voice, "This ain't a scrap, fellows. It's murder, and we ought to stop it." But no one stopped it, and he was glad, punching on wearily and endlessly with his one arm, battering away at a bloody something before him that was not a face, but a horror, an oscillating, hideous, gibbering, nameless thing that persisted before his wavering vision and would not go away. And he punched on, slower and slower, as the last shreds of vitality oozed from him through. Centuries and eons and enormous lapses of time, until, in the dim way, he became aware that the nameless thing was sinking, slowly sinking down to the rough board planking of the bridge, and the next moment he was standing over it, staggering and swaying on shaky legs, clutching at the air for support, and saying in a voice he did not recognize, "Die want any more? Say, die want any more?" He was still saying it over and over, demanding, entreating, threatening to know if it wanted any more, when he felt the fellows of his gang laying hands on him, patting him on the back and trying to put his coat on him. And then came a sudden rush of blackness and oblivion. The tin alarm clock on the table ticked on, but Martin Eden, his face buried on his arms, did not hear it. He heard nothing. He did not think. So absolutely had he relived life that he had fainted just as he fainted years before on the 8th. Street bridge. For a full minute the blackness and the blankness endured. Then, like one from the dead, he sprang upright, eyes flaming, sweat pouring down his face, shouting, "I licked you, Cheeseface. It took me 11 years, but I licked you." His knees were trembling under him, He felt faint, and he staggered back to the bed, sinking down and sitting on the edge of it. He was still in the clutch of the past. He looked about the room, perplexed, alarmed, wondering where he was, until he caught sight of the pile of manuscripts in the corner. Then the wheels of memory slipped ahead through 4 years of time, and he was aware of the present, of the books he had opened and the universe he had won from their pages, of his dreams and ambitions, and of his love for a pale wraith of a girl, sensitive and sheltered and ethereal, who would die of horror did she witness but one moment of what he had just lived through. One moment of what he had just lived through. One moment of all the muck of boat life through which he had waited. He arose to his feet and confronted himself in the looking-glass. "And so you arise from the mud, Martin Eden," he said solemnly. "And you cleanse your eyes in a great brightness, and thrust your shoulders among the stars, doing what all life has done, letting the ape and tiger die, and wresting highest heritage from all powers that be." He looked more closely at himself and laughed. "A bit of hysteria and melodrama, eh?" he queried. "Well, never mind. You licked Cheese Base, and you'll lick the editors if it takes twice 11 years to do it in. You can't stop here. You've got to go on. It's to a finish, you know." Chapter 16. The alarm clock went off, jerking Martin out of sleep with a suddenness that would have given headache to one with less splendid constitution. Though he slept soundly, he awoke instantly like a cat, and he awoke eagerly, glad that the 5 hours of unconsciousness were gone. He hated the oblivion of sleep. There was too much to do, too much of life to live. He grudged every moment of life. Sleep robbed him of. And before the clock had ceased its clattering, he was head and ears in the wash basin and thrilling to the cold bite of the water. But he did not follow his regular program. There was no unfinished story waiting his hand, no new story demanding articulation. He had studied late, and it was nearly time for breakfast. He tried to read a chapter in Fisk, but his brain was restless and he closed the book. Today witnessed the beginning of the new battle, wherein for some time there would be no writing. He was aware of the sadness akin to that with which one leaves home and family. He looked at the manuscripts in the corner. That was it. He was going away from them, his. Pitiful, dishonored children that were welcome nowhere. He went over and began to rummage among them, reading snatches here and there, his favorite portions. The Pot he honored with reading aloud, as he did Adventure. Joy, his latest born, completed the day before, and tossed into the corner for lack of stamps, won his keenest approbation. "I can't understand," he murmured. "Or maybe it's the editors who can't understand. There's nothing wrong with that. They publish worse every month. Everything they publish is worse, nearly everything anyway." After breakfast, he put the typewriter in its case and carried it down into Oakland. "I owe a month on it," he told the clerk in the store. "But you tell the manager I'm going to work and that I'll be in a month or so and straighten up." He crossed on the ferry to San Francisco and made his way to an employment office. "Any kind of work, no trade," he told the agent, and was interrupted by a newcomer, dressed rather foppishly, as some working men dress who have instincts for finer things. The agent shook his head despondently. "Nothing doing, eh?" said the other. "Well, I got to get somebody today." He turned and stared at Martin, and Martin, staring back, noted the puffed and discolored face, handsome and weak, and knew that he had been making a night of it. "Looking for a job?" the other queried. "What can you do?" "Hard labor, sailorizing, run a typewriter, no shorthand, can sit on a horse, willing to do anything and tackle anything," was the answer. The other nodded. sounds good to me. My name's Dawson, Joe Dawson, and I'm trying to scare up a laundryman. Too much for me." Martin caught an amusing glimpse of himself ironing fluffy white things that women wear, but he had taken a liking to the other, and he added, "I might do the plain washing." "I learned that much at sea." Joe Dawson thought visibly for a moment. "Look here, let's get together and frame it up. Willing to listen?" Martin nodded. "This is a small laundry. Up country, belongs to Shelley Hot Springs Hotel, you know. 2 men do the work, boss and assistant. I'm the boss. You don't work for me, but you work under me. Think you'd be willing to learn?" Martin paused to think. The prospect was alluring. A few months of it and he would have time to himself for study. He could work hard and study hard. "Good grub and a room to yourself," Joe said. That settled it. A room to himself where he could burn the midnight oil unmolested. "But work like hell," the other added. Martin caressed his swelling shoulder muscles significantly. "That came from hard work." "Then let's get to it." Joe held his hand to his head for a moment. "Gee, but it's a stem winder. Can hardly see. I went down the line last night, everything. Everything. Here's the frame up. The wages for 2 is 100 and board. I'd been drawing down 60, the second man 40. But he knew the biz. You're green. If I break you in, I'll be doing plenty of your work at first. Suppose you begin at 30 and work up to the 40. I'll play fair. Just as soon as you can do your share, you get the 40. "I'll go you," Martin announced, stretching out his hand, which the other shook. "Any advance? For railroad ticket and extras?" "I blew it in," was Joe's sad answer, with another reach at his aching head. "All I got is a return ticket. And I'm broke when I pay my board." "Jump it," Joe advised. "Can't. Owe it to my sister." Joe whistled a long, perplexed whistle and racked his brains to little purpose. "I've got the price of the drinks," he said desperately. "Come on, and me be will." "Cook up something." Martin declined. "Water wagon?" This time Martin nodded, and Joe lamented, "Wish I was, but I somehow just can't," he said in extenuation. "After I've been working like hell all week, I just got to booze up. If I didn't, I'd cut my throat or burn up the premises. But I'm glad you're on the wagon. Stay with it." Martin knew of the enormous gulf between him and this man, the gulf the books had made, but he found no difficulty in crossing back over that gulf. He had lived all his life in the working-class world, and the camaraderie of labor was second nature with him. He solved the difficulty of transportation that was too much for the other's aching head. He would send his trunk up to Shelley Hot Springs on Joe's ticket. As for himself, there was his wheel. It was 70 miles, and he could ride it on Sunday and be ready for work Monday morning. In the meantime, he would go home and pack up. There was no one to say goodbye to. Ruth and her whole family were spending the long summer in the Sierras at Lake Tahoe. He arrived at Shelley Hot Springs, tired and dusty, on Sunday night. Joe greeted him exuberantly. With a wet towel bound about his aching brow, he had been at work all day. "Part of last week's washin' mounted up, me being away to get you," he explained. "Your box arrived all right. It's in your room. But it's a hell of a thing to call a trunk. And what's in it? Gold bricks?" Joe sat on the bed while Martin unpacked. The box was a packing case for breakfast food, and Mr. Higginbotham had charged him $50 for it. 2. Rope handles, nailed on by Martin, had technically transformed it into a trunk eligible for the baggage car. Joe watched, with bulging eyes, a few shirts and several changes of underclothes come out of the box, followed by books and more books. "Books clean to the bottom?" he asked. Martin nodded and went on arranging the books on a kitchen table which served in the room in place of a washstand. "Gee!" Joe exploded, then waited in silence for the deduction to arise in his brain. At last it came. "Say you don't care for the girls much?" he queried. "No," was the answer. "I used to chase a lot before I tackled the books. But since then there's no time." "And there won't be any time here. All you can do is work and sleep." Martin thought of his 5 hours sleep a night and smiled. The room was situated over the laundry and was in the same building with the engine that pumped water, made electricity, and ran the laundry machinery. The engineer, who occupied the adjoining room, dropped in to meet the new hand and helped Martin rig up an electric bulb on an extension wire so that it traveled along a stretched cord from over the table to the bed. The next morning at 6:15, Martin was routed out for a 6:45 breakfast. There happened to be a bathtub for the servants in the laundry building, and he electrified Joe by taking a cold bath. "Gee, but you're a hummer," Joe announced as they sat down to breakfast in a corner of the hotel kitchen. With them was the engineer, the gardener, and the assistant gardener, and 2 or 3 men from the stable. They ate hurriedly and gloomily, with but little conversation, and as Martin ate and listened he realized how far he had traveled from their status. Their small mental caliber was depressing to him, and he was anxious to get away from them. So he bolted his breakfast, a sickly, sloppy affair, as rapidly as they, and heaved a sigh of relief when he passed out through the kitchen door. It was a perfectly appointed, small steam laundry wherein the most modern machinery did everything that was possible for machinery to do. Martin, after a few instructions, sorted the great heaps of soiled clothes, while Joe started the masher and made up fresh supplies of soft soap, compounded of biting chemicals that compelled him to swathe his mouth and nostrils and eyes in bath towels till he resembled a mummy. Finished the sorting, Martin lent a hand in wringing the clothes. This was done by dumping them into a spinning receptacle that went at a rate of a few thousand revolutions a minute, tearing the water from the clothes by centrifugal force. Then Martin began to alternate between the dryer and the wringer, between times shaking out socks and stockings. By the afternoon, one feeding and one stacking up, they were running socks and stockings through the mangle while the irons were heating. Then it was hot irons and underclothes till 6 o'clock, at which time Joe shook his head dubiously. "Way behind," he said. "Got to work after supper." And after supper they worked until 10 o'clock under the blazing electric lights until the last piece of underclothing was ironed and folded away in the distributing room. It was a hot California night, and though the windows were thrown wide, the room, with its red-hot ironing stove, was a furnace. Martin and Joe, down to undershirts, bare-armed, sweated and panted for air. "Like trimming cargo in the tropics," Martin said when they went upstairs. "You'll do," Joe answered. "You take hold like a good fellow. If you keep up the pace, you'll be on $30 only 1 month. The second month you'll be getting your 40. But don't tell me you never ironed before. I know better." "Never ironed a rag in my life, honestly, until today," Martin protested. He was surprised at his weariness when he got into his room, forgetful of the fact that he had been on his feet and working without let up for 14 hours. He set the alarm clock at 6 and measured back 5 hours to 1 o'clock. He could read until then. Slipping off his shoes to ease his swollen feet, he sat down at the table with his books. He opened Fisk where he had left off to read, but he found trouble and began to read it through a second time. Then he awoke, in pain from his stiffened muscles, and chilled by the mountain wind that had begun to blow in through the window. He looked at the clock. It marked 2. He had been asleep 4 hours. He pulled off his clothes and crawled into bed, where he was asleep the moment after his head touched the pillow. Tuesday was a day of similar unremitting toil. The speed with which Joe worked won Martin's admiration. Joe was a dozen of demons for work. He was keyed up to concert pitch, and there was never a moment in the long day when he was not fighting for moments. He concentrated himself upon his work and upon how to save time, pointing out to Martin where he did in 5 motions what could be done in 3, or in 3 motions what could be done in 2. Elimination of waste motion, Martin phrased it as he watched and patterned after. He was a good workman himself, quick and deft, and it had always been a point of pride with him that no man should do any of his work for him or outwork him. As a result, he concentrated with a similar singleness of purpose, greedily snapping up the hints and suggestions thrown out by his working mate. He rubbed out collars and cuffs, rubbing the starch out from between the double thicknesses of linen so that there would be no blisters when it came to the ironing, and doing it at a pace that elicited Joe's praise. There was never an interval when something was not at hand to be done. Joe waited for nothing, waited on nothing, and went on the jump from task to task. They starched 200 white shirts, with a single gathering movement seizing a shirt so that the wristbands, neckband, yoke, and bosom protruded beyond the circling right hand. At the same moment the left hand held up the body of the shirt so that it would not enter the starch, and at the same moment the right hand dipped into the starch so hot that, in order to wring it out, their hands had to thrust, and thrust continually, into a bucket of cold water. And that night they worked till 10:30, dipping fancy starch, all the frilled and airy delicate wear of ladies. Me for the tropics and no clothes, Martin laughed. And me out of a job, Joe answered seriously. I don't know nothing but laundering. And you know it well. I ought to. Began in the Contra Costa in Oakland when I was 11, shaken out for the mangle. That was 18 years ago, and I'd never done a tap of anything else. But this job is the fiercest I ever had. Ought to be one more man on it at least. We work tomorrow night. Always rung the mangle Wednesday night's collars and cuffs. Martin set his alarm, drew up to the table, and opened Fisk. He did not finish the first paragraph. The lines blurred and ran together and his head nodded. He walked up and down, batting his head savagely with his fists, but he could not conquer the numbness of sleep. He propped the book before him and propped his eyelids with his fingers and fell asleep with his eyes wide open. Then he surrendered and, scarcely conscious of what he did, got off his clothes and into bed. He slept 7 hours of heavy animal-like sleep and awoke by the alarm, feeling that he had not had enough. "Doing much readin'?" Joe asked. Martin shook his head. "Never mind. We got to run the mangle tonight, but Thursday we'll knock off at 6. That'll give you a chance." Martin washed woolens that day by hand in a large barrel with strong soft soap by means of a hub from a wagon wheel mounted on a plunger pole that was attached to a spring pole overhead. "My invention," Joe said proudly. "Beats a washboard and your knuckles, and besides, it saves at least 15 minutes in the week, and 15 minutes ain't to be sneezed at in this shebang." Running the collars and cuffs through the mangle was also Joe's idea. That night, while they toiled on under the electric lights, he explained it. "Something no laundry ever does, except this one, and I got to do it if I'm going to get done Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. But I know how, and that's the difference. Got to have right heat, right pressure, and run 'em through 3 times. Look at that." He held a cuff aloft. "Couldn't do it better by hand or on a tiler." Thursday, Joe was in a rage. A bundle of extra fancy starch had come in. "I'm going to quit," he announced. "I won't stand for it. I'm going to quit it cold. What's the good of me workin' like a slave all week, a savin' minutes, and dem a comin' and ringin' in fancy starch extras on me? This is a free country, and I'm to tell that fat Dutchman what I think of him, and I won't tell him in French. Plain United States is good enough for me. Him a ringin' in fancy starch extras." "We got to work tonight," he said the next moment, reversing his judgment and surrendering to fate. And Martin did no reading that night. He had seen no daily paper all week and, strangely to him, felt no desire to see one. He was not interested in the news. He was too tired and jaded to be interested in anything, though he planned to leave Saturday afternoon if they finished at 3 and ride on his wheel to Oakland. It was 70 miles, and the same distance back on Sunday afternoon would leave him anything but rested for the second week's work. It would have been easier to go on the train, but the round trip was $2.50, and he was intent on saving money. Chapter 17. Martin learned to do many things. In the course of the first week, in one afternoon, he and Joe accounted for the 200 white shirts. Joe ran the tiler, a machine wherein a hot iron was hooked on a steel string which furnished the pressure. By this means he ironed the yoke, wristbands, and neckband, setting the latter at right angles to the shirt, and put the glossy finish on the bosom. As fast as he finished them, he flung the shirts on a rack between him and Martin, who caught them up and backed them. This task consisted of ironing all the unstarched portions of the shirts. It was exhausting work carried on hour after hour at top speed. Out on the broad verandas of the hotel, men and women, in cool white, sipped iced drinks and kept their circulation down. But in the laundry, the air was sizzling. The huge stove roared red-hot and white-hot, while the irons, moving over the damp cloth, sent up clouds of steam. The heat of these irons was different from that used by housewives. An iron that stood the ordinary test of a wet finger was too cold for Joe and Martin, and such test was useless. They went wholly by holding the irons close to their cheeks, gauging the heat by some secret mental process that Martin admired but could not understand. When the fresh irons proved too hot, they hooked them on iron rods and dipped them into cold water. This again required a precise and subtle judgment. A fraction of a second too long in the water, and the fine and silken edge of the proper heat was lost, and Martin found time to marvel at the accuracy he developed, an automatic accuracy, founded upon criteria that were machine-like and unerring. But there was little time in which to marvel. All Martin's consciousness was concentrated in the work. Ceaselessly active, head and hand, an intelligent machine, all that constituted him a man was devoted to furnishing that intelligence. There was no room in his brain for the universe and its mighty problems. All the broad and spacious corridors of his mind were closed and hermetically sealed. The echoing chamber of his soul was a narrow room, a conning tower, whence were directed his arm and shoulder muscles, his 10 nimble fingers, and the swift-moving iron along its steaming path in broad sweeping strokes. Just so many strokes, and no more. Just so far with each stroke, and not a fraction of an inch farther, rushing along interminable sleeves, sides, backs, and tails, and tossing the finished shirts, without rumpling upon the receiving frame. And even as his hurrying soul tossed, it was reaching for another shirt. This went on hour after hour, while outside all the world swooned under the overhead California sun. But there was no spooning in that superheated room. The cool guests on the verandas needed clean linen. The sweat poured from Martin. He drank enormous quantities of water, but so great was the heat of the day and of his exertions that the water sluiced through the interstices of his flesh and out at all his pores. always at sea, except at rare intervals. The work he performed had given him ample opportunity to commune with himself. The master of the ship had been lord of Martin's time, but here the manager of the hotel was lord of Martin's thoughts as well. He had no thoughts save for the nerve-wracking, body-destroying toil. Outside of that, it was impossible to think. He did not know that he loved Ruth. She did not even exist, for his driven soul had no time to remember her. It was only when he crawled to bed at night or to breakfast in the morning that she asserted herself to him in fleeting memories. "This is hell, ain't it?" Joe remarked once. Martin nodded, but felt a rasp of irritation. The statement had been obvious and unnecessary. They did not talk while they worked. Conversation threw them out of their stride, as it did this time, compelling Martin to miss a stroke of his iron and to make 2 extra motions before he caught his stride again. On Friday morning the washer ran. Twice a week they had to put through hotel linen, the sheets, pillow slips, spreads, tablecloths, and napkins. This finished, they buckled down to fancy starch. It was slow work, fastidious and delicate, and Martin did not learn it so readily. Besides, he could not take chances. Mistakes were disastrous. "See that," Joe said, holding up a filmy corset cover that he could have crumpled from view in one hand. "Scorch that, and it's $20 out of your wages." So Martin did not scorch that, and eased down on his muscular tension, though nervous tension rose higher than ever, and he listened sympathetically to the other's blasphemies as he toiled and suffered over the beautiful things that women wear when they do not have to do their own laundering. Fancy starch was Martin's nightmare, and it was Joe's too. It was fancy starch that robbed them of their hard-won minutes. They toiled at it all day. At 7 in the evening they broke off to run the hotel linen through the mangle. At 10 o'clock, while the hotel guests slept, the 2 laundrymen sweated on at fancy starch till midnight, till 1, till 2. At 2:30 they knocked off. Saturday morning it was fancy starch and odds and ends, and at 3 in the afternoon the week's work was done. "You ain't a-goin' to ride them 70 miles into Oakland on top of this?" Joe demanded, as they sat on the stairs and took a triumphant smoke. "Got to," was the answer. "What are you going for? A girl?" "No, to save 2.5 on the railroad ticket. I want to renew some books at the library. Why don't you send 'em down and up by express? That'll cost only a quarter each way." Martin considered it. "And take a rest tomorrow," the other urged. "You need it. I know I do. I'm plumb tuckered out." He looked it. Indomitable, never resting, fighting for seconds and minutes all week, circumventing delays and crushing down obstacles, a fount of resistless energy, a high-driven human motor, a demon for work. Now that he had accomplished the week's task he was in the state of collapse. He was worn and haggard, and his handsome face drooped in lean exhaustion. He pulled his cigarette spiritlessly, and his voice was peculiarly dead and monotonous. All the snap and fire had gone out of him. His triumph seemed a sorry one. "And next week we got to do it all over again," he said sadly. "And what's the good of it all, hey? Sometimes I wish I was a hobo. They don't work, and they get their livin'. Gee, I wish I had a glass of beer, but I can't get up the gumption to go down to the village and get it. You'll stay over and send your books down by express, or else you're a damn fool." "But what can I do here all day Sunday?" Martin asked. "Rest. You don't know how tired you are. Why, I'm that tired Sunday, I can't even read the papers. I was sick once, typhoid, In the hospital 2 months and a half. Didn't do a tap of work all that time. It was beautiful. It was beautiful, he repeated dreamily. A minute later, Martin took a bath, after which he found that the head laundryman had disappeared. Most likely he had gone for a glass of beer, Martin decided, but the half-mile walk down to the village to find out seemed a long journey to him. He lay on his bed with his shoes off, trying to make up his mind. He did not reach out for a book. He was too tired to feel sleepy, and he lay, scarcely thinking, in a semi-stupor of weariness until it was time for supper. Joe did not appear for that function, and when Martin heard the gardener remark that most likely he was ripping the slats off the bar, Martin understood. He went to bed immediately afterward and in the morning decided that he was greatly rested. Joe being still absent, Martin procured a Sunday paper and lay down in a shady nook under the trees. The morning passed, he knew not how. He did not sleep, nobody disturbed him, and he did not finish the paper. He came back to it in the afternoon, after dinner, and fell asleep over it. So passed Sunday, and Monday morning he was hard at work, sorting clothes, while Joe, a towel bound tightly around his head, with groans and blasphemies, was running the washer and mixing soft soap. "I simply can't help it," he explained. "I got to drink when Saturday night comes around." Another week passed, a great battle that continued under the electric lights each night, and that culminated on Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock, when Joe tasted his moment of wilted triumph and then drifted down to the village to forget. Martin's Sunday was the same as before. He slept in the shade of the trees, toiled aimlessly through the newspaper, and spent long hours lying on his back, doing nothing, thinking nothing. He was too dazed to think, though he was aware that he did not like himself. He was self-repelled, as though he had undergone some degradation or was intrinsically foul. All that was godlike in him was blotted out. The spur of ambition was blunted. He had no vitality with which to feel the prod of it. He was dead. His soul seemed dead. He was a beast, a work beast. He saw no beauty in the sunshine sifting down to the green leaves, nor did the azure vault of the sky whisper, as of old, and hint of cosmic fastness and secrets trembling to disclosure. Life was intolerably dull and stupid, and its taste was bad in his mouth. A black screen was drawn across his mirror of inner vision, and fancy lay in a darkened sick room where entered no ray of light. He envied Joe, down in the village, rampant, tearing the slats off the bar, his brain gnawing with maggots, exulting in maudlin ways over maudlin things, fantastically and gloriously drunk and forgetful of Monday morning and the week of deadening toil to come. A third week went by, and Martin loathed himself and loathed life. He was oppressed by a sense of failure. There was reason for the editors refusing his stuff. He could see that clearly now and laugh at himself and the dreams he had dreamed. Ruth returned his sea lyrics by mail. He read her letter apathetically. She did her best to say how much she liked them and that they were beautiful, but she could not lie, and she could not disguise the truth from herself. She knew they were failures, and he read her disapproval in every perfunctory and unenthusiastic line of her letter, and she was right. He was firmly convinced of it as he read the poems over. Beauty and wonder had departed from him, and as he read the poems, he caught himself puzzling as to what he had had in mind when he wrote them. His audacities of phrase struck him as grotesque. His felicities of expression were monstrosities, and everything was absurd, unreal, and impossible. He would have burned the sea lyrics on the spot, had his will been strong enough to set them aflame. There was the engine room, but the exertion of carrying them to the furnace was not worth while. All his exertion was used in washing other persons' clothes. He did not have any left for private affairs. He resolved that when Sunday came he would pull himself together and answer Ruth's letter. But Saturday afternoon, after work was finished and he had taken a bath, the desire to forget overpowered him. "I guess I'll go down and see how Joe's getting on," was the way he put it to himself. And in the same moment he knew that he lied. But he did not have the energy to consider the lie. If he had had the energy, he would have refused to consider the lie because he wanted to forget. He started for the village slowly and casually, increasing his pace in spite of himself as he neared the saloon. "I thought you was on the water wagon," was Joe's greeting. Martin did not deign to offer excuses, but called for whiskey, filling his own glass brimming before he passed the bottle. "Don't take all night about it," he said roughly. The other was dawdling with the bottle, and Martin refused to wait for him, tossing the glass off in a gulp and refilling it. "Now I can wait for you," he said grimly, "but hurry up." Joe hurried, and they drank together. "The work did it, eh?" Joe queried. Martin refused to discuss the matter. "It's fair hell, I know," the other went on. "But I kind of hate to see you come off the wagon, Mart. Well, here's how." Martin drank on silently, biting out his orders and invitations and awing the barkeeper, an effeminate country youngster with watery blue eyes and hair parted in the middle. "It's something scandalous the way they work us poor devils," Joe was remarking. "If I didn't bowl up, I'd break loose and burn down the shebang." "My bowling up is all that saves 'em, I can tell you that." But Martin made no answer. A few more drinks, and in his brain he felt the maggots of intoxication beginning to crawl. Ah, it was living, the first breath of life he had breathed in 3 weeks. His dreams came back to him. Fancy came. Out of the darkened room and lured him on, a thing of flaming brightness. His mirror of vision was silver clear, a flashing, dazzling palimpsest of imagery. Wonder and beauty walked with him, hand in hand, and all power was his. He tried to tell it to Joe, but Joe had visions of his own, infallible schemes whereby he would escape the slavery of laundry work and become himself the owner of a great steam laundry. "I tell ye, Mart, they won't be no kids workin' in my laundry, not on your life, and they won't be no workin' a livin' soul after 6 p.m. You hear me talk. There'll be machinery enough, and hands enough to do it all in decent workin' hours, and Mart s'elp me, I'll make ye superintendent of the shebang, the whole of it, all of it. Now, here's the scheme. I get on the water wagon and save my money for 2 years, savin' then." But Martin turned away, leaving him to tell it to the barkeeper. Until that, Worthy was called away to furnish drinks to 2 farmers who, coming in, accepted Martin's invitation. Martin dispensed royal largesse, inviting everybody up, farm hands, a stableman, and the gardener's assistant from the hotel, the barkeeper, and the furtive hobo who slid in like a shadow, and like a shadow hovered at the end of the bar. Chapter 18. Monday morning, Joe groaned over the first truckload of clothes to the washer. "I say," he began. "Don't talk to me," Martin snarled. "I'm sorry, Joe," he said at noon, when they knocked off for dinner. Tears came into the other's eyes. "That's all right, old man," he said. "We're in hell and we can't help ourselves. And, you know, I kinda like you a whole lot. That's what made it hurt. I cottoned to you from the first." Martin shook his hand. "Let's quit," Joe suggested. "Let's chuck it and go hoboing. I ain't never tried it, but it must be dead easy, and nothing to do. Just think of it, nothing to do. I was sick once, typhoid, in the hospital, and it was beautiful. I wish I'd get sick again. The week dragged on. The hotel was full, and extra fancy starch poured in upon them. They performed prodigies of valor. They fought late each night under the electric lights, bolted their meals, and even got in a half-hour's work before breakfast. Martin no longer took his cold baths. Every moment was drive, 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 and Joe was the masterful shepherd of moments, herding them carefully, never losing one, counting them over like a miser counting gold, working on in a frenzy, toil-mad, a feverish machine, aided ably by that other machine that thought of itself as once having been one Martin Eden, a man. But it was only at rare moments that Martin was able to think. The house of thought was closed, its windows boarded up, and he was its shadowy caretaker. He was a shadow. Joe was right. They were both shadows, and this was the unending limbo of toil. Or was it a dream? Sometimes, in the steaming sizzling heat, as he swung the heavy irons back and forth over the white garments, it came to him that it was a dream. In a short while, or maybe after 1,000 years or so, he would awake in his little room with the ink-stained table and take up his writing where he had left off the day before. Or maybe that was a dream too, and the awakening would be the changing of the watches, when he would drop down out of his bunk in the lurching forecastle and go up on deck under the tropic stars and take the wheel and feel the cool trade wind blowing through his flesh. Came Saturday and its hollow victory at 3 o'clock. "Guess I'll go down and get a glass of beer," Joe said in the queer, monotonous tones that marked his weekend collapse. Martin seemed suddenly to wake up. He opened a kit bag and oiled his wheel, putting graphite on the chain and adjusting the bearings. Joe was halfway down. To the saloon when Martin passed by, bending low over the handlebars, his legs driving the 96 gear with rhythmic strength, his face set for 70 miles of road and grade and dust. He slept in Oakland that night, and on Sunday covered the 70 miles back. And on Monday morning, weary, he began the new week's work, but he had kept sober. A fifth week passed, and a sixth, during which he lived and toiled as a machine, with just a spark of something more in him, just a glimmering bit of soul that compelled him, at each weekend, to scorch off the 140 miles. But this was not rest. It was super-Machin-like, and it helped to crush out the glimmering bit of soul that was all that was left him from former life. At the end of the 7th week, without intending it, too weak to resist, he drifted down to the village with Joe and drowned life and found life until Monday morning. Again at the weekends, he ground out the 140 miles, obliterating the numbness of too great exertion by the numbness of still greater exertion. At the end of 3 months he went down a third time to the village with Joe. He forgot and lived again, and, living, he saw, in clear illumination, the beast he was making of himself, not by the drink, but by the work. The drink was an effect, not a cause. It followed inevitably upon the work, as the night follows upon the day. Not by becoming a toil beast could he win to the heights, was the message the whiskey whispered to him, and he nodded approbation. The whiskey was wise. It told secrets on itself. He called for paper and pencil, and for drinks all around, and while they drank his very good health, he clung to the bar and scribbled. "A telegram, Joe," he said. "Read it." Joe read it with a drunken, quizzical leer. But what he read seemed to sober him. He looked at the other reproachfully, tears oozing into his eyes and down his cheeks. "You ain't going back on me, Mart?" he queried hopelessly. Martin nodded and called one of the loungers to him to take the message to the telegraph office. Hold on, Joe muttered thickly. Lemme think. He held on to the bar, his legs wobbling under him, Martin's arm around him and supporting him, while he thought. Make that 2 laundrymen, he said abruptly. Here, lemme fix it. What are you quitting for? Martin demanded. Same reason as you. But I'm going to sea. You can't do that. Nope, was the answer, but I can hobo all right, all right. Martin looked at him searchingly for a moment, then cried, By God, I think you're right. Better a hobo than a beast of toil. Why, man, you'll live. And that's more than you ever did before. I was in hospital once. Joe corrected. It was beautiful. Typhoid, did I tell you? While Martin changed the telegram to 2 laundrymen, Joe went on. I never wanted to drink when I was in hospital. Funny, ain't it? But when I've been working like a slave all week, I just got to bowl up. Ever notice that cooks drink like hell? And bakers too? It's the work. They've sure got to. Here, Lemmy. Pay half of that telegram. I'll shake you for it, Martin offered. Come on, everybody. Drink, Joe called as they rattled the dice and rolled them out on the damp bar. Monday morning, Joe was wild with anticipation. He did not mind his aching head, nor did he take interest in his work. Whole herds of moments stole away and were lost while their careless shepherd gazed out of the window at the sunshine and the trees. Just look at it, he cried. And it's all mine. It's free. I can lie down under them trees and sleep for 1,000 years if I want to. Aw, come on, Mart, let's chuck it. What's the good of waitin' another moment? That's the land of nothing to do out there, and I got a ticket for it, and it ain't no return ticket, b'gosh. A few minutes later, filling the truck with soiled clothes for the washer, Joe spied the hotel manager's shirt. He knew its mark, and with a sudden glorious consciousness of freedom, he threw it on the floor and stamped on it. I wish you was in it, you pig-headed Dutchman, he shouted. In it, and right there where I've got you. Take that, and that, and that. Damn you, hold me back, somebody. Hold me back, somebody. Hold me back, Martin laughed and held him to his work. On Tuesday night, the new laundrymen arrived, and the rest of the week was spent breaking them into the routine. Joe sat around and explained his system, but he did no more work. Not a tap, he announced. Not a tap. They can fire me if they want to, but if they do, I'll quit. No more work in mine, thank you kindly. Me for the freight cars and the shade under the trees. Go to it, you slaves. That's right, slaves and sweet, slave and sweet, slave and sweet. And when you're dead, you'll rot the same as me, and what's it matter how you live, eh? Tell me that, what's it matter in the long run? On Saturday, they drew their pay and came to the parting of the ways. They ain't no use in me asking you to change your mind and hit the road with me? Joe asked hopelessly. Martin shook his head. He was standing by his wheel, ready to start. They shook hands, and Joe held on to his for a moment as he said, I'm going to see you again, Mart, before you and me die. That's straight dope. I feel it in my bones. Goodbye, Mart, and be good. I like you like hell, you know. He stood a forlorn figure in the middle of the road, watching until Martin turned a bend and was gone from sight. He's a good Indian, that boy, he muttered. A good Indian. Then he plodded down the road himself to the water tank, where 6 empties lay on a side track waiting for the up freight. Chapter 19. Ruth and her family were home again, and Martin, returned to Oakland, saw much of her. Having gained her degree, she was doing no more studying, and he, having worked all vitality out of his mind and body, was doing no writing. This gave them time for each other that they had never had before, and their intimacy ripened fast. At first Martin had done nothing but rest. He had slept a great deal, and spent long hours musing and thinking and doing nothing. He was like one recovering from some terrible bout of hardship. The first signs of reawakening came when he discovered more than languid interest in the daily paper. Then he began to read again light novels and poetry, and after several days more, he was head over heels in his long-neglected Fisk. His splendid body and health made new vitality, and he possessed all the resiliency and rebound of youth. Ruth showed her disappointment plainly when he announced that he was going. To sea for another voyage as soon as he was well rested. "Why do you want to do that?" she asked. "Money," was the answer. "I'll have to lay in a supply for my next attack on the editors. Money is the sinews of war, in my case, money and patience." "But if all you wanted was money, why didn't you stay in the laundry?" "Because the laundry was making a beast of me. Too much work of that sort drives to drink." She stared at him with horror in her eyes. "Do you mean," she quavered. It would have been easy for him to get out of it, but his natural impulse was for frankness, and he remembered his old resolve to be frank no matter what happened. "Yes," he answered, "just that." Several times she shivered and drew away from him. "No man that I have ever known ever did that." Then, they never worked in the laundry at Shelley Hot Springs. He laughed bitterly. "Toil is a good thing. It is necessary for human health, so all the preachers say, and heaven knows I've never been afraid of it. But there is such a thing as too much of a good thing, and the laundry up there is one of them, and that's why I'm going to sea one more voyage. It will be my last, I think, for when I come back I shall break into the magazines. I am certain of it." She was silent, unsympathetic, and he watched her moodily, realizing how impossible it was for her to understand what he had been through. "Some day I shall write it up, The Degradation of Toil, or The Psychology of Drink in the Working Class, or something like that for a title." Never since the first meeting had they seemed so far apart as that day. His confession, told in frankness, with the spirit of revolt behind, had repelled her. But she was more shocked by the repulsion itself than by the cause of it. It pointed out to her how near she had drawn to him, and once accepted, it paved the way for greater intimacy. Pity, too, was aroused, and innocent, idealistic thoughts of reform. She would save this raw young man who had come so far. She would save him from the curse of his early environment, and she would save him from himself, in spite of himself. And all this affected her as a very noble state of consciousness. Nor did she dream that behind it and underlying it were the jealousy and desire of love. They rode on their wheels much in the delightful fall weather and out in the hills. They read poetry aloud, now one and now the other. Noble, uplifting poetry that turned one's thoughts to higher things. Renunciation, sacrifice, patience, industry, and high endeavor were the principles she thus indirectly preached. Such abstractions being objectified in her mind by her father and Mr. Butler and by Andrew Carnegie, who from a poor immigrant boy had arisen to be the book-giver of the world. All of which was appreciated and enjoyed by Martin. He followed her mental processes more clearly now, and her soul was no longer the sealed wonder it had been. He was on terms of intellectual equality with her, but the points of disagreement did not affect his love. His love was more ardent than ever, for he loved her for what she was, and even her physical frailty was an added charm in his eyes. He read of sickly Elizabeth Barrett, who for years had not placed her feet upon the ground until that day of flame when she eloped with Browning and stood upright upon the earth under the open sky. And what Browning had done for her, Martin decided he could do for Ruth. But first, she. must love him. The rest would be easy. He would give her strength and health, and he caught glimpses of their life in the years to come, wherein, against a background of work and comfort and general well-being, he saw himself and Ruth reading and discussing poetry, she propped amid a multitude of cushions on the ground while she read aloud to him. This was the key to the life they would live, and always he saw that particular picture. Sometimes it was she who leaned against him while he read, one arm about her, her head upon his shoulder. Sometimes they pored together over the printed pages of beauty. Then, too, she loved nature, and with generous imagination he changed the scene of their reading. Sometimes they read enclosed in valleys with precipitous walls, or in high mountain meadows, and again down by the gray sand dunes with a wreath of billows at their feet, or afar on some volcanic tropic isle where waterfalls descended and became mist, reaching the sea in vapor veils that swayed and shivered to every vagrant wisp of wind. But always in the foreground, lords of beauty and eternally reading and sharing, lay he and Ruth, and always in the background that was beyond the background of nature, dim and hazy, were work and success and money earned that made them free of the world and all its treasures. "I should recommend my little girl to be careful," her mother warned her one day. "I know what you mean, but it is impossible." He is not. Ruth was blushing, but it was the blush of maidenhood called upon for the first time to discuss the sacred things of life with a mother held equally sacred. "You're kind." Her mother finished the sentence for her. Ruth nodded. "I did not want to say it, but he is not. He is rough, brutal, strong, too strong. He has not." She hesitated and could not go on. It was a new experience, talking over such matters with her mother, and again her mother completed her thought for her. "He has not lived a clean life," is what you wanted to say. Again Ruth nodded, and again a blush mantled her face. "It is just that," she said. "It has not been his fault, but he has played much with bitch. Yes, with pitch. And he frightens me. Sometimes I am positively in terror of him when he talks in that free and easy way of the things he has done, as if they did not matter. They do matter, don't they?" They sat with their arms twined around each other, and in the pause her mother patted her hand and waited for her to go on. "But I am interested in him dreadfully," she continued. "In a way he is my protege. Then too he is my first boy friend, but not exactly friend, rather protege and friend combined. Sometimes too, when he frightens me, it seems that he is a bulldog I have taken for a plaything, like some of the frat girls, and he is tugging hard and showing his teeth and threatening to break loose." Again her mother waited. "He interests me, I suppose, like the bulldog. And there is much good in him, too, but there is much in him that I would not liken in the other way. You see, I have been thinking. He swears, he smokes, he drinks, he has fought with his fists. He has told me so, and he likes it. He says so. He is all that a man should not be a man I would want for my—" Her voice sank very low. "Husband. Then he is too strong. My prince must be tall and slender and dark, a graceful, bewitching prince. No, there is no danger of my falling in love with Martin Eden. It would be the worst fate that could befall me." "But it is not that I spoke about," her mother equivocated. "Have you thought about him? He is so ineligible in every way, you know. And suppose he should come to love you." "But he does already," she cried. "It was to be expected," Mrs. Morse said gently. "How could it be otherwise with anyone who knew you? Only hates me," she exclaimed passionately. "And I hate only. I feel always." like a cat when he is around. I feel that I must be nasty to him, and even when I don't happen to feel that way, why, he's nasty to me anyway. But I am happy with Martin Eden. No one ever loved me before. No man, I mean, in that way. And it is sweet to be loved that way. You know what I mean, mother dear. It is sweet to feel that you are really and truly a woman. She buried her face in her mother's lap, sobbing. You think I am dreadful, I know, but I am honest, and I tell you just how I feel. Mrs. Morse was strangely sad and happy. Her child daughter, who was a Bachelor of Arts, was gone, but in her place was a woman daughter. The experiment had succeeded. The strange void in Ruth's nature had been filled, and filled without danger or penalty. This rough sailor fellow had been the instrument, and, though Ruth did not love him, he had made her conscious of her womanhood. His hand trembles, Ruth was confessing, her face for shame's sake still buried. It is most amusing and ridiculous, but I feel sorry for him too. And when his hands are too trembly, and his eyes too shiny, why, I lecture him about his life and the wrong way he is going about it to mend it. But he worships me, I know. His eyes and his hands do not lie. And it makes me feel grown up, the thought of it, the very thought of it, and I feel that I am possessed of something that is by rights my own, that makes me like the other girls and young women. And then, too, I knew that I was not like them before, and I knew that it worried you. You thought you did not let me know that dear worry of yours, but I did, and I wanted to make good, as Martin Eden says. It was a holy hour for mother and daughter, and their eyes were wet as they talked on in the twilight. Ruth all white innocence and frankness, her mother sympathetic, receptive, yet calmly explaining and guiding. He is 4 years younger than you, she said. He has no place in the world. He has neither position nor salary. He is impractical. Loving you, he should, in the name of common sense, be doing something that would give him the right to marry, instead of paltering around with those stories of his and with childish dreams. Martin Eden, I'm afraid, will never grow up. He does not take to responsibility and a man's work in the world like your father did, or like all our friends, Mr. Butler, for one. Martin Eden, I am afraid, will never be a money earner. And this world is so ordered that money is necessary to happiness. Oh no, not these swollen fortunes, but enough of money to permit of common comfort and decency. He has never spoken. He has not breathed a word. He has not attempted to. But if he did, I would not let him, because, you see, I do not love him. I am glad of that. I should not care to see my daughter, my one daughter, who is so clean and pure, love a man like him. There are noble men in the world who are clean and true and manly. Wait for them. You will find one some day, and you will love him and be loved by him, and you will be happy with him as your father and I have been happy with each other. And there is one thing you must always carry in mind. Yes, mother. Mrs. Morse's voice was low and sweet as she said, and that is the children. I have thought about them, Ruth confessed, remembering the wanton thoughts that had vexed her in the past, her face again red with maiden shame that she should be telling such things. And it is the children that makes Mr. Eden impossible, Mrs. Morse went on incisively. Their heritage must be clean, and he is, I am afraid, not clean. Your father has told me of sailors' lives, and you understand. Ruth pressed her mother's hand in assent, feeling that she really did understand, though her conception was of something vague, remote, and terrible that was beyond the scope of imagination. You know I do nothing without telling you, she began. "Only, sometimes you must ask me, like this time. I wanted to tell you, but I did not know how. It is false modesty, I know it is that, but you can make it easy for me. Sometimes, like this time, you must ask me, you must give me a chance. Why, Mother, you are a woman too," she cried exultantly as they stood up, catching her mother's hands and standing erect, facing her in the twilight, conscious of a strangely sweet equality between them. "I should never have thought of you in that way if we had not had this talk. I had to learn that I was a woman to know that you were one too." "We are women together," her mother said, drawing her to her and kissing her. "We are women together," she repeated as they went out of the room, their arms around each other's waists, their hearts swelling with a new sense of companionship. "Our little girl has become a woman," Mrs. Morse said proudly to her husband an hour later. "That means," he said after a long look at his wife, "that means she is in love." "No, but that she is loved," was the smiling rejoinder. "The experiment has succeeded. She is awakened at last. Then we'll have to get rid of him." Mr. Morse spoke briskly, in matter-of-fact, business-like tones. But his wife shook her head. "It will not be necessary. Ruth says he is going to." "See, in a few days. When he comes back, she will not be here. We will send her to Aunt Clara's. And besides, a year in the East, with the change in climate, people, ideas, and everything, is just the thing she needs." Chapter 20. The desire to write was stirring in Martin once more. Stories and poems were springing into spontaneous creation in his brain, and he made notes of them against the future time when he would give them expression. But he did not write. This was his little vacation. He had resolved to devote it to rest and love, and in both matters he prospered. He was soon spilling over with vitality, and each day he saw Ruth. At the moment of meeting, she experienced the old shock of his strength and health. "Be careful," her mother warned her once again. "I am afraid you are seeing too much of Martin Eden." But Ruth laughed from security. She was sure of herself, and in a few days he would be off to sea. Then, by the time he returned, she would be away on her visit east. There was a magic, however, in the strength and health of Martin. He too had been told of her contemplated Eastern trip, and he felt the need for haste. Yet he did not know how to make love to a girl like Ruth. Then, too, he was handicapped by the possession of a great fund of experience with girls and women who had been absolutely different from her. They had known about love and life and flirtation, while she knew nothing about such things. Her prodigious innocence appalled him, freezing on his lips all ardors of speech, and convincing him, in spite of himself, of his own unworthiness. Also, he was handicapped in another way. He had himself never been in love before. He had liked women in that turgid past of his, and been fascinated by some of them, but he had not known what it was to love them. He had whistled in a masterful, careless way, and they had come to him. They had been diversions, incidents, part of the game men play, but a small part at most. And now, and for the first time, he was a suppliant, tender and timid and doubting. He did not know the way of love nor its speech, while he was frightened at his loved one's clear innocence. In the course of getting acquainted with a varied world, whirling on through the ever-changing phases of it, he had learned a rule of conduct which was to the effect that when one played a strange game, he should let the other fellow play first. This had stood him in good stead 1,000 times and trained him as an observer as well. He knew how to watch the thing that was strange, and to wait for a weakness, for a place of entrance, to divulge itself. It was like sparring for an opening in fistfighting. And when such an opening came, he knew by long experience to play for it and to play hard. So he waited with Ruth and watched, desiring to speak his love, but not daring. He was afraid of shocking her, and he was not sure of himself. Had he but known it, he was following the right course with her. Love came into the world before articulate speech, and in its own early youth it had learned ways and means that it had never forgotten. It was in this old primitive way that Martin wooed Ruth. He did not know he was doing it at first, though later he divined it. The touch of his hand on hers was vastly more potent than any word he could utter. The impact of his strength on her imagination was more alluring than the printed poems and spoken passions of 1,000 generations of lovers. Whatever his tongue could express would have appealed in part to her judgment. But the touch of hand, the fleeting contact, made its way directly to her instinct. Her judgment was as young as she, but her instincts were as old as the race and older. They had been young when love was young, and they were wiser than convention and opinion and all the newborn things. So her judgment did not act. There was no call upon it, and she did not realize the strength of the appeal Martin made from moment to moment to her love nature. That he loved her, on the other hand, was as clear as day, and she consciously delighted in beholding his love manifestations, the glowing eyes with their tender lights, the trembling hands, and the never-failing swarthy flush that flooded darkly under his sunburn. She even went farther, in a timid way inciting him, but doing it so delicately that he never suspected, and doing it half-consciously so that she, scarcely suspected herself. She thrilled with these proofs of her power that proclaimed her a woman, and she took an Eve-like delight in tormenting him and playing upon him. Tongue-tied by inexperience and by excess of ardor, wooing unwittingly and awkwardly, Martin continued his approach by contact. The touch of his hand was pleasant to her, and something deliciously more than pleasant. Martin did not know it, but he did know that it was not distasteful to her. Not that they touched hands often, save at meeting and parting, but that in handling the bicycles, in strapping on the books of verse they carried into the hills, and in conning the pages of books side by side, there were opportunities for hand to stray against hand. And there were opportunities, too, for her hair to brush his cheek, and for shoulder to touch shoulder, as they leaned together over the beauty of the books. She smiled to herself at vagrant impulses, which arose from nowhere, and suggested that she rumple his hair, while he desired greatly, when they tired of reading, to rest his head in her lap and dream with closed eyes about the future that was to be theirs. On Sunday picnics at Shellmound Park and Schuetzen Park in the past, he had rested his head on many laps and, usually, he had slept soundly and selfishly while the girl shaded his face from the sun and looked down and loved him and wondered at his lordly carelessness of their love. To rest his head in a girl's lap had been the easiest thing in the world until now, and now he found Ruth's lap inaccessible and impossible. Yet it was right here, in his reticence, that the strength of his wooing lay. It was because of this reticence that he never alarmed her. Herself fastidious and timid, she never awakened to the perilous trend of their intercourse. Subtly and unaware she grew toward him and closer to him, while he, sensing the growing closeness, longed to dare but was afraid. Once he dared, one afternoon when he found her in the darkened living room with a blinding headache. "Nothing can do it any good," she had answered his inquiries. "And besides, I don't take headache powders. Dr. Hall won't permit me." "I can cure it, I think, and without drugs," was Martin's answer. I am not sure, of course, but I'd like to try. It's simply massage. I learned the trick first from the Japanese. They are a race of masseurs, you know. Then I learned it all over again with variations from the Hawaiians. They call it lomi lomi. It can accomplish most of the things drugs accomplish, and a few things that drugs can't. Scarcely had his hands touched her head when she sighed deeply. That is so good, she said. She spoke once again, half an hour later, when she asked, Aren't you tired? The question was perfunctory, and she knew what the answer would be. Then she lost herself in drowsy contemplation of the soothing balm of his strength. Life poured from the ends of his fingers, driving the pain before it, or so it seemed to her, until, with the easement of pain, she fell asleep and he stole away. She called him up by telephone that evening to thank him. I slept until dinner, she said. You cured me completely, Mr. Eden, and I don't know how to thank you. He was warm and bungling of speech and very happy as he replied to her, and there was dancing in his mind, throughout the telephone conversation, the memory of Browning and of sickly Elizabeth Barrett. What had been done could be done again, and he, Martin Eden, could do it and would do it for Ruth Morse. He went back to his room and to the volume of Spencer's Sociology lying open on the bed, but he could not read. Love tormented him and overrode his will, so that, despite all determination, he found himself at the little ink-stained table. The sonnet he composed that night was the first of a love cycle of 50 sonnets. Which was completed within 2 months. He had the love sonnets from the Portuguese in mind as he wrote, and he wrote under the best conditions for great work, at a climacteric of living, in the throes of his own sweet love madness. The many hours he was not with Ruth he devoted to the love cycle, to reading at home or to the public reading rooms, where he got more closely in touch with the magazines of the day and the nature of their policy and content. The hours he spent with Ruth were maddening alike in promise and in inconclusiveness. It was a week after he cured her headache that a moonlight sail on Lake Merritt was proposed by Norman and seconded by Arthur and Olney. Martin was the only one capable of handling a boat, and he was pressed into service. Ruth sat near him in the stern, while the 3 young fellows lounged amidships, deep in a wordy wrangle over frat affairs. The moon had not yet risen, and Ruth, gazing into the starry vault of the sky, and, exchanging no speech with Martin, experienced a sudden feeling of loneliness. She glanced at him. A puff of wind was heeling the boat over till the deck was awash, and he, one hand on tiller and the other on main sheet, was luffing slightly, at the same time peering ahead to make out the near-lying north shore. He was unaware of her gaze, and she watched him intently, speculating fancifully about the strange warp of soul that led him, a young man with signal powers, to fritter away his time on the writing of stories and poems, foredoomed to mediocrity and failure. Her eyes wandered along the strong throat, dimly seen in the starlight, and over the firm poised head, and the old desire to lay her hands upon his neck came back to her. The strength she abhorred attracted her. Her feeling of loneliness became more pronounced, and she felt tired. Her position on the heeling boat irked her, and she remembered the headache he had cured, and the soothing rest that resided in him. He was sitting beside her, quite beside her, and the boat seemed to tilt her toward him. Then arose in her the impulse to lean against him, to rest herself against his strength, a vague, half-formed impulse which, even as she considered it, mastered her and made her lean toward him. Or was it the heeling of the boat? She did not know. She never knew. She knew only that she was leaning against him and that the easement and soothing rest were very good. Perhaps it had been the boat's fault, but she made no effort to retrieve it. She leaned lightly against his shoulder, but she leaned, and she continued to lean when he shifted his position to make it more comfortable for her. It was a madness, but she refused to consider the madness. She was no longer herself, but a woman, with a woman's clinging need, and though she leaned ever so lightly, the need seemed satisfied. She was no longer tired. Martin did not speak. Had he, the spell would have been broken, but his reticence of love prolonged it. He was dazed and dizzy. He could not understand what was happening. It was too wonderful to be anything but a delirium. He conquered a mad desire to let go sheet and tiller and to clasp her in his arms. His intuition told him it was the wrong thing to do, and he was glad that sheet and tiller kept his hands occupied and fended off temptation. But he luffed the boat less delicately, spilling the wind shamelessly from the sail so as to prolong the tack to the north shore. The shore would compel him to go about, and the contact would be broken. He sailed with skill, stopping way on the boat without exciting the notice of the wranglers, and mentally forgiving his hardest voyages in that they had made this marvelous night possible, giving him mastery over sea and boat and wind so that he could sail with her beside him, her dear weight against him on his shoulder. When the first light of the rising moon touched the sail, illuminating the boat with pearly radiance, Ruth moved away from him, and, even as she moved, she felt him move away. The impulse to avoid detection was mutual. The episode was tacitly and secretly intimate. She sat apart from him with burning cheeks, while the full force of it came home to her. She had been guilty of something she would not have her brothers see, nor only see. Why had she done it? She had never done anything like it in her life, and yet she had been moonlight, sailing with young men before. She had never desired to do anything like it. She was overcome with shame, and with the mystery of her own burgeoning womanhood. She stole a glance at Martin, who was busy putting the boat about on the other tack, and she could have hated him for having made her do an immodest and shameful thing. And he, of all men! Perhaps her mother was right, and she was seeing too much of him. It would never happen again, she resolved, and she would see less of him in the future. She entertained a wild idea of explaining to him the first time they were alone together, of lying to him, of mentioning casually the attack of faintness that had overpowered her just before the moon came up. Then she remembered how they had drawn mutually away before the revealing moon, and she knew he would know it for a lie. In the days that swiftly followed, she was no longer herself, but a strange, puzzling creature, willful over judgment and scornful of self-analysis, refusing to peer into the future or to think about herself and whither she was drifting. She was in a fever of tingling mystery, alternately frightened and charmed, and in constant bewilderment. She had one idea firmly fixed, however, which ensured her security. She would not let Martin speak his love. As long as she did this, all would be well. In a few days he would be off to sea, and even if he did speak, all would be well. It could not be otherwise, for she did not love him. Of course, it would be a painful half-hour for him, and an embarrassing half-hour for her, because it would be her first proposal. She thrilled deliciously at the thought. She was really a woman, with a man right to ask for her in marriage. It was a lure to all that was fundamental in her sex. The fabric of her life, of all that constituted her, quivered and grew tremulous. The thought fluttered in her mind like a flame-attracted moth. She went so far as to imagine Martin proposing, herself putting the words into his mouth, and she rehearsed her refusal, tempering it with kindness and exhorting him to true and noble manhood. And especially he must stop smoking cigarettes. She would make a point of that. But no, she must not let him speak at all. She could stop him, and she had told her mother that she would. All flushed and burning, she regretfully dismissed the conjured situation. Her first proposal would have to be deferred to a more propitious time and a more eligible suitor. Chapter 21. Came a beautiful fall day, warm and languid, palpitant with the hush of the changing season, a California Indian summer day with hazy sun and wandering wisps of breeze that did not stir the slumber of the air. Filmy purple mists that were not vapors but fabrics woven of color hid in the recesses of the hills. San Francisco lay like a blur of smoke upon her heights. The intervening bay was a dull sheen of molten metal whereon sailing craft lay motionless or drifted with the lazy tide. Far Tamalpais, barely seen in the silver haze, bulked hugely by the Golden Gate, the latter a pale gold pathway under the westering sun. Beyond, the Pacific, dim and vast, was raising on its skyline tumbled cloud masses that swept landward, giving warning of the first blustering breath of winter. The erasure of summer was at hand. Yet summer lingered, fading and fainting among her hills, deepening the purple of her valleys, spinning a shroud of haze from waning powers and sated raptures, dying with the calm content of having lived and lived well. And among the hills, on their favorite knoll, Martin End. Ruth sat side by side, their heads bent over the same pages, he reading aloud from the love sonnets of the woman who had loved Browning, as it is given to few men to be loved. But the reading languished, the spell of passing beauty all about them was too strong. The golden year was dying as it had lived, a beautiful and unrepentant voluptuary, and reminiscent rapture and content freighted heavily the air. It entered into them, dreamy and languorous, weakening the fibers of resolution, suffusing the face of morality or of judgment with haze and purple mist. Martin felt tender and melting, and from time to time warm glows passed over him. His head was very near to hers, and when wandering phantoms of breeze stirred her hair so that it touched his face, the printed pages swam before his eyes. "I don't believe you know a word of what you are reading," she said once when he had lost his place. He looked at her with burning eyes and was on the verge of becoming awkward when a retort came to his lips. "I don't believe you know either. What was the last sonnet about?" "I don't know," she laughed frankly. "I've already forgotten. Don't let us read any more." "The day is too beautiful. It will be our last in the hills for some time," he announced gravely. "There's a storm gathering out there on the sea rim." The book slipped from his hands to the ground, and they sat idly and silently, gazing out over the dreamy bay with eyes that dreamed and did not see. Ruth glanced sidewise at his neck. She did not lean toward him. She was drawn by some force outside of herself and stronger than gravitation, strong as destiny. It was only an inch to lean, and it was accomplished without volition on her part. Her shoulder touched his as lightly as a butterfly touches a flower, and just as lightly was the counter-pressure. She felt his shoulder press hers, and a tremor run through him. Then was the time for her to draw back. But she had become an automaton. Her actions had passed beyond the control of her will. She never thought of control or will in the delicious madness that was upon her. His arm began to steal behind her and around her. She waited its slow progress in a torment of delight. She waited, she knew not for what, panting, with dry burning lips, a leaping pulse, and a fever of expectancy in all her blood. The girdling arm lifted higher and drew her toward him, drew her slowly and caressingly. She could wait no longer. With a tired sigh and with an impulsive movement all her own, unpremeditated, spasmodic, she rested her head upon his breast. His head bent over swiftly, and, as his lips approached, hers flew to meet them. This must be love, she thought, in the one rational moment that was vouchsafed. Her. If it was not love, it was too shameful. It could be nothing else than love. She loved the man whose arms were around her and whose lips were pressed to hers. She pressed more tightly to him with a snuggling movement of her body. And a moment later, tearing herself half out of his embrace, suddenly and exultantly, she reached up and placed both hands upon Martin Eden's sunburnt neck. So exquisite was the pang of love and desire fulfilled that she uttered a low moan, relaxed her hands, and lay half swooning in his arms. Not a word had been spoken, and not a word was spoken for a long time. Twice he bent and kissed her, and each time her lips met his shyly, and her body made its happy, nestling movement. She clung to him, unable to release herself, and he sat half supporting her in his arms, as he gazed with unseeing eyes at the blur of the great city across the bay. For once there were no visions in his brain, only colors and lights and glows pulsed there, warm as the day and warm as his love. He bent over her. She was speaking. "When did you love me?" she whispered. "From the first, the very first, the first moment I laid eye on you. I was mad for love of you then, and in all the time that has passed since then, I have only grown the madder. I am maddest now, dear. I am almost a lunatic. My head is so turned with joy. I am glad I am a woman, Martin dear," she said after a long sigh. He crushed her in his arms again and then asked, "And you? When did you first know?" "Oh, I knew it all the time, almost. From the first." "And I have been as blind as a bat," he cried, a ring of vexation in his voice. "I never dreamed it until just how, when I kissed you." "I didn't mean that." She drew herself partly away and looked at him. "I meant I knew you loved almost from the first." "And you?" he demanded. "It came to me suddenly." She was speaking very slowly, her eyes warm and fluttery and melting, a soft flush on her cheeks that did not go away. "I never knew until just now, when you put your arms around me. And I never expected to marry you, Martin. Not until just now. How did you make me love you?" "I don't know," he laughed, "unless just by loving you, for I loved you hard enough to melt the heart of a stone, much less the heart of the living, breathing woman you are." "This is so different from what I thought love would be," she announced irrelevantly. "What did you think it would be like?" "I didn't think it would be like this." She was looking into his eyes at the moment, but her own dropped as she continued, "You see, I didn't know what this was like." He offered to draw her toward him again, but it was no more than a tentative muscular movement of the girdling arm, for he feared that he might be greedy. Then he felt her body yielding, and once again she was close in his arms and lips were pressed on lips. "What will my people say?" she queried with sudden apprehension in one of the pauses. "I don't know. We can find out very easily, any time we are so minded. But if Mama objects, I am sure I am afraid to tell her." "Let me tell her," he volunteered valiantly. "I think your mother does not like me, but I can win her around. A fellow who can win you can win anything. And if we don't, yes, why, we'll have each other. But there's no danger not winning your mother to our marriage. She loves you too well. I should not like to break her heart," Ruth said pensively. He felt like assuring her that mothers' hearts were not so easily broken, but instead he said, "And love is the greatest thing in the world. Do you know, Martin, you sometimes frighten me. I am frightened now when I think of you and of what you have been. You must be very, very good to me. Remember, after all, that I am only a child. I never loved before. Nor I. We are both children together. And we are fortunate above most, for we have found our first love in each other. But that is impossible, she cried, withdrawing herself from his arms with a swift, passionate movement. Impossible for you. You have been a sailor, and sailors, I have heard, are, her voice faltered and died away, are addicted to having a wife in every port, he suggested. Is that what you mean? Yes, she answered in a low voice, but that is not love. He spoke authoritatively. I have been in many ports, but I never knew a passing touch of love until I saw you that first night. Do you know, when I said good night and went away, I was almost arrested. Arrested? Yes, the policeman thought I was drunk, and I was too with love for you. But you said we were children, and I said it was impossible for you, and we have strayed away from the point. I said that I never loved anybody but you, he replied. You are my first, my very first. And yet you have been a sailor, she objected. But that doesn't prevent me from loving you the first. And there have been women, other women, oh, and to Martin Eden's supreme surprise, she burst into a storm of tears that took more kisses than one and many caresses to drive away. And all the while, there was running through his head Kipling's line, and the Colonel's lady and Judy O'Grady are sisters under their skins. It was true, he decided, though the novels he had read had led him to believe otherwise. His idea, for which the novels were responsible, had been that only formal proposals obtained in the upper classes. It was all right enough, down whence he had come, for youths and maidens to win each other by contact, but for the exalted personages up above on the heights to make love in similar fashion had seemed unthinkable. Yet the novels were wronged. Here was a proof of it. The same pressures and caresses, unaccompanied by speech, that were efficacious with the girls of the working class were equally efficacious with the girls above the working class. They were all of the same flesh, after all, sisters under their skins, and he might have known as much himself had he remembered his Spencer. As he held Ruth in his arms and soothed her, he took great consolation in the thought that the Colonel's lady and Judy O'Grady were pretty much alike under their skins. It brought Ruth closer to him, made her possible. Her dear flesh was as anybody's flesh, as his flesh. There was no bar to their marriage. Class difference was the only difference, and class was extrinsic. It could be shaken off. A slave, he had read, had risen to the Roman purple. That being so, then he could rise to Ruth. Under her purity and saintliness and culture and ethereal beauty of soul, she was, in things fundamentally human, just like Lizzie Connolly and all Lizzie Connolly and all Lizzie Connollys. All that was possible of them was possible of her. She could love and hate, maybe have hysterics, and she could certainly be jealous, as she was jealous now, uttering her last sobs in his arms. Besides, I am older than you, she remarked suddenly, opening her eyes and looking up at him. 3 years older. Hush, you are only a child, and I am 40 years older than you in experience, was his answer. In truth, they were children together so far as love was concerned, and they were as naive and immature in the expression of their love as a pair of children, and this despite the fact that she was crammed with a university education and that his head was full of scientific philosophy and the hard facts of life. They sat on through the passing glory of the day, talking as lovers are prone to talk, marveling at the wonder of love and a destiny that had flung them so strangely together, and dogmatically believing that they loved to a degree never attained by lovers before. And they returned insistently, again and again, to a rehearsal of their first impressions of each other and to hopeless attempts to analyze just precisely what they felt for each other and how much there was of it. The cloud masses on the western horizon received the descending sun, and the circle of the sky turned to rose, while the zenith glowed with the same warm color. The rosy light was all about them, flooding over them as she sang, "Good bye, sweet day," she sang softly, leaning in the cradle of his arm, her hands in his, their hearts in each other's hands. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.